In order to prove that the zombie world also has temperature, I specifically chose a relatively clean female zombie. Just because the apocalypse has broken out, I activated the national system, and as long as I follow my heart and do as I please, I can receive rewards from the system. Finally safe. I leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The school beauty, Li Xiaomeng, was sitting on the edge of the experiment table, her black hair, damp with sweat, sticking to her snow-white neck. Behind Li Xiaomeng were her two roommates, Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting, both of whom were even more attractive than Li Xiaomeng. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxia was nervously pinning a butterfly hairpin into her short hair behind her ear, dressed in a classic JK uniform paired with silky white thigh-high socks, looking as if she had just returned from a comic convention. The only imperfection was that the uniform seemed a bit ill-fitting, with the buttons faintly straining against the girl's breathing. Just by looking at it, I suddenly felt that my pants were a bit tight, and I quickly glanced at Su Wanting beside me. The tall Su Wanting was dressed quite normally, but her slightly trembling legs still gave her away. Don't worry, we're safe. The biological laboratory was built only last year, and zombies definitely can't get in. I felt the vibrations from the impact on the door behind me and gasped for breath as I spoke. This world is truly unpredictable. The zombie virus could break out, which is really tough for a homebody like me. Fortunately, the short sprints I practiced to rush to the cafeteria weren't in vain, and I managed to break through the encirclement with the three campus beauties, running to this safe place. That's great. We can finally take a break. Saying this, Li Xiaomeng disregarded her ladylike demeanor and sat down on the experimental table. She had been focused on escaping just moments ago, and now that she had caught her breath, she felt like her two long legs were about to give out. Oh no! Lin Xiaoxia in the corner suddenly stood up in a panic. What's wrong? Don't always be so jumpy. Su Wanting looked at Lin Xiaoxia with a tense expression. Where is Gu Yanyan? We left Gu Yanyan outside. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Li Xiaomeng finally reacted. At that time, all four girls in their dorm chose to run with me, but now only the three of them entered the laboratory. There's no need to look for her, I said. Just now, when we were running outside, I saw her being knocked to the ground by a few zombies. I felt a similar pain. I really wanted to save Gu Yanyan at that time. After all, her looks are no less than those of the three in front of me, making it hard to have the heart to just watch her die. But in the end, I am just an ordinary person, and I couldn't save her while ensuring I wouldn't get bitten by a zombie. Being able to bring these three companions out was already the limit. Lin Xiaoxia, who had the deepest feelings for Gu Yanyan, couldn't help but cry upon hearing this. At that moment, there was a sudden knocking sound on the iron door of the laboratory, causing the three campus beauties to look at each other in confusion. Open the door quickly. I am Gu Yanyan. A deliberately suppressed voice from outside the door belonged to Gu Yanyan, seemingly afraid of startling the zombies. Great, it's Yanyan. Let's open the door quickly. Lin Xiaoxia was overjoyed and hurried to the observation window to confirm Gu Yanyan's condition. She saw Gu Yanyan leaning against the iron door, her school uniform shirt torn with a diagonal cut, and her pleated skirt similarly ripped in two places, revealing the skin on the inner thigh, which looked like high-quality mutton fat jade, faintly glowing in the dark. The stockings had several large holes, but there were no wounds on the exposed skin, not even a bruise. Don't open the door. I just saw her being knocked down by a zombie with my own eyes. If we let her in, we will be in great danger. I frowned and quickly spoke up. I was sure that Gu Yanyan had fallen into a pile of zombies, but the Gu Yanyan in front of me had no injuries at all, which seemed very wrong. Shun Yu, stop talking nonsense. Yanyan doesn't have a single wound on her body. How could she possibly be infected? Lin Xiaoxia immediately became angry. She often went to comic conventions with Gu Yanyan, and upon hearing her friend being doubted, she was instantly displeased. That's right, Shun Yu, you are going too far. If there is no evidence, why question a girl? Su Wanting echoed in agreement. I suddenly regretted bringing these three girls along. I initially thought it would be nice to be in the same room with three campus beauties, and maybe some sparks would fly, but now it seems I shouldn't have acted impulsively. These three people can't see the situation clearly, even in this apocalyptic world. They are still being overly sentimental. However, before I could think it through, Li Xiaomeng suddenly rushed in front of me, then directly opened the door and pulled Gu Yanyan in, and then looked at me fiercely. Are you trying to plot something against us by not letting Yanyan in? I didn't quite understand why Li Xiaomeng jumped from the idea of infection isolation to women's safety, and couldn't help but say, don't talk nonsense. Then I suddenly yanked Gu Yanyan's wrist and roughly pulled her in front of me. Don't move, take off your clothes yourself. Gu Yanyan was so scared that she didn't say a word, just slightly trembling. Shun Yu, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'm going to call the police. Do you think we girls are easy to bully? Li Xiaomeng's fingers, painted with starry sky nail art, were almost poking my nose, completely lacking her usual ladylike demeanor. Shun Yu, You have to give us an explanation. We are all classmates. How can you treat Yanyan like this? Lin Xiaoxia was also very angry, her white school uniform rising and falling violently. You guys stop arguing. I really wasn't bitten by a zombie. If you don't believe me, come and see. Saying this, Gu Yanyan lifted her school skirt, revealing a scratch at the edge of her black safety shorts, but it wasn't a bite mark from a zombie. If you don't want to take it off, you can tie her up. As a guy, I won't do it myself. At this moment, I also let out a sigh. It wasn't that I changed my mind, but the three girls clearly couldn't be persuaded. It would be better to settle for second best and let them tie up Gu Yanyan. After all, I had seen Gu Yanyan being trapped by zombies, and she must have bite marks on her body. Why should I? Li Xiaoming seemed to want to argue further, but in the next moment, her face suddenly changed dramatically, as if she was frozen in fear. Before I could react, I heard a beast-like roar from behind, followed by a sharp pain in my shoulder. Gu Yanyan had turned into a zombie. This thought was the only thing left in my mind. Then, Gu Yanyan pounced on me, biting me repeatedly. The three school beauties who were originally confronting me now fled in panic, completely unwilling to help me. As my consciousness gradually blurred, a faint prompt sound began to ring. Zombie personality completion system binding successful. When I groggily stood up from the ground, I felt a sharp pain in my head, as if I had been bitten by a zombie. I forced myself to focus, and what came into view was a scene of devastation, along with the zombie Gu Yanyan standing still in place. Zombie! I was startled internally, but my mouth let out a scream. I quickly looked down at my body, and many bite marks were still clearly visible, while the intact areas had turned pale. My legs, which used to run 100 meters in 9.9 seconds, now felt as if they were filled with cement, and I could only stagger forward unsteadily. Have I turned into a zombie? I realized this belatedly, and my mood became somewhat complicated. However, being able to maintain my consciousness after becoming a zombie is a small blessing in misfortune. I just don't know how to solve the food problem next, as I certainly can't resort to eating raw flesh and blood right now. Zombie personality completion system has been bound. A crisp voice interrupted my thoughts. I have grown up reading online literature, so I am not unfamiliar with systems. But what on earth is a zombie personality completion? How can there still be a personality after becoming a zombie? The system prompt continued. Although the host has become a zombie, they must not lose their human emotions. As long as the host satisfies their desires, they can continuously restore their humanity and gain evolution points to enhance their attributes, allowing them to do as they please in the apocalypse. This time I think I understand. The system is called the Zombie Personality Completion System, which is actually similar to Nation Builder. It is speculated that Nation Builder is a common growth model setting in online literature, and its specific meaning needs to be determined in conjunction with more background information. The more I act according to my inner feelings and do impressive things, it is speculated that Crescent Moon Skycharge is a powerful move in online literature, here referring to impressive actions, and the original expression may be a colloquial and abbreviated way of saying it. The stronger I can become. Then, a semi-transparent interface appeared in front of me. Name, Chen Yu. Level, 1. Strength, 13. Skill, 2. Speed, 5. Mental power, 3. Hunger level, 80. Experience, 0. Evolution points, 1. Skills, none. At the bottom of the data panel, there is a talent tree densely filled with unlit talent skills. I gently tapped the bottom of the talent tree, and a strange sensation instantly swept through my cerebral cortex. Congratulations, host. You have activated the talent skill corpse language and gained the ability to communicate with zombies. In the next moment, Gu Yanyan's scream suddenly had a clear meaning in my ears. Hungry, eat people. Shen Yu froze for a moment, then thought about it carefully as if there was no problem. It's just a matter of eating people. Zombies eat people just like people eat plants and animals. It's a normal cycle in the ecological chain. As a law-abiding and disciplined zombie, he has to learn from Gu Yanyan before he is strange. He shook his head violently, feeling like he was integrating into the zombie mindset a billion times faster, and that it would be better to figure out how to be a good homelander as soon as possible. Otherwise, at this rate, tomorrow he should be figuring out how to cook and fry and boil the ingredients to make the 9 turns of the large intestine. His eyes casually surveyed the area, and he suddenly glanced at Gu Yanyan, who was chanting about eating people. Shen Yu's eyes lit up, taking a closer look. Gu Yanyan is not bad looking. Thin eyebrows, large eyes, cherry nose, and if you ignored the unidentified bloodstains at the corners of her mouth and her pale skin, she wasn't all that different from a human beauty. Forget it, can't wait, just Gu Yanyan. For the sake of the Motherlander system's evolution points, Chen Yu decided to slightly commit himself. It doesn't feel as good as Springbok Elf. 2.5 hours later, the sage-like Chen Yu took a long breath and made an important comment. Gu Yanyan's looks and body were really good, but it was still a little too stiff. which made his Wei Kuan experience a lot worse. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host fulfills his desires. Experience value plus 10 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully taken revenge on Gu Yanyan. Experience value plus 50 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host's Wei Kuan behavior is unprecedented. Plus 1 evolution point. Chen Yu calculated that he was still 40 points short of upgrading, and he didn't know what effect the upgrade would have. However, the evolution points are a real boost. Chen Yu immediately immersed his mind in the talent tree, only to see that above the tree root corresponding to the corpse whispering technique, the originally integrated tree trunk was split into 3 branches, and at this moment, each of them was flickering with a ghostly green light, as if beckoning to him. Each skill exudes uniqueness, waiting to be illuminated. Body control, significantly strengthen the spinal nerve function, so that you can flexibly control your own body. Restore the freedom to climb over the wall and other human-exclusive movements. Photosynthesis, try introducing a small amount of chloroplasts into your skin to make you immune to the debilitating effects of sunlight exposure, and you can slowly restore your hunger levels when exposed to sunlight. Sharp sense of smell, dramatically strengthens nasal olfactory cells, giving you a police dog level sense of smell. And humans hiding in any corner will not be able to escape your pursuit. Chen Yu's eyes wandered between the 3 skills, but his heart had already made up its mind. The effect of photosynthesis was truly heaven-defying. If he ordered this skill, not only would he be able to move freely under the sun's rays, but he wouldn't even have to eat people like the unusual zombies. Sharp sense of smell was also good. As long as he chose this skill, the whereabouts of Li Xiaoming's trio would never be a secret to him, and he could take revenge whenever he wanted. However, Chen Yu still decided to opt for body control. Where Li Xiaoming's 3 would hide wasn't hard for him to guess. After all, there were only those few familiar places in Linhai University where he could hide from the zombies, and he could find them even without the sharp scent skill. Instead, the effect of body mastery was indispensable, or else with the stiff bodies of the zombies, they wouldn't have been able to catch up with the 3 holy bitches. At the next moment, Chen Yu chose body control without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged through his limbs and he felt as if his body had been reshaped. Every joint, every muscle became incredibly sensitive, and he could even feel the subtle nerves around his spine dying. He tried to move his fingers and found that the original slightly stiff joints became unusually flexible. Standing up and trying, he felt that his body was light and airy, actually better than the original physical quality of 100 meters in 9 seconds in 9 seconds. Chen Yu was instantly in a good mood. With this perfectly controlled body, he would have to make the 3 schoolgirls pay some interest first. Chapter 3, Not Afraid of the Bad Guys Brainstorming. Shaw Building, Rooftop. Li Xiaoming is shivering. When Chen Yu was bitten by Gu Yanyan, she, Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting split up and ran away. And it was not easy to come here. Perhaps Lin Xiaoxia's physical strength was good, and in the end, she actually also rushed to the rooftop, and at this moment was leaning against the edge of the rooftop by herself, looking down to adjust her mood. As for Su Wanting, no one can figure out if she was bitten by a zombie or if she hid in some other safe place. However, Li Xiaoming still felt now that saving Gu Yanyan in the first place was not his problem at all. When she saved Gu Yanyan, Gu Yan looked completely normal and didn't have any abnormalities. That's why she let Gu Yanyan in. If there was a next time, she would still choose to save someone. She couldn't just stand by and watch an innocent person fall into danger. Not to mention Gu Yanyan was still her roommate. As for Chen Yu, then he could only blame himself for his bad luck. Fate has nothing to do with her. Xiaoming, don't blame yourself. Chen Yu was infected. That was his bad luck. It has nothing to do with you. You saved Gu Yanyan. That was your kindness. No one can blame you. Right. Chen Yu himself didn't keep an eye on Gu Yanyan. Who's to blame? You were right to save people. No one can say you're wrong. Besides, in this situation now, who can guarantee that you won't have bad luck? Chen Yu is just unlucky. Don't take the blame on yourself. Beside Li Xiaoming, a group of boys were unaware of her inner activities, and were talking to comfort Li Xiaoming, some even purposely raising their voices in an attempt to get her attention. Of course, not all of the boys chose to curry favor with Li Xiaoming, and there was likewise a small portion of them who had their eyes on Lin Xiaoxia, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop. Lin Xiaoxia stood there quietly, her eyes gazing down, her back looking particularly forlorn. A few boys with active minds glanced at each other, mentally calculating how to approach her. On weekdays, although Lin Xiaoxia's face value was half a notch higher than Li Xiaoming's, she herself had little desire to fall in love, and unlike Li Xiaoming, who could provide emotional value, she naturally had even fewer suitors around her. But now, things are completely different. Lin Xiaoxia had just lost Gu Yanyan as a good friend. This is the moment when she is at her most vulnerable. and taking advantage of the situation has a higher success rate. But before these boys with active minds could open their mouths, Lin Xiaoxia turned around violently, her face pale and her voice trembling as she shouted, That's Gu Yanyan. A crowd of boys came together and followed her finger downward. Just a short distance downstairs, a stiff figure was moving slowly, seemingly trying to ascend the Shaw building. That was none other than Gu Yanyan. Her skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, and the corners of her mouth carried a suspicious grayish-white color that looked disturbing. She seems to want to come up, one of the boys said out of breath, with a hint of fear in his voice. Lin Xiaoxia's face lost its blood color. I didn't expect Gu Yanyan to actually not be full after eating Chenyu, and actually wandered over to this side of the Ifu building. Let's get out of here. The escape tower isn't safe anymore. If we don't leave, we'll be blocked by walkers. Lin Xiaoxia grabbed the arm of the person next to her in a panic and said in a panic, when she thought that Gu Yanyan was here to eat them, she felt that the Gu Yanyan below was not a slow-moving zombie, but a stern ghost demanding her life. The moment Lin Xiaoxia's words came out, a portion of the boys who weren't too smart in the head instantly faltered. The rooftop of the Ifu building does not have a second channel to the bottom. If they are really blocked here by the zombies, then in addition to being eaten by the zombies as a sashimi, they can only jump from the 18th floor and fall into a mincemeat as a way to go. Don't be afraid. I've observed that none of the zombies will climb stairs. They'll only walk on flat ground. We're safe to stay here. At this time, Li Xiaoming regained her composure under the comfort of a group of boys and stood out and said loudly. Li Xiaoming's face and identity are very convincing. Those boys who originally wanted to follow Lin Xiaoxia and leave the rooftop instantly dismissed their foolish thoughts. Yeah, Xiaoming is right. I also noticed when I just escaped up that these walkers will only walk flat out, not up the steps at all. We're safe here. Yes, I noticed that too. Yeah. The surrounding boys quickly echoed Li Xiaoming's words as you spoke. Listening to the boys' remarks, Li Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. With the response of a group of lickspittles, she had become the hidden leader of the little group. Under her leadership, the group will surely become a post-apocalyptic survival team that helps each other. A tragedy like Gu Yanyan's must not happen again either. On the other side, at the dead center of his vision, Chenyu was figuring out how to move the piles of zombies up the stairs. Release Gu Yanyan is just casually prepared to engage in mindfulness tricks. What he really gave the 3 Madonna School flowers heartily prepared is a whole set of zombie gift packages. He had just hid in the herd of walkers and observed that there were at least 30 boys up there, and just one of his walkers going up there for revenge would probably get dismantled into zombie pieces *n. If he wanted to successfully take revenge on Li Xiaoming, he would have to bring at least dozens of zombies with him. Suddenly, Chenyu had a flash of insight and thought of the elevator that was usually only open to faculty and staff. He looked around to make sure the students on the rooftop couldn't see him, and then moved quickly. Chenyu grabbed the collar of a zombie and dragged it towards the elevator with force. Hungry, cannibalism. The zombie let out a low hiss and stumbled, being pushed forward by Chenyu. Eat the bull demon. Chenyu cursed the nationalist and used all his strength to finally push it into the elevator. Then he quickly returned and selected another walker that was screaming for hunger and dragged it towards the elevator. This was repeated until the elevator was stuffed with zombies. Chenyu pressed the button for the 17th floor and the elevator doors slowly closed, carrying these zombies up towards the target floor. After working for most of the day, when the sun reached sunset, Chenyu finally managed to get dozens of zombies on the 17th floor of the Shaw building. In this way, Li Xiaoming and the others were considered completely trapped on the rooftop. After doing all this, Chenyu sat on a randomly found office chair and quietly waited for Li Xiaoming and the others to voluntarily come down from the rooftop to feed the zombies. Chapter 4, Fear of a Stupid Man's Inspiration. Early in the morning, the crowd woke up in hunger. Since the zombie outbreak yesterday, they hadn't eaten a single meal, and at this moment, they had long been starving. What's more, they hadn't had any water for a day and a night. Not eating for a whole day is not enough to starve for the time being, but not drinking any more water is really going to kill you. Li Xiaoming felt the smoking sensation coming from her throat and remembered that she had to actively search for food and water. A pang of annoyance ran through her. She was usually used to having her lickspittles order takeout, but now she couldn't even get a meal from the cafeteria. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but hold a bit of a grudge against those licking dogs, causing her to forget even the most basic common sense of survival. She hurriedly opened her cell phone, wanting to see if the takeout was still delivered. Good news, the internet isn't down. Bad news, all the videos on Shake Shack are about zombies. She scrolled through all the news platforms, only to find that the official news had stopped, leaving only a few horrific images released by private citizens. Everyone listen to me. We can't keep starving like this. We have to go downstairs to the second cafeteria to find food and water. It's an emergency situation, so we all need to stick together and act together. Li Xiaoming knew in her heart that she couldn't go on like this, and she gathered her courage. her voice trembling a little but trying to look firm. Good, we have to get food. Yeah, we haven't eaten all day. And I'm starting to miss the bridge rice noodles on the second floor of the cafeteria that had a praying mantis in it. I'd love to eat that spicy hot pot on the first floor. There's plenty of variety and you can pick your own. It's kind of the only thing you can eat in the cafeteria. The students' eyes lit up as if they were thinking of fragrant rice and stir-fried vegetables. But there's always the uninitiated. Only a skinny girl weakly raised her hand. So, who should we send to the cafeteria for food? In an instant, the many students were dumbfounded. People aren't stupid. And taking the initiative to look for food in the cafeteria is about as dangerous as a mouse hanging a bell for a cat. From time to time, the low hissing of the zombies came from downstairs, and occasionally a few mournful screams could be heard, as if reminding them that once they went downstairs and left the rooftop, they might not be able to come back. Everyone wants to live, and no one wants to take this danger voluntarily. An oppressive silence filled the rooftop, as if even the air had frozen. Some girls lowered their heads and pretended to straighten their clothes. Some boys stared at the sky in disbelief, and others quietly took a few steps back in fear of being named. After the silence had passed, Lin Xiaoxia, who had originally stood at the edge without saying a word, opened her mouth. Tell you what, since we've all agreed to go looking for food, let's set the rules and spread out in groups of 3 men and 1 woman and use the elevator to get down the stairs. That way we can be more efficient and look out for each other. As soon as the words fell, the girls immediately showed their displeasure. Some girls frowned, some muttered, "Why should we go?" and some shook their heads in opposition. Their faces were filled with fear and resistance, as if Lin Xiaoxia's proposal was pushing them into the fire pit. No, this is too dangerous. The girls stay behind and you boys go together. It's safer to encounter sporadic zombies this way. Li Xiaoming sensed the girls' displeasure and immediately objected. She turned to the boys and flubbed up without blushing in the slightest. Gentlemen, everyone, let's develop the spirit of a gentleman, and maybe the girls in the room will give you a chance to woo them. Also, I myself have always wished for a responsible boyfriend, so I wonder if I can choose my sweetheart from my classmates. At these words a number of the boys were again mastered by the comments to the lords, and a change of atmosphere ensued in the room. And Li Xiaoming's proposal seemed to make sense. A large group of people moving together, even if they encountered a zombie, they didn't need to outrun the zombie, they just needed to be faster than the boys around them. Lin Xiaoxia opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end said nothing. In her heart, she felt that this was not good. She felt that Li Xiaoming's arrangement was very unfair, saying that men and women were equal. Why should the girls be allowed to stay while the boys had to risk their lives to go downstairs? But she eventually accepted Li Xiaoming's argument. After all, she was also a girl, and she could benefit from following Li Xiaoming's set of rules. Soon the 24 boys on the scene divided into 6 groups, with hoses, wrenches, and other collected weapons in their hands, opened the iron door between the rooftop and the 17th floor, and tiptoed down the stairs to the 17th floor. When they reached the 17th floor, they can take the elevator to reach the first floor directly and then go straight to the cafeteria. That's how they originally planned it. Roar! Roar! The sudden roar of a zombie interrupted the male adult's fantasies, only to see that the originally empty 17th floor elevator entrance was somehow densely occupied by 24 zombies. Come on, back off, a boy shouted. In this life and death situation, the House of Lords still defeated the House of Commons. As long as they saw the zombies' gaze full of greed and desire, anyone would temporarily leave the yellow content in their head behind. Upon hearing this, the 20 or so boys ran in the direction of the rooftop stairs, wanting to retreat to the rooftop before making plans. Touch! Just at this critical moment, the rooftop door, which was originally open, was suddenly shut from above. My see, why did you guys close the door? Open the door, the boys cussed. Don't you guys come up here. The walkers are right behind you and will come up after you. Li Xiaoming's voice came from behind the iron door, accompanied by the echoing voices of several girls. It's over. Help! I don't want to die yet. The boys were screaming in agony. As dozens of zombies forced the boys into a narrow dead end at the stairs, there was no way for the crowd to avoid them, and they could only become zombie rations as they screamed in agony. Chen Yu stood in a remote corner witnessing all this. Perhaps the zombies were eating too much. He actually felt a little greedy. He glanced at his panel attributes. Hunger level, 15 out of 100, you're already dizzy from hunger. If you keep this up, you might turn into a zombie class old 8. There's no rush, wait a little longer. Chen Yu resisted the urge to nibble on a thigh. As a zombie who internally identifies as human, he feels the need to eat what a human should eat. If you can't, wait until you unlock photosynthesis and learn that plants are self-sufficient in the sun every day. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has assisted 24 adult males. Experience value plus 48 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host's unheard of tactic of waiting for a rabbit to feed a zombie. Plus 1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have upgraded. Current level is 2. Hearing the prompts one after another, Shenyu did not hesitate to choose the photosynthesis skill. Opening the panel again. The properties are very different. Name Chunyu. Rank 2, the scum of the zombie world. Often starving to death because they can't hunt humans. Strength 16, bite force beyond human imagination. Biting open skulls with ease. Skill 11, a martial arts expert among the zombie horde. Can climb over walls and pick locks with no problem. Speed 7, preying on college students is not a problem. Mental strength 4, literally crippled brain. Hunger level 14 out of 100, you want to eat people too much. Experience 8 out of 100. Evolution points 0. Skills, body control, photosynthesis. Shenyu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that more than 20 innocent male adults had already become zombie rations and didn't even have a chance to turn into zombies, he casually picked up a cell phone on the ground and slipped it into his pocket. Picked up the steel pipe he had picked up and began to deal with the zombies on this floor. Li Xiaoming, these people exquisite self-interest very much. Heard the boys screaming for a moment, certainly do not dare to come out. He had to clean up the zombies first, and then Li Xiaoming tricked out to do. 2 hours later, Shenyu stood at the entrance of the elevator on the first floor, bathing in the sunlight as his fingers slid up on the phone screen. Chapter 5, How Come It's You? On the rooftop, the cold wind whistled, and Li Xiaoming and the others stood at the edge, their gazes frozen. Although they didn't know why a large group of zombies suddenly appeared on the 17th floor, there was no doubt that those zombies had already blocked them on the rooftop. The boys who went downstairs had already become food for the zombies, and they were just waiting to die here. No, I can't take it. I'd rather die now than stay here and wait to die. Finally, one of the girls had an emotional breakdown and just closed her eyes and jumped straight off the rooftop. With her jump, the girls, who were already on the verge of collapse, broke their last string and rushed off the rooftop one after another. Before Li Xiaoming and Lin Xiaoxia could react, only the two of them were left at the scene. Xiaoming, what should I do? Why don't you help me break it off? I'm afraid of pain and don't want to be bitten by a zombie. Lin Xiaoxia gathered her courage and said to Li Xiaoming, her voice trembling and her eyes filled with despair. There was no point in saying anything at this point. She was still more inclined to alleviate some of her own suffering than to stay here alive and die of thirst and starvation. No, Natsu, don't lose heart. We have a chance. Li Xiaoming shook her head back and forth, and even though her heart was filled with fear as well, she tried to look calmer. Lin Xiaoxia can never die. She had only Lin Xiaoxia left by her side, and once Lin Xiaoxia died, she didn't even have any bait that could attract the zombies. Right at this moment, Li Xiaoming's phone suddenly rang. She froze for a moment and quickly pulled out her cell phone, and a familiar dog-licking name was displayed on the screen. She hesitated, but pressed the answer button. Hey, Xiaoming, you guys come down. The 17th floor is cleaned of zombies. There are still a lot of raw materials in the cafeteria. You girls come and cook. A somewhat familiar boy's voice came from the other end of the line, his tone sharp and gruff. Li Xiaoming could hardly believe her ears. But, aren't you guys? Quit talking. 15 of us boys have been replaced by walkers. There are 3 boys downstairs to meet you. Get over here quick. The other party interrupted her impatiently and then hung up. Li Xiaoming held her cell phone and froze for a few seconds, then turned to Lin Xiaoxia and froze. They said the 17th floor was cleared of walkers and they found quite a bit of food in the cafeteria and told us to go down and cook. Really? Lin Xiaoxia was instantly surprised by this heavenly good news. I originally thought I was going to see OS Sunny Day Doll sooner or later, but I didn't expect to have food and drink all of a sudden at the peak. I don't know, but we don't have any other choice now. Li Xiaoming took a deep breath, walked to the rooftop door, and carefully opened it a crack. The sight outside the door took their breath away momentarily. The corridor was covered in blood, dark red liquid spreading across the floor as if it were a winding river. The corpses of zombies and humans fell across the floor, emitting a sickening stench, as if even breathing had become difficult. Vomit. Lin Xiaoxia vomited on the spot. Since they hadn't eaten for more than a day, all they vomited was bile and stomach acid. These boys, they don't even know how to clean up after themselves. It's so downright disgusting. Li Xiaoming held back her nausea and comforted the vomiting Lin Xiaoxia. That said, the two still held each other up, carefully stepping over the bodies and blood on the floor in the direction of the elevator. They pressed the elevator button and the doors slowly opened. It was as empty as described on the phone, except for some unidentified bloodstains. The two walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator doors slowly closed and began to descend. Until then, Li Xiaoming was finally relieved. According to the phone call, when they got to the first floor, 3 boys would meet them to head to the cafeteria and then take care of the cooking. Thinking like this, Li Xiaoming suddenly felt a bit upset. Why let the girls to cook? The new era of equality between men and women. They boys should not make a good meal to invite them girls to eat. This is too no gentleman spirit. She was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and what had been a short minute of elevator time followed suit. When the elevator finally came to the first floor, Li Xiaoming aggressively wanted to give the three boys at the door a lesson in respecting women's minds. But the next moment, Li Xiaoming froze. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted not by members of her dog-licking army, but by a grinning walker. The appearance of this zombie was also familiar to her, and it was clearly Chen Yu, who had been pitted against her. Chen Yu blocked the elevator doorway and raised the phone in his hand with a gentle tone. Li Xiaoming, long time no see, are you here to cook for me? Chapter 6, Sisters Together. Li Xiaoming was terrified. She didn't understand why it was Chen Yu blocking the doorway. Isn't Chen Yu dead? How can he still be standing here, and still talking? A barrage of questions flooded her mind, causing her to lose her ability to think. Who are you, and why are you talking? Li Xiaoming's voice trembled beyond a sentence, and her legs were so weak that she could barely stand. Chen Yu laughed. Li Xiaoming, you wouldn't not remember me, would you? I'm the Chen Yu who hid in the lab with you. How could you forget so quickly? Chen Yu, you being bitten by Gu Yanyan is your bad luck. It's none of my business. Li Xiaoming broke down and screamed, her sanity completely collapsing at this moment. Her mind kept flashing back to yesterday's scene. Gu Yanyan did suddenly turn into a zombie and pounce on Chen Yu, and then she and Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting did take the opportunity to run away. But it really wasn't her fault. Why should Chen Yu seek revenge on her? In the next moment, Li Xiaoming only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and her body collapsed powerlessly, unexpectedly fainting from hunger. Chen Yu's gaze turned to Lin Xiaoxia with a playful smile in his eyes, as if he was admiring her fear. What? Lin Xiaoxia, have you forgotten who I am too? Lin Xiaoxia was trembling, her back pressed against the wall of the elevator, her legs so weak that she could barely stand. Chen Yu, I really didn't know that Gu Yanyan would turn into a zombie, and it's none of my business if you were bitten by Gu Yanyan. Her voice carried a sobbing tone as tears flowed uncontrollably. She couldn't figure out how Chen Yu, who had obviously been bitten into a zombie, could still speak now and even come to seek revenge on them. Her mind was in chaos, and fear flooded her like a tidal wave. This word also made Chen Yu very unhappy. His eyes instantly turned grim, and the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared. He instantly dodged a body position, revealing the zombie Gu Yanyan who was hissing behind him. How about it, Lin Xiaoxia? If you don't remember me, you should always remember your best friend, right? Chen Yu's voice was cold and piercing, as if he was about to release Gu Yanyan to bite at the drop of a hat. Lin Xiaoxia's gaze landed on Gu Yanyan, and her pupils contracted violently. Gu Yanyan's face was already twisted and deformed. Her skin was pale, her eyes were hollow and lifeless, and blood was still hanging from the corner of her mouth. A low hissing sound came from her throat, and her hands were stretched forward as if she would pounce at any time. Yun! Lin Xiaoxia's voice was so shaky that it was almost inaudible. The next moment, as her eyes went black, her body slid helplessly to the ground, and she fainted from the same hunger. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoxia's consciousness gradually awoke from the chaos. She felt sore all over, her mouth was stuffed to the gills, and there was an unspoken sour taste. Instinctively, she tried to reach out and open her mouth, but in the next moment she realized that her limbs were firmly bound and unable to move. Looking down, her eyes widened in shock. She was surprisingly tied up. The whole person was like a butterfly that was bound, unable to spread its wings and could only struggle helplessly. Woohoo! Lin Xiaoxia tried to call for help, but only made a whimpering sound. She reacted now that it was her own stocking in her mouth. On a normal day she never felt any odor from her white silk leather shoes, but at the moment, with the stocking stuffed in her mouth, the acrid smell mixed with sweat rushed straight to her nose, making her faint with dry heaves. She shook her head desperately, trying to spit the contents of her mouth out, but the stockings were jammed so tightly in the depths of her mouth that it became difficult for her to even swallow. Ouch! You're awake. Chen Yu pushed open the door and lazily walked in. It had to be said that the effect of photosynthesis was just fine, being able to replenish your hunger just by basking in the sun. If this was placed before the zombie outbreak, the three and the great gods would have to grab it. Seeing Chen Yu, Lin Xiaoxia's heart was both scared and grateful. The fear was that although Chen Yu seemed to have retained his sanity, he was after all a zombie and could eat her as food at any time. Thankfully, he didn't seem to be completely out of his mind like the other walkers, so maybe there was a silver lining for her. She struggled to calm herself, trying to convey her fear and pleading with her eyes. Chen Yu walked to Lin Xiaoxia's body, and with a gentle hook of his finger, he slowly pulled out the stocking stuffed in Lin Xiaoxia's mouth. The stocking slipped over her tongue, bringing out a sticky touch. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but dry heave, a low whimper escaping her throat, the strangulation of the stocking still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Looking both wretched and pitiful, Chen Yu did not continue to pay attention, but pulled out a King of Kings ham sausage from his pocket. Want some? Lin Xiaoxia's eyes couldn't help but follow the ham hock, and her throat rolled as she gulped. Think, she hadn't eaten anything in almost 2 days, let alone ham hocks now. However, Chen Yu shook his head. It's not for you to eat. Saying that, Chen Yu directly used his teeth to open the package of ham sausage, then took a big bite, chewed a few times, and showed a satisfied expression on his face. This is for me to eat. Lin Xiaoxia froze, a flash of bewilderment in her eyes. Chen Yu did so. With a disease, Chen Yu shook the ham sausage in his hand, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Of course, if you want, this ham hock can also be used as a mystery tool for interviewing you, as long as you don't huff and puff at me. Lin Xiaoxia blinked, her face even more confused. She didn't understand what Chen Yu was saying at all, and only found his words both inexplicable. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxia didn't get her abstract stock, Chen Yu rather tediously put away the ham hock. Forget it, let's ask you something serious. Where is Su Wanting hiding? You 3 big school girls together caused me to turn into a zombie, so naturally you have to be punished together as well. I don't know, Lin Xiaoxia answered honestly. She really didn't know where Su Wanting was, and she wasn't even sure if Su Wanting was dead or alive. No? You and Li Xiaoming's answers are so consistent. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and decided to give the 2 Madonna schoolgirls a little color. He turned around and left Lin Xiaoxia's makeshift cell, and returned a few moments later with Li Xiaoming, who had her hands bound behind her back. I admire you both for refusing to betray your good sisters, so let Su Wanting be spared, and let the 2 of you take the punishment. Chapter 7, How many people want to lick it before they get the chance? Chen Yu, please release me. I know you have sense. As a man with sense, you actually tied us up. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Xiaoming half threatening and half softening instilled pressure towards Chen Yu, wanting to force Chen Yu to let her go through moral kidnapping. Lin Xiaoxia stood by the side, her face white, looking at Li Xiaoming as if she was looking at a little cutie. She knew in her heart that Chen Yu, now that he had become a zombie, had long since ceased to be the person who would be easily swayed by morals and emotions. The current Chen Yu was rational and cold, and would even eat people in a physical sense. Chen Yu was not angry. Instead, he looked at Li Xiaoming with interest, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, as if he was amused by her performance. He spoke slowly, a hint of flirtation in his tone. I hear you have a lot of suitors? When Li Xiaoming heard this question, a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes and she puffed out her chest, nodding her head rather proudly. Nice. There was a bit of bragging in her tone, as if this was her greatest capital. The next moment her eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something, and her tone became more confident. Are you trying to woo me too? I knew I was attractive. However, I still have to tell you that even though it's the end of the world now, I won't lower my standards for romance, so you'll have to show more. Lin Xiaoxiao unobtrusively moved to the side to right to, so as not to be implicated by Li Xiaoming's words in a moment. On weekdays, she felt that Li Xiaoming was also quite smart. She didn't know why now, but she actually couldn't see the situation. Chen Yu nodded slightly and did not refute Li Xiaoming's words. Instead, he followed her lead and continued to ask, so how am I supposed to behave? I've heard you've been having different suitors ordering takeout, gifts, and trips out separately for the past 2 years, and they do it willingly? Li Xiaoming was even more surprised, the smile on her face almost overflowing. She originally thought that Chen Yu would be more or less resentful after being bitten by the zombies, but she didn't expect him to actually take the initiative to bring up these things. So it seems that he wants to look up to the lickspittles. She nodded, a hint of amusement in her tone. That's right. However, it's the end times after all, so I won't ask for a gift from you, as long as you can cook for me and keep me safe again. After Chen Yu heard this, his face did not move. So, I have you to thank for this? Li Xiaoming didn't notice the sarcasm in Chen Yu's tone. Instead, she thought that her words had impressed him, and the smile on her face became even brighter. However, Chen Yu's next words instantly made her fall into an ice cave. Since you're so attractive, let's do this. I'll put you in a room with 4 zombies in a while, and if you can attract the sexual interest of the zombies, then you won't be eaten. If it's the other way around, then there's nothing I can do. His tone was calm and bland, as if he were saying something perfectly ordinary. The smile on Li Xiaoming's face froze. Chen Yu said this as if he was doing a trivial matter that could not be more ordinary, and by the time she reacted to the meaning of this, her face turned pale. Chen Yu, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Weren't we just having a good conversation? Chen Yu, please let me go. I'm good looking. I'm really wrong. Chen Yu shook his head. You don't know it's wrong. You know you're going to die. As soon as he picked up Li Xiaoming, he walked straight toward the iron door on the right. Li Xiaoming's tears instantly welled up, her voice tinged with despair and anger. Chen Yu, you shall not die. Chen Yu let out a light laugh, a few hints of sarcasm in his tone. Thanks for the compliment. I really should have been pitted against you as a zombie, except I'm afraid you didn't have that luck. After saying that, without stopping, he pushed open the iron door, threw Li Xiaoming inside, closed the iron door and turned to leave. Aha! Don't eat me! Behind the iron door faintly came Li Xiaoming's miserable screams. Chen Yu suddenly kind of wanted to open the iron door. After all, Li Xiaoming's fine skin and tender flesh was a bit of a waste, just letting that group of zombies who didn't know how to enjoy themselves eat it. He hadn't even tasted Li Xiaoming himself yet. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has completed his revenge plan, relieving his heart of a great hatred, plus 1 evolution point. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Yu instantly dismissed this intention. It was estimated that Li Xiaoming had already lost her human form at this moment, and if he went in to grab food from a group of zombies, he wouldn't be able to get anything fresh. A refined egoistic asshole like Li Xiaoming who wraps himself in a Madonna persona. The only value in living in the world is to provoke him as much as possible and then be killed by him in the most brutal way possible, thus achieving a kind of lustful effect. Thinking of this, Chen Yu shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoxia who was shivering. Are you thirsty? Chen Yu asked in a pretense of thoughtfulness. Thirsty? Lin Xiaoxia raised her head and replied with a shaky voice. Having witnessed Li Xiaoming being thrown into the pile of zombies, her throat felt like it had been burned by fire, so dry that she could barely speak. Chen Yu nodded and turned around to leave the room. His footsteps echoed harshly in the empty cell. Lin Xiaoxia's heartbeat accelerated, and the horrifying image of Li Xiaoming being thrown into a pile of zombies kept surfacing in her mind. She clenched her lower lip, trying not to cry out. A few moments later, Chen Yu returned, holding a cup of water and a classic King of Kings brand ham sausage. In fact, he had wanted to find the half of the King of Kings that he had bitten, but the thought of infecting Lin Xiaoxia with a disease virus had put him off. Drink, after all. I'm not a bad person, so I'm sure I won't restrict you from drinking water. Chen Yu placed the cup in front of Lin Xiaoxia. I really don't know where Su Wanting is. Lin Xiaoxia was crying with a sobbing voice, but didn't dare to cry out. Just now, Li Xiaoming was thrown directly into the pile of zombies, and she was afraid that she had caused Chen Yu to revolt and follow in her footsteps. I don't need you to tell me where Su Wanting is. Chen Yu shook his head and secretly learned, sharp sense of smell. However, the effect of this skill was so strong that it was somewhat out of his expectation. In a short moment, his senses were magnified countless times, smelling the various subtle odors permeating the air, which included Li Xiaoming, who was already emitting a putrid aroma, and Su Wanting, who was hiding in the girls' dormitory building. But the most striking thing was that rich fragrance emanating from Lin Xiaoxia's body in front of him. The scent was not that of perfume or skin care products, but a more primal and seductive scent that seemed to seep out from the depths of her skin with an irresistible attraction. In other words, Lin Xiaoxia was so fragrant that it was appetizing. Chen Yu quickly threw this dangerous thought to the back of his mind and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to enjoy the human thorns. He still had more important things to do. He smiled and looked at Lin Xiaoxia, asking in a relaxed tone, have you ever been a lickspill before? Chapter 8 Licking Dogs in a Physical Sense. Lin Xiaoxia froze for a moment, then shook her head. Her face value has always been online, pure and lovely face with a proud body. With the word licking dog, pressure is not related. On the contrary, there are a lot of boys want to be her licking dog. Then you'll learn how to be a lickspill. Chen Yu laughed softly and walked over to Lin Xiaoxia, using his nails to gently scratch open the turtle armor binding on her body. As soon as the rope was loosened, Lin Xiaoxia's body immediately went limp. The bondage was so long that it left deep red marks on her skin. Certain fatty areas, in particular, were accentuated by the rope, and the pale skin was tantalizingly reddish with a faint blush. Anyone who saw the scene could not raise the slightest thought of harm within their hearts. But the good thing was that Chen Yu wasn't a human being. He pointed to the glass of water in front of Lin Xiaoxia, the water in the glass shimmering in the light. You can have this glass of water, but you'll have to lick it yourself to get it. Lin Xiaoxia instantly blushed. Her fingers tightly clenched the corner of her coat, and in her heart, she cursed Chen Yu for not being human. She had been thinking about how to provide Chen Yu with emotional value, but she didn't realize that Chen Yu was actually asking her to be a licking dog in the physical sense. If she had a choice, she really wanted to disregard life and death and slam this glass of water hard into Chen Yu's face, but she was only thinking about it. Her tongue gently touched the edge of the glass of water and carefully licked up the water. Droplets of water slid down her tongue and into her mouth. The cool sensation sobering her up a little, but the feeling of humiliation inside her grew stronger. The sweet and unpolluted water was indeed precious, but the action of her kneeling on the ground and licking the water at the moment was also quite indecent. The corners of Lin Xiaoxia's eyes grew wetter and wetter. Tears swirled in her eyes, and in order to keep them from falling, she chose to close her eyes. Chen Yu did not move and took out the cell phone he had picked up in the morning to record a precious moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host practicing Liu content in reality is heartless. Evolution points plus 1 inch. Oh, new evolution points? Chen Yu hurriedly composed himself and looked at the skill tree. 3 brand new skills appeared above the original 3. Brain tinkering, repair brain functions so that you can think fast and avoid being played by humans. Stony skin, try adding cell wall growth factors to your skin so that you can harden your skin extremely fast in battle and resist taking down huge amounts of damage. Sharp vision, dramatically strengthens the visual tribar cells, giving you eagle-level dynamic vision, and any human will eventually be brought to justice. Avoid being played by humans? Chen Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxia who was licking the water and felt that there was no need for brain repair to be chosen now. He thought he was smart enough. The remaining, stony skin, and sharp vision, were difficult for Chen Yu to choose for a moment. According to his daytime observation, Linhai University is in the end a well-known university in the Magic City. Li Xiaoming such as by virtue of words to become the leader of the survival team is only a minority. In other academic buildings and dormitories, several other teams of students and staff are systematically clearing out small groups of walkers. This also meant that when Chen Yu went to the girls' dormitory to look for Su wanting to play the revenge minigame, there was a high chance that he would encounter the highly organized gangs that cleaned up the scattered zombies. If he chooses stony skin, it will allow him to boldly swap wounds and counterkill when surrounded by a group of blazing armored boys. The choice of sharp vision would also allow him to see the exact position and weapon configuration of the survival team, so that he could bypass or break them down one by one. Both skills were very useful. Chen Yu did not want to give up either one right now. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu chose to take them all. He turned again and left the cell. This commotion naturally attracted Lin Xiaoxia's attention. She opened her eyes and witnessed Chen Yu leaving, somewhat unsure. Is this a temporary reprieve? Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but think this way. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was value in being soft after all. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the young girl poor. When she escaped, she must find someone to come back and take revenge on research Chen Yu. The next moment, noisy sounds interrupted Lin Xiaoxia's imagination, only to see Chen Yu once again return to the narrow cell, and behind him was Gu Yanyan whose skin was even more gray. Roar! Accompanied by Gu Yanyan's hiss, Lin Xiaoxia once again collapsed to the ground. She never expected that instead of temporarily letting her off the hook, Chen Yu had gone to find Gu Yanyan ready to eat her. The water and ham just now weren't handouts either. They were her severed meals. She braced herself and tried to get up, but her 2 trembling legs wouldn't listen to her, and instead she bumped into the glass in front of her. The glass cracked into pieces with a pop, instantly drawing more hisses from Gu Yanyan. Don't kill me. I'm afraid of the pain. Lin Xiaoxia's voice was tinged with tears. I beg you, don't let Gu Yanyan eat me. I really know I'm wrong. Chen Yu ignored Lin Xiaoxia's pleas and reached out to rip open Gu Yanyan's clothes, revealing her gray skin, ready to commit himself one more time. As a zombie that focused on sustainability, he didn't intend to move Lin Xiaoxia today. 1 kanchi later. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host performed the act of Wei Kuan in the presence of a human, without hiding his primitive desires, achieving the level B achievement of human ex-criminal, plus 2 evolutionary points. Chen Yu immediately brightened up. To actually obtain 2 evolution points at once was an unprecedented first. He took a closer look and an achievement bar actually stood up next to the skill tree. The achievement column was divided into 3 rows, upper, middle and lower, with each row containing 9 achievements each, corresponding to the S, A and B levels. Currently, you can't see the names of the S and A ranked achievements, while the B ranked achievements include Soldier Boy, Crescent Moon, 7 captures of Mengwu, and so on, in addition to the already unlocked human offenders, 7 captures and so on. Chen Yu only glanced at them slightly, and knew the gold content of these achievements, which the moral bottom line and mental quality of the average person simply could not accomplish. But right now there's no rush to unlock the achievement. There were now a total of 3 skill points, enough to learn stony skin, brain tinkering, and sharp vision. Chen Yu gently tapped his finger to the skill panel. In the next moment, Chen Yu lost all colors before his eyes. Just when Chen Yu thought that something had gone wrong with his sharp vision, there was a sudden tingling sensation near the originally numb eye sockets, like countless tiny electric currents jumping across the surface of the eyeballs. Soon, his vision gradually became clearer, and the originally blurred details of the distance were now visible. Even the fine fluff on Lin Xiaoxia's body was clearly visible. Chen Yu blinked, marveling in his heart. The effect of acute vision far exceeded his expectations, and it always felt less like the system was patching up the personality of the zombies, and instead more like it was creating new humans. After feeling the effects of sharp vision, Chen Yu's inner sense of anticipation for stony skin grew even higher. With a thought, his originally pale skin quickly turned dark brown, and its texture became rough and hard, like it was covered with a layer of thick rock. Is this cell wall that hard? Seeing the skin that was like a stone, Chunyu felt like he had returned all of his biological knowledge to his teachers. He picked up the glass shard that Lin Xiaoxia had shattered and poked it hard into his arm, and the glass shard immediately turned into powder. Chenyu's eyes widened as his heart was filled with shock. An object as sharp as a shard of glass became powder. Not to mention other common weapons. As long as the tech guys at Linhai University hadn't come up with a long-range weapon from their labs, he was invincible in the school. Thinking of this, Chenyu did not move and glanced at Lin Xiaoxia, only to see Lin Xiaoxia leaning limply against the wall, obviously shocked by what he had just seen. Perhaps it was the effect of the brain repair skill. He was instantly struck by an idea and carried the stiff Gu Yanyan out of the cell. Chapter 9. I laugh at Chenyu's lack of planning. Lin Xiaoxia's entire body was confused. Just now, she really thought she was going to die. After all, there was the precedent of Li Xiaoming being fed to a zombie by Chenyu in front of her, and when Chenyu brought the zombie Gu Yanyan over, Lin Xiaoxia didn't have the slightest doubt that she was going to be eaten by Gu Yanyan as a snack. She chose to close her eyes and wait for death. But when she couldn't feel the pain for a long time and tentatively opened her eyes, she realized that Chenyu and Gu Yanyan were staging a zombie version of a live show. There was no doubt that this was good news for her. At the very least she wouldn't have to die for a while. But Lin Xiaoxia still couldn't understand Chenyu's thinking. After thinking hard about it, she could only blame it on the fact that there was something wrong with the zombie's brain. Even a special intelligence-type zombie like Chenyu could not get rid of the zombie's inherent intellectual deficiencies. Immediately after that, Lin Xiaoxia saw Chenyu's action of stabbing his skin with glass. She hadn't regained her senses from the Spring Palace drama when Chenyu actually picked up a sharp glass shard and stabbed himself in the arm without hesitation. Lin Xiaoxia had some understanding of the strength of zombie flesh and knew that the hardness of an ordinary zombie's skin was no different from that of a human. Just when she thought that Chenyu's skin would be scratched, she saw that Chenyu's skin had turned a bizarre brown color, as if it was covered with a hard, stony shell. The next moment, the sharp shards of glass hit the brown skin and instantly turned into glass powder. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but open her small mouth. She had originally thought that Chenyu was just an intelligent zombie, but she didn't expect that Chenyu's physical strength was actually so perverted as well. Her legs couldn't help but weaken, and her entire body slumped helplessly against the cold wall, her two slender legs curled up in front of her chest, her entire body shrinking into a ball. What can be done about this? As long as Chenyu was in this cage, she would never be able to escape. Lin Xiaoxia was a bit desperate, so she had to put her hopes on the ethereal gods, immeasurable heavenly Father, Amitabha Buddha, Amen. No matter which gods, please let Chenyu leave. Miraculously, the gods seemed to actually hear her prayers, only to see Chenyu slowly turn around, carrying the naked Gu Yanyan, through the iron door on the left side of the cell, out of Lin Xiaoxia's line of sight. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't believe her eyes. Chenyu actually did leave. After being ecstatic, Lin Xiaoxia reacted. Chenyu was taking Gu Yanyan to obscenity. She had 2.5 hours to try and escape the cage. She had to seize the opportunity and act quickly. Her eyes swept across the floor and found the King of Kings ham hock that had been used to humiliate her. She quickly picked up the ham hock, tore open the package, and wolfed it down. Although the flavor wasn't really good, for Gu Yanyan who hadn't eaten for 2 days, this was already a rare delicacy. She had to replenish her strength for the next challenge. After eating the ham sausage, Lin Xiaoxia felt that her body had slightly regained some strength. She stood up and carefully checked her surroundings, trying to confirm her position. The cell was not very spacious, surrounded by discarded clutter, with an iron door to the left and right, the mottled paint and rust on the door looking particularly harsh. Lin Xiaoxia's heartbeat accelerated. She knew that the iron door on the right was a desperate path, and there were zombies behind it that Chenyu had deliberately prepared. Not long ago, Li Xiaoming had been shut behind that iron door by Chenyu with her own eyes, before letting out a mournful scream and eventually dying. She tiptoed over to the iron door on the left and gently pushed it open, the shaft of the door making a slight creaking sound that stung in the silence. Lin Xiaoxia held her breath, afraid that she would see Chenyu's scarlet eyes behind the door, and then be eaten by a large group of zombies in the midst of his sardonic laughter. It's a good thing this horrific scenario didn't happen. Behind the door was a long hallway with only green emergency lights flickering, adding an eerie atmosphere to the entire space. Lin Xiaoxia carefully walked into the corridor, her footsteps as light as a cat's. The deeper the corridor went, the more familiar she became with the surroundings ahead of her. Classrooms on either side, signs on the walls, papers and miscellaneous items scattered on the floor, and portraits of the building's donors. Lin Xiaoxia reacted instantly. This is the Shaw building. It was just that the escape tower was so high that she couldn't be sure which floor she was on for the moment. Pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, the large 17 letters made Lin Xiaoxia slightly stunned. Never in a million years did she expect that Chenyu would just lock her up in the utility room on the 17th floor, and she didn't react until now. Lin Xiaoxia's heart surged with a wave of complex emotions, both anger towards Chunyu and helplessness towards her own situation. She looked up out the window. A bright moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light spilling over every corner of the campus. It was only then that Lin Xiaoxia realized in hindsight that it was already nighttime, and a whole day had passed since she and Li Xiaoming had passed out. Her mind was instantly mixed. Unable to lament the passage of time, she quickly adjusted her mind and tiptoed through the window to observe the situation outside. From her perch, she saw that both the cafeteria and dormitory building 8 were lit up as if it were business as usual. At once, Lin Xiaoxia's heart was full of mixed feelings. Dormitory building number 8 was the girls' dormitory building, where her dormitory was located. If she had chosen to skip school and sleep during the zombie outbreak yesterday, perhaps she wouldn't have had the 2-day ordeal. A wave of mixed emotions welled up in her heart at the thought, but she quickly pushed those thoughts down, telling herself that now was not the time for regrets. The most important thing now is to live. She whispered encouragement to herself. Adjusting her mindset, she walked as lightly as possible on her feet to the familiar elevator. Still, the sight before her nearly made her scream. It was exactly the same as it had been in the morning, still strewn with zombie and human bodies. The ground was bloodstained. Limbs and arms were everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and decay. Lin Xiaoxia's stomach lurched, but she resisted the urge to vomit. She already couldn't vomit in the morning, and after another day of not eating proper food in the past, she had to save some energy for herself. She carefully stepped around the body on the floor, her eyes scanning around, trying to find anything she could use. In the next moment, her eyes swept over the 24 cell phones scattered on the floor and she suddenly froze. Cell phones? Lin Xiaoxia finally reacted. I'm afraid that the phone call I received in the morning was made by Chinyu, and the zombies on the 17th floor are also Chunyu's ghosts, and the boys died with the zombies or Chunyu's ghosts. From start to finish, this was all in Chunyu's plan. Although Chunyu still had his sanity, he was already an uncompromising zombie in terms of thinking, which was very dangerous. She forced herself to calm down and quickly bent down to pick up a cell phone that belonged to some unlucky boy. Luckily, the cell phone still has a signal. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, feeling that Chenyu wasn't thinking of everything. The cell phone here had helped Chenyu deceive her and Li Xiaoming during the day, and now it had become a tool for her to escape. She quickly opened her address book and called her suitors as she remembered. There were still quite a few scattered zombies coiled underneath the Yifu building, and even if Chenyu was not there was no way for her to escape to safety alone. Beep beep beep, the number you have dialed is turned off. Beep beep beep, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. One phone number after another could not be reached, and Lin Xiaoxia's mood gradually fell to the bottom. She'd had a lot of suitors, but the one she remembered the number of was now the only one left. If this phone number doesn't work again, she's going to have to. Lin Xiaoxia fiercely snuffed out her thoughts. She forced herself not to think about the consequences and dialed the last number with some trembling. Hello? You are? The boy on the other side of the phone seemed a little confused. The phone actually connected. Chapter 10, The Tried and True Pure Love Warrior. Lin Xiaoxia was practically crying tears of joy. I'm Lin Xiaoxia. I'm trapped in the escape tower. Can you come and save me? She hurriedly seized the opportunity while trying to recall the name of this suitor, which seemed to be Sun Xiaochuan. Lin Xiaoxia? Where are you now? The zombie crisis is so strong. You have to take care of yourself. The boy on the other end of the line clearly connected the name to the goddess he had licked and looked surprised. Mr. Sun Xiaochuan, I'm trapped by a zombie on the 17th floor of the Shaw building. Can you come and save me? Lin Xiaoxia hurriedly seized the opportunity and said in a pitiful manner. Now Sun Xiaochuan is her last straw. Without someone to meet her, she can't leave Yifu building with just her own strength. Well, Sun Xiaochuan on the other end of the phone was clearly happy to answer, even raising his voice an octave. Xiaoxia, don't be afraid. We're in the girls' dormitory now, and we'll send someone over to rescue you in the morning. You hold on. You must wait for me. Lin Xiaoxia's heart instantly settled down when she heard his promise. No matter how bad the conditions were in the girls' dormitory today, it had to be better than the situation she was in now. But associating it with the monster Chen Yu, she still couldn't help but remind the opposite side of the phone. Mr. Xiaochuan, you must bring more people. A mutated zombie has appeared here. It's very dangerous. Sun Xiaochuan on the other side of the phone, however, appeared unconcerned, and there was even a hint of smugness in his tone. Don't worry, Xia. I have the compound bow I bought when I joined the archery club in my hand. It's more than enough to deal with these zombies. By the way, let me tell you a good news. Su Wanting is also in the girls' dormitory right now, so you'll be able to meet up with her tomorrow. Hearing that Sun Xiaochuan had a compound bow in his hand, Lin Xiaoxia was slightly relieved inside. Compound bows, but they are the easiest cold weapon for a normal person to get their hands on. Not to mention the thin-skinned and stuffed human beings. Even the lions who are the dominant lions in Africa can't carry it if they eat an arrow. She hung up the phone, her insides coming alive. Chunyu would surely go crazy searching when he realized she had escaped, and she had to find a safe place to get through the night. Once she made it through the night, she would be completely safe. She tiptoed down the stairs to the 15th floor, pushed open the door to a classroom, and quickly ducked inside. The classroom was dim, with only the moonlight spilling in through the windows, reflecting her nervous face. She leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, whispering to cheer herself up. If I make it through tonight, I'll be free. Just make it through the night and I'll be safe. What Lin Xiaoxia doesn't know is that, in the shadows of the rooftop entrance, Chunyu watched her every move from beginning to end. Seeing Lin Xiaoxia hiding in the classroom, Chunyu did not have the slightest intention of stopping her. Chunyu, wasn't afraid of Lin Xiaoxia escaping, and he was happy to hear about escaping. In order to prepare a surprise for Lin Xiaoxia, he decided to go to the girls' dormitory. He was curious to know how Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting would look like when the two of them were facing each other. In the next moment, Chunyu walked to the edge of the rooftop, secretly activated the stony skin, and jumped down without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, his body hit the ground hard. The sound shook the sky like an earthquake. Chunyu patted the dust on his body and walked out from the large pit beneath him. The effect of stony skin was very good. His body was as hard as stone, unharmed. Just the soles of his feet were a bit numb. Instead, the sound of the jumping attracted a number of zombies in the neighborhood, who came at the sound and quickly left again in disappointment. After all, Chunyu wasn't human either, and the zombies had no interest in him. After briefly confirming his current defense, Chunyu took a big stride in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Soon after, Chunyu stopped at the side door of the cafeteria. The cafeteria has 3 floors. The main door hangs above the Linhai First Cafeteria for big gold letters. Even at night can be seen clearly. In a sense, he hadn't lied to Li Xiaoming and Lin Xiaoxia during the day. There were indeed survivors inside the cafeteria, and he had cleared out the zombies to establish order. Through the transparent window, Chunyu could see people inside. Some people were distributing food and others were patrolling on guard. There was even a simple command deck built out of dining tables in the center of the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, with a few people who looked like leaders standing on it. Chunyu found out during the daytime sunlight photosynthesis that the survivors in here were accepting the zombie virus at a ridiculously fast rate. Not only have they quickly adapted to the post-apocalyptic environment, they seem to have established a strict hierarchy. A few strong, athletic students used training equipment as weapons and became the Brahmins in the cafeteria. A few good-looking, well-groomed art students have become Kshatriyas by virtue of their looks and their sense of humor. The Brahmins not only took the Kshatriyas on a spree of import in the cafeteria, but also gave the task of patrolling to the unarmed Vaishyas, and of cooking to the Shudra, and practiced a great deal of hierarchy. This odd system made Chunyu cry out in an eye-opening manner. If Lin Xiaoxia went into the cafeteria, she might as well stay in his hands and be comfortable. At least he could still give Lin Xiaoxia a hard time after the resentment inside him was dispersed. After hesitating for a moment, Chunyu still decided to go to the girls' dormitory first. The group of survivors in the cafeteria was simply a rabble. Even if they were left alone, they definitely wouldn't be able to become anything big. Dealing with the survivors in the girls' dormitory first was the right thing to do. He bypassed the cafeteria and walked briskly toward the girls' dormitory. Unsurprisingly, the entrance to the girls' dormitory has been pulled up with a simple barbed wire fence, and the dormitory windows on the lower floors have been completely nailed shut with wooden boards, obviously a modification made to block the zombie attack. What's more, the girls' dormitory is the best dormitory building in Linhai University with the best accommodation. A single dormitory with attached bath, a total of 16 floors, in contrast to the low and shabby boys' dormitory. For the average zombie, it was a pipe dream to enter this girls' dormitory building, but the good thing was that it was Chunyu who was attacking the building now. He circled around the dormitory building and successfully found a dead center of vision, which was hidden from view by the branches of a large tree. The effect of body mastery gave him the capital to take him by surprise. No one would even think that a walker would climb the window. Climbing all the way to the 5th floor, Chunyu tumbled into the window. Clunk! The glass made a shattering sound. Chunyu stood still for a moment, wanting to make sure that the sound had drawn attention. Instead of sharp footsteps, however, he heard a low moan. He was instantly curious. Walking over in the direction of the groan, I saw a man and a woman pulling at each other. The woman was enjoying herself. The yellow hair on the man's head also fit his behavior at the moment. It's the protein consumption in the body that is estimated to be high. I knew you, asshole, didn't have a good heart. In the middle of the night, you had to make me accompany you on patrol. But I heard that Sun Xiaochuan picked up Lin Xiaoxia's phone call and the whole thing was soul-crushing, so we're just getting back at him in advance. Yellow hair didn't finish his words. He looked incredulously at the pale palm that passed through his chest and died without making any sound. Hey, that's a lot of curiosity. Chen Yu wiped the bloodstains on his hands with the two men's clothes and shook his head. As a staunchly pure love zombie, he was absolutely unable to look at Yellow Hair's behavior. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has killed an adult male human. Experience value plus 10 inch. Ding! Congratulations host. Suzhou killed an adult female human. Experience value plus 5 inch. The system's prompt came late. Chen Yu glanced at the system panel and was still 77 experience points short of upgrading. He lost interest. Tonight's goal was clear. Find Su Wanting and bring her back to the small dark room. Chapter 11. I'm not a human being. Following the scent in his memory, Chen Yu walked up to the 7th floor silently. The scent of Su Wanting in the air around him grew stronger and stronger, eventually guiding him to the door of dormitory 8709. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and kicked it so hard that the door panel fell with a dull thud. The dormitory was a mess. The bed was piled high with all kinds of lace clothing, and a few red twine strings were scattered randomly on the bedsheets. There was no doubt that Su Wanting wasn't in bed. Chen Yu's gaze quickly swept across the room, quickly locking onto the bathroom that was still emitting the sound of running water. The frosted glass of the bathroom was misted with water, and the sound of the shower was mixed with the rustle of clothing rubbing against it. The sound of water stops abruptly. Who is it, making so much noise? Looking for death? A female voice tinged with anger came from the bathroom. Chen Yu did not respond, nor was he angered by Su Wanting's scolding, but instead looked towards the bathroom door with interest. He wanted to see how Su Wanting would react when she realized that the zombies were blocking the door. It was good that Su Wanting didn't let him down. Bang! Su Wanting aggressively slammed the bathroom door from the inside. Her body was wrapped in a towel, her long, damp hair hanging over her shoulders, shampoo foam dripping down the ends into the hollows of her collarbone, her cheeks slightly flushed from the heat, and a look of obvious displeasure in her eyes. Su Wanting's gaze landed on the door panel of the dormitory that had been kicked down, and she first froze, then looked at Chen Yu standing next to her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Aha! The zombies are coming! Su Wanting screamed and panicked as she ran back to the bathroom, fumbling around, trying to find a weapon that could defend herself. However, aside from toiletries and towels, there was hardly anything in the dormitory that could be used for defense. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed a hairdryer off to the side and held it tightly in her hand, as if that would give her a sense of security. Chen Yu let out a scornful laugh and casually waved his hand at the hairdryer. The hairdryer in Su Wanting's hand was instantly knocked down, and along with it, her entire body sat down on the ground. Remember me? Su Wanting student. Chen Yu looked at Su Wanting condescendingly, rather feeling the pleasure of having his revenge avenged. Yesterday's revenge is avenged today. The 3 schoolgirls who left him behind are now all in his hands. Chen Yu was calculating in his mind whether or not to bring Su Wanting back to her cell and lock her up with Lin Xiaoxia. He imagined the scene when the two of them met, especially a royal schoolgirl like Su Wanting, standing together with the petite Lin Xiaoxia, looking at each other dry-eyed. The scene must be very interesting. Of course, if Su Wanting herself was insensitive, if she had to yell and scream during transportation and attract unnecessary trouble, he would have no choice but to consider turning her into a corpse and bringing her back to Lin Xiaoxia to see. You're Chen Yu. You can actually talk? Su Wanting stammered, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Her impression of Chen Yu was still stuck in yesterday morning, when Chen Yu had just been infected by Gu Yanyan's bite, and it was a toss-up whether he could turn into a zombie or not. As a result, in less than 2 days, Chen Yu found his way to her front, even remaining conscious and able to speak. Could it be that infected people don't always turn into zombies? Su Wanting couldn't help but have this thought pop up in her mind. It doesn't matter. Do you want to live? MS. Su Wanting? Chen Yu stepped on Su Wanting's bath towel with his left foot and impatiently interrupted Su Wanting's speculations. Su Wanting was now too frightened to speak, and could only nod her head repeatedly, fearing that the slightest hesitation on her part would result in killing her. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. It was naturally best if Su Wanting was willing to cooperate. He couldn't wait to see what expression would be on Gu Yanyan's face. Just as Chen Yu was about to pack Su Wanting away, the corner of his eye swept the hope in Su Wanting's eyes. Chen Yu was immediately alert. The next moment, a slight stinging pain came from his back, as if he had been stung by a mosquito. Subconsciously, he reached behind his back and his fingers touched a cold metal object, an iron arrow, to be precise. The arrow penetrated the clothes on his body, but did not pierce his skin. Chen Yu turned back his head in confusion, only to see a fat man who lived like the main course of a blessed banquet was standing not far away, his hand holding a compound bow, his eyes full of fear and anxiety, with the faint yet familiar odor. Chen Yu identified this fat man's name almost instantly. Sun Xiaochuan, that savior that Lin Xiaoxia had pinned high hopes on. That bitter master who had been cuckolded by the wild lovebirds on the 5th floor. Chen Yu did not hesitate and did not give Sun Xiaochuan any time to react. With a flash of his body, he instantly appeared in front of Sun Xiaochuan, and with a click, Sun Xiaochuan's neck was broken. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has killed an adult male human. Experience value plus 10 inch. Sun Xiaochuan's body fell softly to the ground, and the compound bow in his hand fell with it. Chen Yu looked at the corpse with some disgust, and as usual, wiped the grease on his hands with the clothes of the deceased himself. Originally, he still wanted to tell the bitter owner about the 5th floor wild lovebirds, but he did not expect that Sun Xiaochuan actually took the initiative to find the door, so it was really a waste of his good intentions. He's dead? Su Wanting looked at the corpse on the ground and seemed a bit incredulous. Nonsense. When people are killed, they die. Don't you know that? Chen Yu looked at Su Wanting and seriously suspected that she had turned into a cutie because of overstimulation. He's just a sucker for silly sweetness, and he's not interested in cuties. Can't be interested. Why did you kill him? Su Wanting did not seem to understand yet and still froze as she pursued Chen Yu. Chen Yu now understood. Su Wanting, which was subconsciously treating him as a human. Right now the end times have only been upon us for 2 days, and most people have yet to turn their minds around. Zombie cannibalism is common. Human killing hasn't been much of an example and is condemned. However, Chen Yu was not interested in popularizing the knowledge of the end times to Su Wanting. He just tore off a piece of meat from Sun Xiaochuan's body rather disgustingly and put it into his mouth to chew on it. This time Su Wanting finally reacted. What stood before her was not some vicious criminal, but a zombie no less. There's no reasoning with zombie cannibalism. No, don't eat me. Su Wanting's voice trembled, almost squeezed out of her throat with a hint of pleading. She broke free from the towel with her hands on the floor and desperately scooted back until her back was against the cold bathroom wall and there was no way back. The shower hose swayed slightly as she hit it, making a slight metallic clanging sound as if mocking her powerlessness. Relax. I'm not a bad guy. Chen Yu chewed the mutton in his mouth, surveyed Su Wanting's black hair scattered in front of her body like a waterfall, and comforted him aloud. I have to say, Whitey really throws. Su Wanting hurriedly nodded her head, pursed her lips tightly, and didn't dare to breathe, fearing that the sound of her breathing would become an excuse for Chen Yu to eat her. Chen Yu looked at her, a trace of thought flashing through his eyes. Su Wanting was so sensible. If she directly threw herself into the pile of zombies like Li Xiaoming did, it would be quite a waste when she thought about it. But he also couldn't let Su Wanting have a chance to escape or make a sound. He had to think of a way to control her. He looked around and his eyes quickly landed on Su Wanting's bed. The props prepared by Su Wanting were complete, so there was no need for him to go to great lengths to find them. Chen Yu yanked over the red rope on the bed, this time using a double set of knots. The loop of rope wrapped around Su Wanting's swan-like neck, crossed above her sternum in an X shape, and finally tied her wrists back behind her waist. The tying method was still something he'd learned on some little website that supposedly forced the bound person to straighten their spine, and it seemed to be working pretty well for now. Su Wanting's body trembled slightly, but she didn't dare to resist, and could only let Chen Yu do whatever he wanted. You hurry. Su Wanting's voice was tinged with pleading, and her cheeks were tinted with blush, as if she was a peach blossom in its first bloom. She couldn't even figure out what state Chen Yu was in now. There was no way to know whether he was a mutated zombie with sanity or an awakened person who had awakened his psychic abilities. Chen Yu ignored Su Wanting's pleas. The rope wrapped around Su Wanting's various joints, strangling out a shallow red mark, but adding a bit more fragile beauty. After tying, Chen Yu stood up, carefully scrutinized his work, and then nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, once you're born, twice you're born. He felt that his skills in tying people up were getting more and more skillful, and he was no better than a small circle of rope masters. But just tying it up won't do it. Chen Yu casually picked up the towel at the edge of the bed and roughly stuffed it into Su Wanting's mouth so that Su Wanting would not cry out. Ooh-hoo. Su Wanting only felt a foreign object stuffed into her throat, whimpering and trying to make a sound. But Chen Yu didn't care about that much. He quickly drew up the bedsheet and wrapped Su Wanting's entire body as a dumpling. The fabric of the bedsheet was soft and thick, covering Su Wanting's body while preventing her from being unnecessarily harmed during the process of being carried. After doing all this, Su Wanting had finally become a portable courier that could be easily transported to the escape tower's cells. Chen Yu carried his own express, quite a sense of pride out of the 8709 dormitory, and then froze at the door. It's full of students out there, all female universities, to be precise. The crowd surrounded the 8709 dormitory in 3 circles, and those who didn't know thought that Chen Yu was the survivor surrounded by zombies. Several girls were holding Sun Xiaochuan's same type of crossbow tightly in their hands. The bowstring was taut and the arrows were already aimed at Chen Yu. And in front of the group of students was a female teacher in a wheelchair, about 20 or 89 years old. The schoolteacher was currently wearing a well-tailored dark blue trench coat with a slightly raised collar that framed a long and elegant neck. Seeing this scene, Chun Yu was very much out of his mind. This woman in the wheelchair he was very familiar with, was none other than Linhai University's well-known figure, Su Ling Yun, the associate professor of the acting department. He had planned to go to Su Ling Yun, who had already turned into a zombie, after some time, but he didn't expect that this beautiful teacher with ailments in her legs was actually still alive and well. Release the arrows. Accompanied by Su Ling Yun's command, several arrows broke through the air and headed straight for Chen Yu. In order not to accidentally hurt Chen Yu's shoulder express, the girls also deliberately avoided the position of the left shoulder. However, these arrows sped by, but the moment they hit Chen Yu's skin, they immediately deformed and fell to the ground powerlessly. The air was suddenly quiet. The schoolgirls were wide-eyed, disbelief written all over their faces. I don't know who shouted run. The crowd was in chaos, swarming towards the elevator and the stairway to escape, no matter how loud the female teacher commanded, but to no avail. Chen Yu stood in place, only feeling that this farce had come inexplicably. He just stood here and didn't move, and an operation against him inexplicably collapsed. But these panicked fleeing girls are not to be taken lightly. In his eyes, this was all experience value delivered to his door, and it would be a waste not to take it. He first bent down and gently placed Su Wanting, who was wrapped into a dumpling in his hands, on the ground, moving gently, lest Su Wanting hiccuped before she was transported to the cell. Then came the moment of killing. However, this time, Chen Yu did not treat Sun Xiaochuan and the pair of wild lovebirds like a direct black tiger, but instead chose to infect the group of girls into zombies. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have upgraded. Current level is 3. Without realizing it, Chen Yu had actually upgraded. At this moment, most of the girls had been turned into stiffly moving zombies, while a few lucky ones had escaped to other floors via the elevator. The only ones still remaining on the 7th floor right now were a group of students who were clustered around Su Ling Yun. Since Su Ling Yun's wheelchair couldn't squeeze into the elevator, these students surrounding her likewise fell to the end. A trace of coldness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes as he rushed towards the elevator entrance without hesitation. You guys run first. Don't mind me. This walker is targeting me. Su Ling Yun's complexion moved slightly, realizing how extraordinary Chen Yu was. Upon hearing this, the girls surrounding Su Ling Yun turned around and fled with tears in their eyes and gritted their teeth. Chen Yu did not deliberately chase after these girls as he slowly walked to Su Ling Yun. Why aren't you afraid? Chen Yu was curious. This was the first time he had seen someone who wasn't afraid to die. Su Ling Yun was calm, as if she had anticipated Chen Yu's opening speech. Roar! Hungry! Eaters! A girl who had just turned into a zombie walked towards Su Ling Yun's side and was instantly met with a merciless kick from Chen Yu. But even so, Su Ling Yun still didn't have any intention of opening her mouth. Now Chen Yu was a bit unhappy. He came close to Su Ling Yun's face, stuck out his tongue, and directly licked at his cheek. The wet touch made Su Ling Yun shiver and her stomach turn over. She pushed her wheelchair violently to try to back up, but she hit the closed elevator door. Are you crazy? Chen Yu, however, just laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the empty corridors, making it particularly harsh. I thought you couldn't talk. Teacher, the post-apocalyptic era is the time when the bottom line of morality is breached by human nature. As a zombie, he had even less need to abide by human morality. Chen Yu yanked Su Ling Yun and carried her on his shoulders. Teacher, that said, you and Su Wanting both have the surname Su, so there shouldn't be any blood relationship. Chapter 12 Soldier Boy. This question was not an impromptu one for Chen Yu, but a doubt he had long had. Only he didn't know anyone before and had no way to inquire. Now that he had become a zombie who did whatever he wanted, he naturally wanted to clear up the doubts in his mind. However, Su Ling Yun, who had lost her wheelchair, continued to say nothing, looking like an underground worker who looked at death as if she was at home. Without the slightest intention of answering his question, Chen Yu was not angry. He has always been forgiving of his evolutionary points. He just silently walked to the entrance of the 8709 dormitory, then carried Su Wanting, who had a towel stuffed in her mouth, along with him and walked towards the rooftop. Time is short and the task is heavy. Tonight on the rooftop, he was going to complete 2 achievements at once. The night was deep, and the moonlight sprinkled on the stairwell like water, reflecting Chen Yu's hasty figure. He ascended to the roof, casually putting down the 2 Su beauties. Chen Yu walked towards the edge of the roof without looking back. The night wind whistled, and Su Ling Yun sat paralyzed on the cold concrete surface, feeling a little chilly. Woohoo! The gagged Su Wanting struggled to make a sound. As her body was tightly wrapped by the bedsheet, she could only desperately twist her body, signaling Su Ling Yun on the side to free herself. Su Ling Yun sighed slightly and leaned her body forward, reaching out to take out the towel that was stuffed in Su Wanting's mouth. Su Wanting immediately gasped for air, feeling the long-lost fresh air, but her expression was very low. Auntie, what should we do? Su Ling Yun didn't respond immediately, but only reached out and unwrapped the bedsheet wrapped around Su Wanting's body. The sheet was quickly untied and Su Wanting's naked body was revealed. Her hands were tightly tied behind her back with red ropes, and her legs were folded and bound with the same red ropes, and her whole body was in the shape of a four-legged horse. Su Wanting's face instantly turned red with shame and indignation. She lowered her head, almost crying. Auntie, let's run away. Su Ling Yun still shook her head and skillfully untied the rope on Su Wanting's body. Wanting, your classmate named Chen Yu is not an ordinary zombie. The only reason he didn't kill us right away was because he wanted to enjoy the thrill of a cat chasing a mouse. We won't be able to run away. Su Wanting was struck by lightning. In her mind, her aunt Su Ling Yun had always been the most level-headed person, but now she had uncharacteristically said such negative words. But auntie, are we just going to sit around and wait for death? I don't want to die, much less by him. Su Ling Yun did not respond again, but instead looked at Chen Yu who was standing at the edge of the roof. At this moment, Chen Yu had his back turned to the two Su beauties and had absolutely no intention of stopping the two from plotting loudly. He simply looked up at the full moon in the sky and gritted his teeth as he began to cast the spell. I really don't know how Azu did this kind of hard work. He felt like he was going to be impotent. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has accomplished the Crescent Moon Sky Rush achievement, plus 2 evolution points. Chen Yu opened the panel again and the attributes were very different. Name Chen Yu. Rank, 3, Zombie Pouncer. Generally can hunt down humans on their own. Strength, 21, bite force beyond human imagination. It's not a problem to go through steel plates in a day. Skill, 18, martial arts novels and the inner strength to engage in masters. Flying eaves and walls in no time. Speed, 11, 8 seconds for 100 meters. Far ahead of Bolt. Mental strength, 18, the Einstein of zombies. Hunger level, 99 out of 100, treats human flesh like dirt. Experience, 28 out of 1000. Evolution points, 2. Skills, body mastery, photosynthesis, keen sight, keen sense of smell, stony skin, brain tinkering. Skimming over the data panel, Chen Yu looked directly at the skill tree below. Mind control, control up to a maximum of no more than a mental power point of walkers through well-developed cerebral nerves and spinal signalers. This skill consumes 2 evolution points. Virus gland, creates glands that store zombie viruses, and can freely regulate the virus content on the surface of teeth and nails. This skill consumes 2 evolution points. Sharp hearing, drastically strengthen the cochlea cells, so that you have a bat level of hearing. The sound of human breathing in your ears nothing to hide. Chen Yu did not hesitate to choose, mind control. What kind of international joke is this? The remaining 2 skills are not on the same level as mind control at all. Without the ability to control the tide of corpses, he was only a mutated zombie anymore, and would be dragged down by the sheer number of humans. With the ability to control the tide of corpses, he was the king of the zombies, and the number of humans, no matter how large, would be nothing more than feeding him minions. The next moment, the world in front of Chen Yu was different. He felt as if his consciousness was being pulled by an invisible force, gradually extending out. It felt as if his mind had turned into an invisible thread, slowly spreading out in all directions, touching everything around him. He saw Su Wanting and Su Ling Yun not far away, saw the zombies and humans in the girls' dormitory, saw the zombies wandering downstairs and further away, saw the zombies in the girls' dormitory, saw the zombies in the girls' dormitory, saw the zombies in the girls' dormitory, saw the zombies wandering downstairs and further away. The zombies downstairs and farther away are constantly roaming. As his mind moved, his thoughts instantly transformed into silk threads connecting the 10 or so zombies downstairs. Chen Yu then ordered them to rush towards the girls' dormitory before his gaze shifted to the 2 beauties not far away. The description of the mind control skill only says that it can control zombies. It doesn't mention being able to control humans, but he does see both zombies and humans now. So does that mean he can control humans as well? Say it and do it. Chen Yu tried to focus his consciousness on the closest Su Ling Yun. In the next moment, an inexplicable force spread out from Su Ling Yun's circumference, and the thin thread of thought he had used to connect to Su Ling Yun directly snapped. Chen Yu instantly understood. He was right to want it, but it wasn't realistic. Mind control is relying on mental power to control the other side. The zombie brain is gone. Mental power is infinitely close to nothing. Naturally can be controlled at will, but human beings with a sense of autonomy will instinctively resist his control. With his current mental power, odds were that he wouldn't be able to forcefully control any living human being. Having figured this out, Chen Yu instantly had a new plan. It was true that he couldn't forcefully control the living now, but that wasn't necessarily true in the future. as long as the level rises high enough and the spiritual power is high to a certain extent. Controlling a few schoolgirls is still not a problem. Thinking of this, Shenyu immediately felt that his body was filled with energy, and he could accept even 996 blessings. He looked to the viral gland skill and felt that his endeavor would have to start with obtaining it. As for the 2 vacant evolution points, Shenyu turned to look at the 2 beauties on the ground, automatically ignoring Su Wanting, who was crying and grimacing while draped in a bed sheet, and focused his gaze on Su Ling Yun. Women are like fine wine. The older they get, the better they taste. From the first moment he saw Su Ling Yun, he thought of that achievement, Soldier Boy. Su Ling Yun and Shenyu looked at each other with 4 eyes and only felt a little hairy inside. Shenyu's eyes did not only have ice coldness, but also an almost crazy possessiveness and twisted pleasure, as if both she and Su Wanting were just playthings to be used for pleasure. She was not afraid to die, but she was afraid of dying worthless and humiliated. People have to die, or heavier than MT, tie, or lighter than a feather. She would rather die a sensational death in the fight against the zombie corpse tide than to live on like a plaything in Chenyu's hands. If she was raped and insulted by someone like Chenyu, then she could not wash her hands even if she jumped into the Yellow River. But Chenyu's gaze made her realize that she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to die with a bang. Chenyu approached step by step, and for the first time in her life, she hated her 2 disabled legs. If her legs were intact, she would have run to the edge of the building's roof without hesitation and leapt to end Chenyu's obsession. Suddenly, Su Ling Yun looked at Chenyu. I know it's useless to preach morality with people like you who rape, but I'll make a deal with you. You let Wanting go. She is my descendant. I'll take your revenge for her. After saying that, she pushed Su Wanting, who was standing by the side, and signaled her to hurry up and leave. Su Wanting was at a loss, not understanding her aunt's intentions at all. The one who just said she couldn't escape was her aunt, and now the one who said she should let her escape was also her aunt. So what the hell was she supposed to do? Wow, Mr. Su, so you guys are really related. Chenyu raised his eyebrows in mock surprise, as if he hadn't just heard the conversation between the two. But Su Wanting-san can't leave. She and I still have a lot to talk about. He unceremoniously rejected Su Ling Yun's bargain. Are you kidding me? He wasn't going to let Su Wanting go for any reason. In the midst of the end times, he was the king who did whatever he wanted, and no one could take anything away from him. Su Ling Yun's face instantly became ugly. She did not expect Chenyu to reject it so directly, not even giving the slightest room for discussion. Right at this moment, Chenyu suddenly looked towards the stairway. Su Ling Yun was first stunned, then she also reacted. This was someone coming to save them. Accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, a group of students rushed up to the roof of the building aggressively, with a variety of weapons in their hands, looking very intimidating. However, Chenyu only felt that his eyes lit up, and the girl at the head actually did not lose to Su Ling Yun in terms of face value. Short hair and white coat, with the body and temperament of Mayano Shiho. But strangely enough, girls who were pretty to this level, Chenyu had never seen in any campus wild list. Xia Duyo, do it and leave us alone. Su Ling Yun yelled at the girls. Only then did Chenyu realize that this pretty girl was called Xia Duyao. Xia Duyao's brows wrinkled slightly as her gaze swept over Su Wanting and Su Ling Yun, a hint of difficulty showing on her face as she was clearly worried that her own means would accidentally injure them. Ahem, don't be so difficult. Chenyu let out a light laugh and took the initiative to take a few steps backward, distancing himself from the two Su beauties. His tone was relaxed, as if he were flirting with an inconsequential game. In order to give everyone present a little physical shock, Chenyu decided to eat the means prepared by Xia Yuyao the hard way. He had absolute confidence in himself that even if he jumped from an 18-story building, he wouldn't break a layer of skin. No matter what Xia Yuyao had prepared, it was nothing more than tickling him. Come on, let's see what you've got. Before Chenyu's words fell, Xia Duyo had already pulled out a device shaped like a grenade and threw it towards Chenyu without hesitation. The device drew an arc in the air, heading straight for Chenyu's chest. Chenyu was shocked, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Although the explosion of the grenade could not cause any substantial damage to a mutant zombie like him, this thing was fragmentation damage, and the shockwave of the explosion and the splattered fragments would most likely injure Su Ling Yun and Su Wanting, who were standing not far away. If anything went wrong with them, he'd be at a loss even if he brought Xia Duyao back to her cell. The grenade accurately hit Chenyu's body with a dull thud, and then cracked. However, the expected explosion did not occur. A bright white powder and red rust-like substance erupted from the device, quickly sticking to Chenyu's skin. Chenyu froze for a moment. The next moment, he remembered. Even though he was now a zombie, he hadn't returned his chemistry knowledge to his high school teacher. This white stuff is magnesium powder and the red is rust. Fe 304 plus 4 Mg3 Fe plus 4 MgO. Boom! A low popping sound rang out, and Chenyu's body instantly burst into flames. The flames were like a fiery dragon that quickly engulfed his body. and the blazing heat caused the air around him to become distorted. The chemical reaction between the magnesium powder and the rust produced an extremely terrifying heat, and the color of the flame gradually changed from orange-red to a blinding white, as if even the air was ignited. This fire can melt iron plates, right? Su Wanting's voice trembled as she subconsciously grabbed Su Ling Yun's arm. We all have 9 years of compulsory education and naturally know how horrible the incendiary exothermic formula is, but any normal carbon-based creature would have to be turned into a pile of black charcoal. Su Ling Yun did not say anything, only staring closely at Chen Yu, who was wrapped in flames. She had always been cautious in her work and had to see Chen Yu's body before she could rest assured. However, Chen Yu in the flames was not burned to ashes as they expected. The flames raged over him, but were unable to cause any substantial damage to him. His skin was slightly reddened under the heat, but it wasn't scorched, not even a single scar. That's it? Chen Yu's voice came from the flames with a hint of mockery and disdain. He slowly raised his hand and gently patted the flames on his body, as if dusting it off. The flames gradually extinguished under his movements and eventually disappeared completely, leaving only a wisp of green smoke floating in the air. Xia Yuyao's brows instantly tightened. She did not expect that her carefully prepared improvised incendiary bombs would be useless against Chen Yu, but she was not an indecisive girl, and immediately took out another grenade. Since quality doesn't work, we'll win by quantity. She'd had as much explosive material on hand as she wanted after all those years of blackjobbing for her mentor at the lab. But Chen Yu wasn't happy about it. The incendiary bomb thing won't hurt him, but it'll burn his hair and ruin his personal image. He immediately rushed towards Xia Duyao, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of a group of students. Xia Duyao's pupils contracted violently when she saw Chen Yu's actions. Is this still a zombie? Not only was his physique so perverted that he couldn't even be hit by incendiary bombs, even his speed was so fast, not at all like the same species as those slow-moving brittle zombies outside. Realizing that things cannot be undone, she decisively gave up the idea of throwing a grenade at Chen Yu, and ran down the stairs without looking back. The group of girls blocking in front of Xia Duyao were instantly dumbfounded. They originally relied on Xia Duyao's reputation as a chemistry genius before they dared to come over to save the people, and they had agreed to girl help girl. But now the backbone suddenly left everyone behind and escaped. So what's going on? Chen Yu, on the contrary, did not go after the fleeing Xia Yuyao. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. He had memorized Xia Fuyao's scent. Linhai University was so big, Xia Fuyao couldn't escape. As for now, Chen Yu looked at the group of panicked girls as if he had seen a large amount of experience value. Chapter 13, MS. Su's death is a welcome sight. Ding, congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. Ding, congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. With the last girl who did not manage to escape being infected, Chen Yu glanced at the system panel. Experience, 118 out of 1000. The experience value needed to level up to level 4 had been doubled tenfold, and it was not possible to get it together in a moment. The smell of blood was strong all around. Although he deliberately tightened the strength of his hands, there were still some girls who became corpses straight away and didn't turn into zombies successfully. These zombies had just transformed and were not attracted to the 2 living people on the other side. Suddenly, Chen Yu's eyes lit up. One zombie was not bad looking, with glasses and a front and back figure. Chen Yu reached out his hand and nonchalantly grabbed at the fat area behind her. It was unexpectedly soft to the touch. Chen Yu could not help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. It's a pity that, just now only focused on the pursuit of speed, did not look closely at the looks, should have stayed to play well. Soon, though, that lament was quickly put behind him. Zombies have zombie benefits. For the zombies, he who had mastered mind control had absolute control. Chen Yu closed his eyes and with a movement of his mind, he instantly cut off the mental link with those zombies downstairs. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention to the group of recently transformed female zombies in front of him, re-establishing the connection and giving orders for them to go downstairs and hunt on their own. The female zombies turned stiffly at once and staggered toward the stairway. The steps of the staircase were uneven, and a few zombies lost their balance during their walk and fell face down on the stairs. But fortunately, the number of zombies was large enough that even if a few fell, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The walkers who descended first piled up on the stairs and gradually filled in the steps, creating a relatively smooth incline. Those who descended later then stepped on the incline and continued down. Chen Yu looked back at Su Ling Yun. Now that everything was in place, he was ready to get the Soldier Boy achievement done as soon as possible. The night was deep, and the moonlight sprinkled on Su Ling Yun's pale face, reflecting a hint of scorn and indifference. You will surely get your comeuppance for wantonly killing your fellow man. Humanity's thermal weapons are endlessly powerful. There are RPGs behind incendiary bombs, howitzers behind RPGs, and missiles and nukes behind howitzers. You think you can escape? Sooner or later you will be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history. At those words, Chunyu was happy. Su Ling Yun was indeed a hard bone, harder than both Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia, even cursing him at this time. But he wasn't afraid of hardcore, and he was glad when he heard there was one. Su Ling Yun counts as what would rather die than give in. Li Xiaomang is the one who is unrepentant, with PUA, moral abduction, and cursing before dying. Teacher Su, if you say that, will you hurt me too much? I'm not a human being in the first place. Chen Yu pretended to be aggrieved. Su Ling Yun didn't respond and just glared at him coldly. Chen Yu felt bored at once, playing terriers with no one responding, like a punch in the cotton. Forget it, Ms. Su, since you don't want to talk, let's communicate in another way. Chen Yu said it lightly, reaching out and ripping off the dark blue trenchcoat on Su Ling Yun. The trenchcoat slipped to the ground, revealing her thin clothing. Su Ling Yun subconsciously wanted to struggle, but the disability of her legs prevented her from moving at all, and she could only let Chen Yu manipulate her. Chen Yu effortlessly picked her up and walked to the edge of the roof, placing her at the edge and sitting her down towards the outside. Su Ling Yun's hands gripped the edge so tightly that her fingertips were white from the exertion, but she still clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making a single sound. She didn't know why Chen Yu knew the secret of her fear of heights, but she would rather fall from here than bother opening her mouth to compromise with Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood behind Su Ling Yun, his hands in his pockets, watching her reaction with interest. Finding out that Su Ling Yun was afraid of heights was just a surprise, but it was really fun to appreciate her fear. Please let the little ant go. She's not well, she'll catch a cold and fever this way. Su Wanting gathered her courage and walked behind Chen Yu, finding a very lame excuse. Chen Yu glanced at Su Wanting and said that a person who was only wrapped in a bedsheet was afraid that the person who was wearing clothes would catch a cold. This is an outrageous reason. There's no rush. Play with her. After saying that, Chen Yu reached out and pulled Su Ling Yun back from the edge of the roof. Su Wanting was stunned. A trace of surprise flashed through her heart, and even thought for a moment that Chen Yu was humane. However, her childish thoughts lasted only half a second, only to see Chen Yu grabbing both of Su Ling Yun's legs and violently lifting them, hanging her upper body outside the roof of the building. Su Ling Yun's body instantly lost its balance, and the entire person hung upside down in the air, with only her legs being held by Chen Yu in a death grip. Her upper body was completely suspended in the air, her feet were tens of meters in the air, and the night wind whistled by, blowing her clothes hunting. Su Ling Yun's body trembled uncontrollably as cold sweat slid down her forehead to the top of her head and dripped into the dark night sky. Ms. Su, I heard that you're in your 30s and you don't even have a boyfriend? Chen Yu asked with a feigned curiosity, his tone so deliberate that even Su Wanting who was on the side could hear the unkindness in it. Su Ling Yun didn't reply, only biting her lips to death to prevent herself from making a single sound. When Chen Yu saw that she did not reply, he turned his gaze to Su Wanting. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his eyes spoke for itself. He wanted Su Wanting to answer for Su Ling Yun. Su Wanting was chilled by Chen Yu's gaze and only felt that the sheets on her body were even less warm. She winced, her voice quivering. Little ant, she's 29 years old and hasn't ever had a boyfriend. When Chen Yu heard this, he felt a little tricky. He didn't expect Su Ling Yun to be so young, not even 30 years old. What's he going to do if this doesn't fulfill the soldier boy's achievement requirements? He can't go to the cafeteria and find the uninfected rice-pumping Amma. That's too heavy-handed. Chen Yu felt that he was better off eating something light. With a fierce push, his hand yanked Su Ling Yun back from the edge of the roof. Su Ling Yun fell heavily onto the cold concrete floor with a muffled sound, instantly turning pale as paper, her forehead covered in a fine cold sweat. Apparently, agoraphobia is not a good taste. However, even so, she still did not make a single sound, and did not even give Chen Yu her eyes, looking as if she was ready to die. Chapter 14, The Tomorrow's Arc Rapture. Chen Yu did not waste any time and directly squatted down to grab Su Ling Yun's ankle and took off her shoes. Su Ling Yun's feet were instantly exposed to the air, white as jade, with skin so delicate that it seemed to be able to transmit light. Her feet were long and well-proportioned, with lovely rounded toes and a few bruises hidden on the backs of her feet, which made them look extraordinarily tender. The most eye-catching thing was that her toenails were actually coated with a light pink nail polish, a soft color with a hint of girlish playfulness. Chen Yu couldn't help himself. His original impression of Su Ling Yun had always been an unsmiling, serious and stereotypical old woman, but he had never thought that she actually had such a side. Details like painting her nails give her a bit more of a sense of contrast and even look a bit cute. I didn't expect it. Mr. Su is quite affectionate, Chen Yu teased, a hint of teasing in his tone. Su Ling Yun remained silent, only slightly averting her head, as if she did not want Chen Yu to see the expression on her face. Su Wanting, who was standing by the side, saw Chen Yu's action and couldn't help but look down at her feet. Her feet were equally white, with plain nail polish on her toenails, but the soles of her feet had a thin layer of calluses, a symbol of her good fortune. Only the soles of feet that have never traveled before are free of any calluses. Chenyu's gaze moved away from Su Ling Yun's feet and smoothly used his nails to scratch her pants from the knees. The sound of fabric tearing seemed particularly harsh in the silent air, and Su Ling Yun's calf was then revealed. The skin is fair and delicate, the legs are long and straight, and you can hardly see any imperfections. If you have to find a bone in the egg, that is, the veins in the skin under the hidden, looks particularly soft. Due to the long-term lack of exercise, her legs do not have half of the muscle. Looks as if the slender as if a folded on the break. Mr. Su, I've heard that people who can't walk have to have their legs massaged on a regular basis, and with the zombie outbreak over the past 2 days, you certainly haven't received much in the way of massages, Chenyu said as he reached out and pressed on Su Ling Yun's calf. Su Ling Yun's skin felt unexpectedly good to the touch, soft and delicate, as if he could pinch out water. Feeling upwards along his calves, Chenyu touched Su Ling Yun's thighs and found that it was equally thin and almost devoid of any meat. He couldn't help but sigh, a hint of regret in his tone. Mr. Su, those legs of yours are really thin and long. It's a shame that you can't move them when you get sick. Su Ling Yun's legs were even 5 centimeters longer than Su Wanting's, and if they were not handicapped, how pleasing to the eye they would be. There are times when a leg play year is more than just an exaggeration. Su Ling Yun remained silent and slightly closed her eyes, as if she did not want to listen to Chenyu's words anymore. When Chenyu saw that she was silent, he suddenly turned his words around and completely changed his rhetoric. Mr. Su, let's make a deal. Su Ling Yun sniffed and laughed coldly, her tone filled with mockery. Oh, you suddenly have a conscience and are willing to let Wanting go? Chenyu shook his head nonchalantly, a hint of meaning in his tone. Mr. Su is quite considerate of his loved ones. Why won't he think more about himself? Su Ling Yun didn't respond, just looked at him coldly, her eyes full of wariness. Chenyu smiled and continued, I can cure your leg. When Su Ling Yun heard this, a flicker flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her tone was still cold, with a hint of mockery. There's no need to beat around the bush about what you're trying to say. My leg is the result of spinal cord nerve damage that no one in the world can cure. Perhaps it was because of the mention of her legs. Su Ling Yun spoke more in a rare manner, with a hint of imperceptible bitterness in her tone. When Chenyu heard this, he deliberately paused for a moment before revealing a meaningful smile. Hey, Mr. Su, you're wrong about that. He slowly stood up and looked condescendingly at Su Ling Yun, his tone revealing confidence. I'm not human. Healing your leg is just a minor problem for me. After a short period of silence, Su Ling Yun laughed coldly twice, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain in her voice. I don't need you to heal my leg. You just need to let Wanting go. Chenyu raised an eyebrow and the corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. It's not impossible. His words were out of Su Ling Yun's expectation, and instantly attracted the gazes of the 2 living people present. It's a deal. Nothing we can't talk about, Chenyu said slowly, his gaze darting back and forth between Su Ling Yun and Su Wanting. I can indeed let Su go, but what are you going to trade for it? Mr. Su, Su Wanting's breath became short when she heard these words. Her hands clutched the bedsheet on her body tightly. Although her instincts told her that the probability was that Chenyu was just playing a trick on her and Su Ling Yun, she could not help but have a trace of anticipation rise in her heart. She wanted to escape so badly that she was willing to hold on to even a glimmer of hope. Oh, what's your offer? Su Ling Yun's expression remained calm. She did not experience any fluctuations due to Chenyu's words, as she knew very well that the probability was that Chenyu was playing with words and would not let them leave easily at all. In other words, she had long since lost all hope of leaving alive and only wanted to protect Su Wanting out of instinct. Chenyu did not immediately answer Su Ling Yun's question, but suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Wanting, saying in a relaxed tone, Su, go away. Su Wanting froze, her entire body frozen in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Her legs felt like they were nailed to the ground, and she didn't dare to move a muscle, fearing that if she moved, she would give Chenyu an excuse to change his mind. Seeing that Su Wanting did not move, Chenyu lightly laughed with a hint of teasing in his tone. What? Su doesn't want to go? Or is it that you can't let go of me? When Su Wanting heard this, she subconsciously took a step back. She gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. She slowly turned around and walked towards the stairway. Her heart was still beating rapidly, and she didn't dare to turn her head back for fear that he would suddenly backtrack. However, until Su Wanting's figure disappeared, Chenyu had no intention of stopping her. He just stood still, hands in his pockets, his gaze playfully watching her back. It's still true that the monk can't run away from the temple. He had long since memorized Su Wanting's scent, and there was no way he would let go of this schoolgirl no matter what. After all, he had a real grudge against Su Wanting, first letting Su Wanting come back from the dead to feel the light, then bringing her back to hell again. Only then could he be considered truly vengeful. The night wind whistled past, messing up Su Ling Yun's hair. Chen Yu turned around and looked at Su Ling Yun with a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Ms. Su, I've completed what you asked for. Now isn't it time to talk about what I asked for?" Chapter 15. Listen. There were gunshots. Su Ling Yun's face showed a tangle. How could she not have thought that Chen Yu actually did let Su Wanting go? This if she does not agree to the conditions put forward by Chen Yu. She will violate her principles as a human being, but if she agrees to Chen Yu, she could guess with her own toes that Chen Yu would definitely make disgustingly obscene demands. The thought of being pinned down by a walker gave her goosebumps. Entangled again and again. In the face of Chen Yu's action of resting his hands behind his head, Su Ling Yun's expression gradually became relieved again. No matter what, Wanting is safe, and that's enough. As for Chen Yu's request, how could she, Su Ling Yun, let someone like Chen Yu have his way? Her dignity and bottom line would never be allowed to be trampled on. With a thought, Su Ling Yun slowly climbed towards the edge of the roof of the building. She was going to take advantage of this gap in Chen Yu's hands behind her back to jump down and make Chen Yu lose his life. However, she still underestimated Chen Yu's speed. Just at the moment she was about to leap down, Chen Yu pounced from behind like a dark shadow and grabbed her wrist. Su Ling Yun's body was violently yanked back, plummeting to the concrete floor of the building's roof once again. Aha! Su Ling Yun couldn't help but stifle a grunt. "Teacher Su, since you refuse to negotiate with me, then don't blame me for not being polite." Chen Yu did not care about Su Ling Yun's reaction and condescended to admire his prey. Su Ling Yun's upper body after removing the trench coat was only wearing a white shirt. The original neat buttons had already been ripped open by the rough action just now. The shirt's neckline was open, and under the hidden clavicle, the outline of the breasts appeared particularly attractive under the thin fabric. As for the lower half of the body, there is even less fabric. The black pants Su Ling Yun was originally wearing had been torn into super short pants by Chen Yu with his fingernails. The fabric was tattered and the edges were jagged, revealing her slender thighs. Prickle, prickle, prickle. Chen Yu mercilessly tore off the remaining fabric through and through. As the fabric dispersed in all directions, Su Ling Yun was completely exposed to the air. Her skin appeared even whiter and more delicate under the moonlight, and the curves of her body were flawless, as if it was an exquisite work of art. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. So big. Su Ling Yun is indeed very honest, and does not mean Pad Big Bully at all. "Mr. Su, why don't you say something?" Chen Yu had a hint of teasing in his voice, wanting to see what Su Ling Yun's reaction was. However, Su Ling Yun remained silent. Chen Yu instantly realized, Mr. Su was reminding him to experience it with his heart. Chen Yu studied it by heart. However, Su Ling Yun still didn't have any reaction. Just like a thoughtless zombie, Chen Yu couldn't tolerate it completely this time. He directly turned Su Ling Yun 360 degrees and began to obtain evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host is devoid of humanity and has reached the B rank achievement, Soldier Boy. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host, being a zombie with a human heart, is faithful to his own aesthetics and desires. +1 evolution point. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Yu was instantly bored, looking at Su Ling Yun, who was pretending to be unconscious in a mess underneath him. Chen Yu picked up his cell phone and casually took a few pictures. Then he sank his mind into the system panel and chose to light up the E-virus gland. In the next moment, Chen Yu felt some itchiness underneath his skin, as if some extra organ had appeared. Holy, is this going to turn into a mutant? Chen Yu was violently shocked. Even though he wasn't human anymore, it still made sense to stay human. If it becomes oddly shaped, not to mention whether or not it's acceptable internally, it's definitely effective in attracting hot weapons in a tide of corpses. The most he can do now is to block a pistol or something. If he really meets a regular army with automatic rifles, then 9 times out of 10, he will have to rest. He hurriedly raised his hands and scrutinized both his arms. Good thing it was a false alarm. He didn't turn into a 3-headed, 6-armed man or grow a third eye. He was still a plain-looking zombie. Of course, while the appearance didn't look like anything had changed, he was well aware that he already possessed the ability to control the viral content of his body's surface. That's always a bit of a guarantee. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Typically, the most basic effect of this ability, virus gland, is to reduce the concentration of zombie virus on the body surface. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the person underneath him having become a zombie after he finished getting excited one day. But think about it the other way around. Body surface viral loads can not only be lowered, but also stored for targeted enhancement. He could have used this ability to raise the virus level in his bodily fluids to the extreme and then poison the water. As long as an unknowing person drinks this contaminated water, it will be determined by the system to be infected by him and become a source of experience value for him. Thinking of this, Chen Yu could not help but be happy, as if he saw a large amount of experience value beckoning to him. While happy, Chen Yu's eyes fell on another skill in the system interface. Sensitive hearing. since only one evolution point was needed. He could just about light it up now. With the principle of maximizing gains in mind, he didn't hesitate to light up this skill. Instantly, a strange energy surged into his eardrums, as if the sound of the entire world had been amplified countless times. The zombie's original sense of hearing was already far beyond that of humans, and now, Chenyu felt that his hearing was even 10 times better than that of an ordinary zombie. His ears twitched slightly as he heard a subtle sound that he had never noticed before. The rustling of the wind blowing through the leaves, the whispers of the sheltering humans, the sound of the water flowing from the underground pipes, and even the ultrasound and infrasound waves, all came clearly into his ears. This, acute hearing, is a bit outrageous. Chenyu commented on his new ability with great satisfaction. He had thought that at most he would hear more subtle sounds, but he hadn't realized that it had changed his vocal range to a wider range, and the system panel's description really wasn't a half-assed exaggeration. Whether it was detecting the enemy or avoiding danger, he was able to react in advance with this keen sense of hearing. Bang, bang, bang. A shot rang out if nothing else. If not for the effect of sharp hearing, Chenyu would not have even been able to hear it. Chenyu frowned tightly, judging from the subtlety of the sound. The gunshots were about 3 kilometers away from the girls' dormitory building at his feet. In other words, the gunshots originated from inside Linhai University. There were actually guns in Linhai University, which was not a good thing for Chenyu. Still, he can't hold off the regulars now. He was able to block Xia Duyao's simple version of incendiary bombs, but that was not the same thing as fending off bullets. Snap! Chenyu nonchalantly patted Su Ling Yun, who was pretending to be unconscious. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, he had to bring Su Ling Yun back to her cell first. Teacher Su, don't pretend to be asleep. Get up and wipe off and get dressed. The night is like ink and the trees are in shadow. The zombie outbreak had caused the lights of the night to be drastically reduced, and Chenyu even saw quite a few stars. He pushed Su Ling Yun's wheelchair and walked slowly on the campus path. The wheels of the wheelchair ran over the ground and made a slight creaking sound. Su Ling Yun sat on the wheelchair, her hands gripping the armrests tightly, her face pale, sometimes looking into the distance, sometimes staring down at her knees, as if she was running away from something. Not long ago, Chenyu, in order to prove his strength, first carrying Su Ling Yun's wheelchair from the dormitory roof, jumped down, and then appeared intact in front of Su Ling Yun, carrying her on the shoulders of the stairs downstairs. Su Ling Yun's face at that time could be described as green and purple. In it was both the embarrassment of being revealed to be pretending to be unconscious and the fear of the strength of Chenyu's physique. It was impossible not to be afraid. Chenyu's physique was too overpowering. Until now she was in so much pain that she felt like she was going to fall apart. Of course, Chenyu was too lazy to speculate on Su Ling Yun's inner thoughts, because with all 3 skills lit up, the next layer of the skill tree had been revealed with the introduction. Legionnaire Close Guard requires the pre-existing skills, Mind Control, and Virus Gland, which allows for special infections to be performed on designated targets, with the maximum number of infections being the current level, and the specially infected retaining their sanity, with an appearance indistinguishable from that of a human being, and unable to resist commands. This skill consumes 3 evolution points. Devouring the Stars, level 4 learnable, dramatically increases the ability to devour and digest. Every time you devour an awakened person, your full attributes increase by 1 to 3 points. This skill consumes 3 evolution points. Sharp Intuition drastically strengthens the prefrontal lobe and weakly improves crisis response. This skill consumes 2 evolution points. These 3 skills made Chenyu almost freeze. Look at the effect. It's a perfect solution to all his needs. After turning into a zombie for the past 2 days, he always had one concern. That's what to do when the human army actually cleans up most of the zombies and then uses thermal weapons to clean up Linhai University. But now, his anxiety is gone. As long as he had the legionary close guard, he could turn the still mouthy teacher Su into his ace undercover agent and infiltrate the human army. At that time, even the strongest fortress would have to fall under his undercover magic. The effect of Devour the Stars was even simpler and cruder, increasing the attributes by 1 point for every awakened that was eaten, with no upper limit. The only thing that made Chenyu a little wary was how strong the awakened ones really were. He had almost infected hundreds of people by now, but he hadn't even seen the shadow of the awakened. And it would be embarrassing if he couldn't fight the awakened after seeing them. Shaking his head, Chenyu shook away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He knew in his heart that now was not the time to dwell on this. The priority was to hurry up and bring Su Ling Yun back to her cell. Su Ling Yun might still be able to squeeze out a few evolution points from her body, so she had to be watched over safely. He pushed Su Ling Yun's wheelchair and quickened his pace. 20 minutes later, Chenyu walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. As usual, there are people patrolling the entrance to the cafeteria, but without weapons in their hands, just lazily leaning against the wall, occasionally yawning, obviously not interested in this job. Chenyu pushed Su Ling Yun's wheelchair, originally intending to directly bypass the cafeteria, not wanting to cause trouble. However, just as he was about to leave, his nostrils twitched slightly, his well-developed sense of smell catching a hint of familiarity. It was Su Wanting's scent, tinged with roses. Chen Yu frowned, feeling a hint of strangeness in his heart. Why is Su Wanting hiding in the cafeteria? The group of survivalists in the cafeteria is a naked caste system. Su Wanting hides in the cafeteria, will not be a hot weapon in a few days. Thinking of this, Chen Yu simply stopped. He had planned to catch Su Wanting in a couple of days and bring her back to her cell. After all, he had promised Su Ling Yun to let Su Wanting go, and catching her back in a turnaround was not quite in line with his image of Guang Wei Zhang. But now that Su Wanting chose to hide in the cafeteria, he couldn't give Su Ling Yun face. Right in the middle of Chen Yu's thoughts, the patroller at the entrance of the cafeteria spotted him. The 20 or so people first froze, then their faces changed drastically as they turned around and fled inside the cafeteria. Chen Yu immediately scared, thinking that he was not revealing any features that were different from ordinary zombies right now. He was just standing there, the few gym students inside the cafeteria. But if they had been more human and given these patrollers 2 weapons, they wouldn't have made so many people scatter. Chen Yu put down Su Ling Yun's wheelchair. Where are you going? Su Ling Yun's face changed slightly, not knowing what Chen Yu was preparing to do. Chen Yu didn't reply. He just took a big step towards the cafeteria and kicked the door of the cafeteria. Clunk! The iron door panels crashed to the ground with tremendous force, crushing several unlucky people. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 3 adult male humans. Experience value plus 15". Chen Yu walked into the cafeteria, and the sight in front of him made him raise an eyebrow. The dining tables and chairs on the first floor had been stacked in the corners, freeing up a large open space with a sponge cushion in the center. In the open space, the lanky gym students were having a silver party with the art students. The gym mats on the ground were strewn with arms and thighs. Cigarettes and bottles were thrown around in a chaotic scene. Even more outrageous was the fact that several people with video cameras were taking pictures of the scene, as if they were recording some precious moment. Chen Yu was instantly a bit unhappy. As a zombie, he was not so moist, but these people can live in the post-apocalyptic world so elegant. Simply make him lose face. Arnold, you go kill the walkers. Seeing a walker break through the door, the gym students made a quick decision to turn back and continue the silver party. Bunch of losers. A zombie is just a zombie. Even a mouthful of spit from each of you would be enough to drown it. The gym student known as Arnold appeared at the front of the crowd, knife in his left hand and pants in his right, his tone full of disdain. The man was muscular, dyed green hair, his arms were coiled with veins like gnarled dragons, and his head was pointed at the tip, so he wasn't an ordinary person at first glance. Chen Yu had a bit of an impression of this one, vaguely remembering that his real name was Qin Nuo, and he seemed to be a level 2 bodybuilder. Qin Nuo quickly ran towards Chen Yu with a contemptuous smile on his face, as if the Chen Yu in front of him was nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping board. Chen Yu stood in place. He was really lazy. Seeing this, Qin Nuo's heart became even more dissatisfied with his companion's interruption of his opening of the silver party. This zombie can't even hide, so sending him out is a big mistake. He raised his knife and slashed viciously towards Chen Yu's shoulder. However, the moment the blade landed on Chen Yu's body, Arnold's face suddenly changed. The knife was surprisingly bent. How is this possible? Arnold's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked to his right hand. His arm was numb from the recoil, and blood was even oozing from his tiger's mouth. Chen Yu didn't bother to speak and directly raised his hand. A black tiger hollowed out his heart. His palm penetrated Arnold's chest like a sharp blade. Before Arnold could let out a scream, he had collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his chest and staining a large portion of the gym mat. Chen Yu withdrew his hand, still holding a still beating heart in his palm. He gave it a disgusted look and casually tossed the heart aside, then knelt down and wiped his hands on Arnold's shirt as usual. At that moment, the system alert sounded belatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed a potential awakened person. Experience value plus 50". Chapter 16 The Awakened. A potential awakening? Chen Yu immediately brightened up and could not help but look at this green hair on the ground a few more times. A potential awakened was worth 50 experience points. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much he could take from killing a real awakened. Chen Yu raised his head, only to see that instead of being frightened by the deaths of their peers, a group of gym students each lifted their pants and surrounded him with weapons. For this kind of door-to-door head delivery, Chen Yu was naturally in favor of it with both hands and feet. In the next second, he leapt up and directly closed in on the gym student who had rushed to the front. Before the man could react, Chen Yu's hand had already stabbed into his chest like a sharp blade. Bang! The gym student's body fell heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. Chen Yu did not bother to look at more than one glance. His body shape flashed, and appeared in front of another sports student. His movements were even more crisp and clear, and his palm was like piercing through tofu to stab into the chest of the other party. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 11 adult male humans. Experience value plus 110. The system's beep sounded in his head, but Chen Yu did not feel much satisfaction. He looked down at the body on the ground with some pity in his heart. Among these gym students, surprisingly, only Arnold with dyed green hair was a potential awakened person. Could it be that only those with dyed green hair could be awakened? Chen Yu put these distractions behind him and wiped his hands with the clothes of the corpse on the ground as usual. Looking back, the art students and photographers had long since disappeared, apparently taking advantage of the chaos to flee upstairs. Chen Yu instantly laughed. Running pretty fast, he walked slowly up the stairs to the second floor door, only to realize that the hollow iron door to the second floor had been locked from the inside. A hint of realization flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He had just wondered why the group was desperately running upstairs, but it turned out to be because he thought that this iron door would be able to block him. But this is clearly delusional. He could open the doors to the cafeteria, and it was only a matter of time before he opened the door to the second floor. Chen Yu raised his fist, slightly storing up his strength, and then the wind of his fist roared as he fiercely blasted at the iron door. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 loud bangs, the iron door was finally overwhelmed and directly fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was actually dark behind the door. Chen Yu frowned, slightly puzzled in his heart. Obviously, the first floor of the cafeteria was brightly lit, but the second floor seemed to be isolated in another world, without even a hint of light. In the darkness, the art students and photographers had long been in chaos, with screams, cries, and panicked footsteps intertwined, reminding Chen Yu of the days when he personally went to the market in the morning to buy food in order to save money. Good thing the darkness didn't affect his vision. His sharp vision was as clear as day in the darkness, and he could see every person's position, movement, and even the expression of fear on their face. He instantly killed everyone with the force of an autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host kills 3 adult male humans. Experience value plus 30 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host killed 38 adult female humans. Experience value plus 190 inch. Chen Yu glanced at the system panel. There were still a few hundred experience points away from ascending to level 4, but there was no need to be too anxious about the experience value for a while. Finding a way to squeeze evolution points out of Su Wanting was the right thing to do. Since Su Wanting wasn't on the second floor, he had to continue to the third floor. The third floor is said to be the special cafeteria of Linhai University, but it is actually a commercial restaurant, only with the sign of Linhai University. Back before the zombie outbreak, Chen Yu would occasionally come here to improve his meals, so he was more than familiar with this place. However, when he reached the entrance of the third floor, his ears twitched slightly, catching a hint of an extremely subtle metallic friction, the sound of a bullet being loaded. In the next second, the iron door was violently pushed open, and a security guard-looking man fired 2 shots at Chen Yu. Bang! Bang! The bullet struck Chen Yu's forehead, making 2 dull thuds, and then the cartridge case fell to the ground, making a crisp clanking sound. Chen Yu raised his hand and touched his forehead. 2 copper cartridges pierced through his skin and stuck in his skull. The security guard's face was filled with shock. His pupils contracted violently, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly. He didn't understand why the M17 in his hand, which had clearly eliminated dozens of zombies, couldn't help this one in front of him. But Chen Yu clearly had no intention of giving the security guard an explanation. He chose to physically hollow out his heart. The guard's body collapsed helplessly, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has killed an adult male human. Experience value plus 10 inch. Chen Yu wiped his hands as per usual, sweeping his eyes across the ground. He bent down and picked up the M17 from the floor, weighing it in his hand. It was his first encounter with a hot weapon, and the touch of cold metal gave him a hint of novelty. Although the pistol could not pose any threat to him, and could not even penetrate his skin, it was more than suitable for deterring ordinary people who did not know what they were doing. He casually slid the pistol onto his belt, and his eyes once again scanned the third-floor lobby. The third floor was rather brightly lit, much in keeping with what he'd seen outside. The hall was empty, there was no one else but himself, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. But what drew Chen Yu's attention more was another scent. It was a mouth-watering flavor. That was strange. He had tasted like chewing on normal food since he became a zombie, and this was the first time that had happened today. Chen Yu looked in the direction of the scent, only to see that on the VIP table in front of him, there were several exquisite white jade plates covered with silver lids, making them look particularly mysterious. He walked over to the table and reached down to lift one of the lids, and a rich meaty aroma hit him. The plate was indeed meat, but the texture of the meat was horizontal. It's human flesh. Chen Yu immediately sked. The pouncing security guard on the floor was pretty funny, taking over the entire third floor with his pistol and then eating people with a straight face. This was too powerful. Linhai University would never allow such a powerful character. He turned and walked back to the third floor door and kicked the body of the guard off the floor. However, such a large third floor only security guards a person is obviously not normal. Chen Yu walked to the nearest a small private room door. Not surprisingly, the door is really locked from the outside. The original box sign had been removed and replaced with 3 large, crooked letters, ingredient room. The smell of blood and the sound of breathing came vaguely from inside, making Chen Yu somewhat curious. He blasted the door to the room with a punch. As the wood shavings scattered in all directions, Chen Yu looked inside the box. In the dim light, the 2 physically crippled girls were naked and had passed out from the pain. The 2 men's bodies were covered with shocking gaps, and many places even revealed the white bones, which were seeping blood out as they breathed. A trace of imperceptible sympathy flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Things hurt and rabbits die. Chen Yu actually inexplicably saw his own shadow in the 2 men. If not for the sudden appearance of the system, he was afraid that he would have been a walking corpse with no self-thought by now. Of course, this sympathy was only a momentary fluctuation of emotion, like ripples on the surface of the water, fleeting and unable to either shake his will or change his actions. He waved his hand to help free the 2 unlucky ones. This life is so unlucky. Let's hope they'll both be lucky in their next life. Chen Yu toward the next box. After seeing the ingredients room, now he has figured out what happened on the 3rd floor. The pouncing security guard lying on the floor was probably reading too much internet literature and got a broken pistol from somewhere. So he wanted to be a post-apocalyptic Earth Emperor inside this cafeteria to have a quickie. But he was a security guard after all, and couldn't be trusted with anyone. So he chose to separate everyone into individual compartments and lock the doors behind them, only letting people out when he needed them. The gym students occupying the 1st and 2nd floors presumably knew that the security guard had a pistol in his hand, which is why they acquiesced to the security guard's exclusive use of the 3rd floor by himself. However, it had to be said that the security guard's magical operation was now convenient for Chen Yu. Chen Yu originally had to go through some trouble to prevent the humans from escaping, but now it's good. Just open the door and eat the buffet. He looked to the box in front of him, the words processing room written on the door in crooked paint. Without hesitation, Chen Yu raised his fist and slammed it against the wooden door. May's second time, the wooden door came crashing down. A strong odor of blood hit the air. The room was dimly lit, and several people in chef's uniforms were busily handling the ingredients on the counter. There were men and women, moving skillfully as if they were just as satiated as they were before the zombie outbreak. Seeing Chen Yu barging in, the several chefs were first stunned, and then they squeezed and ducked towards the interior of the box. Lord Kwai, there are zombies. Chen Yu ignored the shouts of these people. The security guard surnamed Kwai had already been kicked to the 2nd floor by him, but because the soundproofing of the box was very good, the people inside didn't even hear half of the commotion. Fist winds whistled and palm shadows were like electricity. In just a few seconds, several familiar chefs fell to the ground, turning into his experience value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 8 adult male humans. Experience value plus 80 inch. Chen Yu turned around and left the processing room. Further to the side is the original back kitchen area of the cafeteria. This is a very different place from the processing room just now, where fresh vegetables and meat are laid out on the counter. The refrigerators and freezers here have been kept running as the cafeteria has its own backup generator. Chen Yu looked around and said that he could consider moving his cell here. The escapement building was, after all, a school building, and it didn't stock anything humans could eat. In case Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting starved to death, the evil anger in his heart would have no object to vent. His mind pondered the feasibility and his body was already walking to the door of the next box. When I looked up, there was a sign that said confessional. Listening more closely, there was a woman's gasp inside. Chen Yu pushed it open and not to his surprise, it was full of white arms and thighs. More than 20 people were uniformly blindfolded in black cloth, their hands behind their backs, like a mass of white maggots writhing on a bed. No doubt it was the crystal palace the guard had left for himself, but the taste of the pouncing security guard seems to be very unique. The women in here are down to the 20-year-old tiger tank, up to the 60-year-old northeast rain sister, the age that is called a variety, but none of them weigh less than 200 pounds. Chen Yu was even a little skeptical as to whether this was a harem group of security guards or a reserve food for security guards. Fat pigs race elephants, just with short noses. The cafeteria kills 1 bite, enough for 6 months. Chen Yu inexplicably thought of a limerick, and then he hurriedly threw the poem to the back of his mind, waving his arms one after another, lest looking at it too much would affect his desire. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host killed 22 adult female humans. Experience value plus 110 inch. Touching the grease on his hands carelessly, Chen Yu hurriedly walked towards the next box, looking at the 3 big words baptism room. Chen Yu's footsteps slightly lurched. After experiencing the mental pollution just now, Chen Yu, who had always done as he pleased, was also a bit hesitant. If this were to experience another mental shock, then even if he got the experience value, it would be more than worth it. It was good to know that there was no sound of a living person breathing inside. Chunyu once again blasted the door of the room. The room was furnished with a huge bed on which lay two naked corpses, their faces purple and blue, with ropes strung around their necks, apparently dead from lack of oxygen. The two men were not bad looking, but they had completely lost their lives and died a miserable death. Chunyu was instantly a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't so much that he was getting emotional about the deaths of the two, but he was unaccustomed to the fact that he hadn't actually gained experience points this time. He took 3 steps to the last box, on which was also written the words Declaration Room in a crooked manner. Chunyu smelled Su Wanting's scent. As usual, he violently opened the door, and the sight in front of him slightly surprised Chunyu. Inside, there were men, women, and children, and the box that normally held 12 actually squeezed in at least 30 people this time. No doubt the security guards had locked up most of the people who weren't useful to him for the time being, to the point where there wasn't even room for anyone to lie down and sleep. The people inside were standing or sitting, terrified and clearly on the verge of a breakdown in order. The moment someone realizes the walkers are breaking in, the loss of control begins for good. Some people completely lost their minds and pounced on Chunyu like crazy, wanting to die with Chunyu. Some people were trying their best to push people out with the attitude that a dead friend is not a poor friend, and the only thing they wanted was to live a little longer. The only exit has been firmly held by walkers, and they have no hope of escaping with their lives. Chunyu looked around and finally found Su Wanting in the innermost corner. At this moment, she was gray and dirty and was holding her head and trembling. Chunyu was instantly happy. He was just about to talk to Su Wanting when a fist hit him. Chunyu was instantly irritated. He casually waved his hand and the brave little man who had lost his mind fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed a potential awakened person. Experience value plus 50 inch. At that moment, Chunyu fiercely looked at the corpse on the ground. What did he just hear? It's so hard to find the right place to get it. He had been lamenting the rarity of awakened people, but he didn't expect to encounter another one here. Now that there's a second one, can a third one be far behind? Chenyu's face was glistening as he greedily looked at the roomful of people. He wasn't greedy either. Just one more potentially awakened person among the living in this room. As long as there was another potential awakened in this house, he would be well on his way to level 4. Thinking of this, Chunyu could no longer hold back the throbbing in his heart and directly lunged towards the crowd. Chapter 17, I didn't say yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 29 adult male humans. Experience value plus 290 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host kills 6 adult female humans. Experience value plus 30 inch. Blood has been spilled in the declaration room. Chunyu looked at the experience value which was only 15 points away from upgrading, and very heartily turned his gaze towards the only remaining living person. How about a bet? Su Wanting had so many hard eyes that she looked like she had the potential to become an awakened, and by killing just one more potential awakened, he would be able to ascend to level 4 without any problems. Seeing Chenyu's somewhat intent eyes, Su Wanting instantly shivered, feeling that she was truly miserable. Obviously, he had just escaped from Chenyu's dragon's den in the dormitory building in the front foot, and then entered the wolf's den of this group of people in the cafeteria in the back foot. If she hadn't had the presence of mind to purposely soil her clothes with dirt, she would have been served as food by now. She had thought that she had escaped the selection even if she had dodged a bullet, but before she had time to be happy, Chenyu kicked through the door of the room. Looking at Chenyu's increasingly greedy eyes, Su Wanting couldn't help but shiver, feeling that she was afraid that she would have to explain herself in this place today. Fortunately, Chenyu hesitated, but still dismissed the idea of gambling on Su Wanting's luck. He hadn't had enough fun with Su Wanting. If he let Su Wanting die easily, he would not be able to find someone to vent his nameless karmic fire on. Egu, Su, what a coincidence. I came to the cafeteria to look for food. Are you hungry too? Chenyu put on a friendly expression and greeted Su Wanting, but anyone who saw his blood-stained clothes would not think that he was any good. Yeah, I'm looking for food too. Su Wanting tugged at the clothes on her body and didn't know what to say, so she could only force out a smile that was worse than crying in response. That's good. Since you're fine now, student Su, why don't you accompany Teacher Su with me? I'm afraid that Teacher Su will be lonely alone. Chenyu's voice continued to come. Su Wanting's mouth opened, and ultimately did not dare to say half a word. If someone else asked her if she was willing to return to Chenyu's clutches, then the answer would naturally be no. But the person asking this question now was Chenyu. Truth is always relative. The hordes of corpses on the ground reminded Su Wanting that she only had 2 options, active willingness and passive willingness. Seeing Su Wanting's sensible appearance, Chenyu was satisfied. His original purpose of leaving the Yifu building tonight was to bring Su Wanting back, and now he has not only found Su Wanting, but also managed to bring Su Ling Yun back, which can be described as not forgetting the original intention. Thinking of this, Chen Yu was in an even happier mood and decided to speed up a bit to go back to the Shaw building. As soon as he grabbed Su Wanting and held her horizontally in his arms, before the latter could react, he directly jumped down from the third floor in a single leap. Flop! Dust swirled in all directions as Chen Yu landed firmly on the ground. Chen Yu let go of Su Wanting as if nothing had happened and pointed to Su Ling Yun, who was looking around not far away. Classmate Su, go help Mr. Su push the wheelchair. Since you two are still related, I'll stay out of it. Su Wanting at this moment is exactly just reacted to their own being led to jump off the building. Legs keep trembling. Stand cannot stand steadily. Face as pale as paper. Heard Chen Yu's words. Followed the direction of the finger to look. Suddenly froze. Only Su Ling Yun was seen sitting in a wheelchair. Her face half eager and half shocked. As if she had seen something incredible. It stands to reason that a person in distress should be slightly reassured by the sight of a familiar face and feel that they are no longer fighting alone. However, at this moment, Su Wanting looked at Su Ling Yun, but the more she looked, the more wrong she became. Even though the clothes on Su Ling Yun's body were intact and didn't look any different from when she left, it was indeed different. It was a very subtle feeling. If he had to describe it, it would be that Su Ling Yun's temperament had changed. If the previous Su Ling Yun was a white rose with thorns, the current Su Ling Yun was a graceful red peony, and the whole person was moisturized. Su Wanting suddenly thought of the deal Su Ling Yun made with Chen Yu when she escaped from the dormitory building, then associating it with what Chen Yu had done to her. An answer called out in Su Wanting's mind. Su Ling Yun was afraid that she hadn't been defiled by Chen Yu, but Chen Yu is a zombie. Su Ling Yun is a human. Human and zombie intercourse. Is it true that you can't get a virus? Thinking that Su Ling Yun had already been infected with the virus, Su Wanting instantly wanted to run away. She felt that the next moment Su Ling Yun would suddenly turn into a zombie and stagger towards her. There was nothing noble about her that she didn't want to be bitten to death by her own aunt who had turned into a zombie. Even if letting her live would require the sacrifice of her entire family plus the lives of 100,000 people, she would choose to sacrifice those 100,008 people without hesitation. Su, you know too much. Chen Yu smiled grimly, his voice coldly sounding behind her. Su Wanting was so frightened that her legs went limp and she directly fell to the ground. Don't kill me. Have mercy and let me go since you already have an aunt. I'm not as good looking as my aunt and my legs are shorter than hers, so if you want to play, go play with her. Su Wanting's voice was so loud that it reached Su Ling Yun's ears without any suspense. Su Ling Yun's face instantly turned from white to red. A strong sense of shame surged in her heart, and for the first time in her life, the impulse to not want to save someone rose. She simply couldn't understand how someone as emotionless as Su Wanting could be her junior. Just 10 minutes ago, she was in a state of fear. After all, it was nighttime and the campus was filled with the horror of a zombie apocalypse, and Chen Yu had left her behind and entered the cafeteria alone without even saying hello, filling her heart with unease and fear, lest she might encounter a passing zombie. Although she didn't know why, she now felt that living in Chen Yu's control was quite good. At least she didn't want to die. It was good that Chen Yu finally came out. But out of Su Ling Yun's expectation, Su Wanting actually followed behind Chen Yu with an extremely reluctant expression. She was instantly furious. She wanted to question Chen Yu as to why he had promised and failed to do it, going back on his word and not letting Su Wanting go. However, before she could even open her mouth, she only saw Chen Yu muttering into Su Wanting's ear, and Su Wanting shouted out the last thing she wanted to mention first. At this moment, Su Ling Yun blushed like a boiled hairy crab. She opened her mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say. One couldn't just go along with Su Wanting's words and continue on, telling Su Wanting that she had been played unconscious. Hey, don't get me wrong, Mr. Su, originally I just wanted to go find Su to say hello. I didn't expect the people inside the cafeteria to take a shot at me, so I had to bring Su back, and take care of you in the meantime. Chen Yu's voice rang out at the right time, and Su Ling Yun hurriedly nodded with a borrowed nod. Looking at the still shivering Su Wanting, Chen Yu didn't bother to open his mouth and directly lifted and pushed behind Su Ling Yun's wheelchair. Student Su, you and Mr. Su are relatives. How can you have a conflict? Come and help Mr. Su. Su Wanting could only shakily push up Su Ling Yun's wheelchair, her eyes fluttering to Su Ling Yun, with the intention of running away at any time. Su Ling Yun was able to become an associate professor at a young age. Naturally, her intelligence and emotional intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary people, and after the shame subsided, she quickly figured out Su Wanting's scruples. Don't worry, Wanting, I'm not infected, let alone suddenly turning my head and biting you. Su Ling Yun's cold words caused Su Wanting to freeze, and the speed of pushing the wheelchair then stalled. What do you mean, not infected? How can you have coitus and not have a virus? Su Wanting didn't understand for a moment. Su, you'd better hurry up or your best friend will starve. I'm afraid. Before Su Wanting could think about it, Chen Yu, who was walking in front, suddenly turned his head and threw a heavy bomb at her. A good friend? Su Wanting was the first to think of her 3 roommates, but Gu Yanyan has turned into a zombie, and Li Xiaomeng and Lin Xiaoxia don't know where they are. Su Wanting immediately shivered. Chun Yu, you wouldn't have turned Xiaoxia and Xiaomeng into zombies. Chapter 18, Running Away While You Can. With this thought popping up inside, Su Wanting was instantly like her legs were filled with cement, and her originally sluggish wheelchair came to a complete stop. Ever since that day when Gu Yanyan's corpse split up and ran away with Li Xiaomeng and Lin Xiaoxia, she hadn't received any news about the 2 of them. When she thought about Chen Yu's personality, and the phrase starving, Su Wanting had already imagined a horrifying scene. She entered the room without any knowledge, and the 3 zombies, Li Xiaomeng, Gu Yanyan, and Lin Xiaoxia, instantly pounced on her and tore at her, while Chen Yu stood next to her and laughed loudly as if he was enjoying a poetry opera. Sometimes knowing too much can't be a good thing. Chen Yu deliberately sighed and turned back towards Su Wanting. Su Wanting instantly softened her legs and once again sat on the ground, her legs trembling. Immediately afterward, a pungent odor of urine filled the air. Chen Yu subconsciously took a step back. As a zombie who didn't eat human flesh, he thought for the first time about how his nominal kind felt. The human body is like a tea bag. If everyone got some tea leaves and tea before they died, the zombies would have to all be transformed into old bastards. Wanting, don't be afraid. He just wants to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm sure both of your classmates are still alive. Su Ling Yun sat in her wheelchair and tried to turn her head, trying to calm Su Wanting's panic. Yo, Mr. Su, you even guessed this. You're practically a roundworm in my stomach. Chen Yu let out a light laugh, his tone tinged with flirtation and surprise. Su Ling Yun's words were only half right, but the fact that she would turn around and comfort Su Wanting at this time was indeed completely out of Chen Yu's expectation. In a chaotic world, there is a Madonna, but there are also true and false Madonnas. There are few real Madonnas, but many fake ones. Li Xiaomeng kind of take other people's lives as petals of the false mother of God. Chen Yu has seen a lot, but Su Ling Yun this kind of himself behind bars still calmly analyze and comfort others. He is indeed the first time to see. Is that even a guess? Su Ling Yun's tone remained calm, and there was absolutely no fear of Chen Yu in her words. Didn't you come to the cafeteria to arrest Wanting so that you could imprison her and her 2 roommates together and then get out the bad anger in your heart? If those 2 female students died, wouldn't all you did be meaningless? Chen Yu nodded. This was too good to be true. If he hadn't personally thrown Li Xiaomeng into the pile of zombies, he probably would have believed Su Ling Yun's logical reasoning that the process was all right and the result was all wrong. However, Chen Yu did not intend to refute Su Ling Yun. After all, Su Ling Yun's words could save him a lot of effort. Su Wanting wouldn't believe him, but would definitely believe Su Ling Yun's words. Su, you're not scared to pee, are you? How about I go find you some diapers? Chen Yu's gaze landed on Su Wanting's sweatpants with an exaggerated expression, purposely pretending to have just noticed Su Wanting's mess. Su Wanting's face instantly turned as red as Con Yi, trembling as she stood up again, as if she also felt that she was too much of a wimp just now. Seeing Su Wanting's reaction, Chen Yu did not continue to ridicule, but instead shrugged his shoulders, turned around and headed towards the Yifu building. Su Wanting stood in place at a loss for words, her legs still shaking slightly, her wet underwear sticking to her skin, bringing an unbearable sticky feeling. She gritted her teeth and turned to try to find a place to take off her dress and change. Wanting, don't change. Su Ling Yun reached out and pulled Su Wanting. She sat in her wheelchair, swept her eyes around and lowered her voice. The campus is filled with zombies. Once Chen Yu is gone, there is no way for the 2 of us ordinary people to ensure our safety. The most important thing right now is to get to Shaw Building as soon as possible. Even if Chen Yu is brutal, it's still better than falling into the hands of those zombies that have no sense and will eat people. Su Wanting froze for a moment, instinctively looking in the direction Chen Yu had left. In just a minute's time, Chen Yu had actually disappeared. To make matters worse, a mutilated body happened to be lying across the center of the road, the details of which could not be seen in the dim moonlight, and all that could be ascertained was that a few broken ribs were exposed, and it looked creepy. Su Wanting instantly had a creepy feeling. She hurriedly forced down the discomfort in her heart, pushed Su Ling Yun's wheelchair, and quickly walked in the direction of Yatfu building. The wet feeling of her lower body still made Su Wanting feel uncomfortable, but at this moment where she still cared about this, only focusing on her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, fearing that 2 zombies would suddenly appear and turn her into a corpse on the ground as well. It's a good thing the cafeteria isn't far from the Shaw building. Within a few moments, the 2 had reached the corner of the building's main entrance, and as soon as they turned the corner again, they could enter the interior of the Shaw building. In the next moment, a fierce sound of fighting came from inside the Yifu building. Su Wanting's footsteps lurched and she instinctively reacted by looking at Su Ling Yun. Aunt, Chen Yu seems to be fighting with someone. Why don't we take the opportunity to escape? The lobby on the first floor of the Shaw building. The 13 boys with blunt weapons vaguely formed an encirclement, trapping Chen Yu in the center. The crowd was variously equipped, some holding baseball bats, some holding wrenches, and some simply holding folding chairs, very much in the style of street gangsters. As for the boy in the lead, he was holding a 1-meter-long steel pipe in his hand, and one end of the pipe was wrapped with non-slip tape, which looked like a professional in a fight. Chen Yu was first stunned when he saw the person, then he was overjoyed. This is really a mountain of no way out and a village of flowers in the dark. He was originally hesitant to kill Su, wanting to gather the experience value to level up to level 4, but now someone had sent him the door. As for the broken brass and iron in the hands of these people, they were no different from children's toys in Chen Yu's eyes. What with the wrenches, baseball bats, and steel pipes, it might be okay against a normal swarm of zombies, but to use it against him would be a travesty. You guys stay here, I'm going to go clean up that walker. The boys opposite Chen Yu did not seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. The lanky boy at the head spoke in a relaxed tone and waved the steel pipe in his hand, signaling the others not to act rashly before striding towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood still, not even bothering to put up any defensive stance. He was going to let the boy attack first, and wait until the boy had a natural emotional breakdown when he realized he couldn't do any damage to him at all. Bang! The steel pipe swung at Chen Yu's shoulder, making a dull collision sound. Out of Chen Yu's expectation, the moment the steel pipe hit his body, a slight pain actually came from his shoulder. Chen Yu frowned, a little surprised in his heart. He jumped down from the 18th floor and his legs were only numb. This boy in front of him actually made him feel pain, which was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Mutant walkers? At the same time, the boy in the lead let out a cry of alarm and looked at the severely deformed steel pipe in his hand, his eyes revealing a few moments of scorn. Chen Yu was stunned. This guy seems to know something. Could it be the awakened? In order to avoid the gutter, Chen Yu decided to give the boy in front of him, who was suspected to be an awakened, a little speed shock. In the next moment, Chen Yu's figure flashed behind the boy like a ghost, his right hand directly digging into the latter's abdomen. Put! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon entering his flesh, the lanky boy only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he saw Chen Yu rejoining him. The only difference was that Chen Yu had an extra bloody kidney in his hand. Ah ha ha ha! The lanky boy instantly screamed and fell to the ground, covering his backside. Surprise flashed in Chen Yu's eyes as he watched the scene. To be alive and kicking with one kidney missing is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. This boy was indeed an awakened, and one that was suspected to have intelligence value. Chen Yu raised the kidney in his hand and waved it towards the other boys with a wry smile on his face. Here, fresh human loins, any of you want some? Looking at the bloodied kidneys, the group of boys instantly had a mental breakdown. Since the end of the world, since they are not seen zombies, can be seen before are slow to act, only instinctive goods, where have seen Chen Yu such not only faster than a person, and will also talk to the horror of the boss. Run! This guy is a mutated zombie. I don't know who yelled out, but the group of boys scattered in chaos. But how could Chen Yu be willing to let go of these experience values that belonged to him? He had always been someone who cherished the value of experience, and he immediately let out a cold smile, his figure chasing after him like lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 9 adult male humans. Experience value plus 90 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host kills 3 potentially awakened people. Experience value plus 150 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have upgraded. Current level is 4 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have risen to level 4 in the form of killing humans, and are about to undergo significant physical enhancement. Accompanied by the system prompt, Chen Yu instantly felt a sense of remodeling from every level of his body. Every inch of muscle was expanding and contracting, and the bones were making a subtle clicking sound, as if they were rearranging themselves. The surface of the hard-as-stone skin first softened, then a faint metallic luster rose, and finally turned into what looked like ordinary human skin again. If one looked from afar, Chen Yu was now similar to an ordinary otaku who hadn't gotten any sun. Of course, Chen Yu knew in his heart, this layer of normal human skin was just camouflage. His real skin was now a step up in strength, and was estimated to be able to keep small caliber bullets right out of his skin. What's more, compared to before the upgrade, his strength had increased by at least 3 times, and the steel pipe that originally required force to break and bend could now be turned into solid iron with just a slight pinch. If an army deployed a light tank against him, he could finally try his hand at tearing up tin. 2. Slightly adapting to the change in his body, Chen Yu walked back to the boy who had his waist taken out. The boy's face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still managed to hold his breath without passing out. Chen Yu crouched down and looked at the boys rather curiously. This student, you shouldn't be a student of Linhai University, right? How did you appear in our school? Instead of answering Chen Yu's question, the boy seemed to have hysteria, his mouth chattering to himself. How is it possible that you can actually talk? You are obviously a speed-type mutant zombie. Why can you speak like a spirit-type mutant zombie? Chen Yu was delighted instead of angry, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The man really does know something. A little more conspiracy theory. The zombie outbreak. Until now the vast majority of people do not even know how to deal with the zombies. But this boy can talk about the type of mutant zombies. I am afraid that the zombie outbreak are related to the source of the zombie outbreak. Seeing that the boys were still talking to themselves, Chen Yu decided to show his affection to the awakened boys. And there is no better way to show kindness to someone than to return what belongs to them intact. He looked down at the dusty kidney on the floor, bent down to pick it up, and then shoved the kidney back into the boy's left hindquarters as he watched in horror. Ah ha ha ha. The boy let out a miserable scream as he plummeted and his body convulsed violently. The friction of nerves, flesh and grit was so painful that he almost passed out. I say, let me go. The boy finally realized Chen Yu's terror, and his voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. He had prepared some even more special ways of showing kindness, and since the other party was so sensible, there was no need to show them all. Name. What school? Why are you here? When did you get here? Li Yuchuan. From Donghai University next door? Came here to look for survivalists. Half an hour ago the captain left with a group of ordinary people, leaving us here to stay overnight to keep watch. They'll be back the day after tomorrow. Li Yuchuan explained everything in one breath, fearing that Chen Yu would torture him again. Chen Yu instantly said that it was bad. He hadn't paid attention just now, and now once he heard Li Yuchuan speak, he realized that Lin Xiaoxia's smell had disappeared from the air. Is there anyone named Lin Xiaoxia among the people your captain took? It seems like there is. The reason why our captain braved the darkness to come to Linhai University was because he received a distress text message from that girl named Lin Xiaoxia. Li Yuchuan hesitated for a moment and finally chose to tell the truth. He didn't dare to provoke Chen Yu any further for fear that the other party would lay his hands on him again. Chen Yu's mood instantly hit rock bottom. After spending all his life fighting hawks, this time he was actually pecked blind by one. He had thought that he had considered all the survivalist camps within Linhai University, but he had never expected Lin Xiaoxia to be able to find an off-campus rescue team. He looked down at Li Yuchuan and instantly felt bad. After thinking about it, Chen Yu reached out and pulled out Li Yuchuan's left kidney again. In an instant, the wound that had just healed with blood clotting ruptured again, and the back waist was bloody and miserable. However, Li Yuchuan, who was tortured again, actually did not react this time. Chen Yu was a bit puzzled and took a closer look, only to realize that the other party had already fainted, and his face was as white as a dead body. TSK, so unforgiving. Looks like we'll have to make a trip to Donghai University tomorrow. Chen Yu shook his head, casually tossed the kidney aside and stood up. He looked towards the door. Su Wanting pushed Su Ling Yun's wheelchair motionless. Her face was equally white, obviously witnessing the whole process of him torturing Li Yuchuan just now. Yo, Su student, you came at the right time. Quickly help bring this awakened person upstairs. Make friends with him. Maybe you can become an awakened person too. Chapter 19, Shut the Up. The elevator doors opened again on the 17th floor. Bang! Chen Yu casually flung his hand, and Li Yuchuan's body fell heavily onto the ground with a dull crash. Since Su Wanting was not strong enough, he had to personally carry Li Yuchuan up the elevator in a foul mood. Chen Yu student, this person, he won't die, right? Su Wanting's face was uneasy, and she always felt that Chen Yu was using this person to knock himself out. Chen Yu did not even look at Li Yuchuan and replied without a care in the world. He's an awakened. He doesn't die that easily. Su Wanting bit her lower lip and did not dare to say more. She could only push Su Ling Yun in the wheelchair and carefully walked out of the elevator and stood aside to wait for Chen Yu's next instruction. Chen Yu's gaze landed on Su Wanting, his brows slightly furrowed. Just now downstairs, he deliberately gave Su Wanting the opportunity to escape again, originally thinking that after 3 captures of Su Wanting, he would use this as an excuse to clean her up. However, he did not expect that Su Wanting actually chose to honestly take the initiative to follow her, which made him momentarily unable to find a suitable excuse to deal with her. It's a good thing that Chen Yu's moral compass has always been flexible. He decided not to make excuses. Now that it was the post-apocalyptic world, he, as a zombie, had long been free from any rules, and doing whatever he wanted was his code of conduct. Chen Yu, Lin Xiaoxia, where are they? Seeing that Chen Yu kept staring at himself, Su Wanting carefully opened her mouth, trying to divert Chen Yu's attention. Chen Yu was slightly stunned and said that Su Wanting was really a pot calling the kettle black. The next moment, he reacted. Su Wanting should not have heard his conversation with Li Yuchuan. Then this is kind of an excuse for him. Lin Xiaoxia? She's been rescued. The moment Chen Yu's words came out, Su Wanting's face instantly turned ugly. With her understanding of Chen Yu, she was afraid that she would soon become the target of Chen Yu's anger. In order to avoid a major disaster, Su Wanting forced down the fear in her heart and hurriedly followed up with her question. What about Li Xiaomeng? No matter what, she had to find someone to share Chen Yu's anger together before she could do so. At that time in the laboratory, 3 people unanimously agreed to put Gu Yanyan inside the door. This big pot must not let her alone back. Chen Yu did not answer Su Wanting's question, but only revealed a meaningful smile, then stepped towards the right side of the cell and pulled open the heavy iron door. A dozen zombies swarmed out behind the door, revealing a mutilated body on the floor. The body was a bloody mess. Even the clothes on the body were rotted through, making it almost impossible to recognize any information. But Su Wanting recognized the corpse at once. It was her roommate and best friend, Li Xiaomeng. Li Xiaomeng is actually dead. Such a horrible thought exploded in Su Wanting's mind. Her eyes instantly widened in disbelief and she wanted to vomit at the same time. Didn't we agree that if Li Xiaomeng didn't die, Chen Yu would keep them to torture together? Could it be that Chen Yu had deliberately tricked her and her aunt into coming up here in order to make her throw herself into the net? Several thoughts crossed Su Wanting's mind, and the thought of despair almost crushed her nerves. Wanting, danger. Su Ling Yun's voice pulled her back to reality. Su Wanting suddenly realized that the zombie that was originally imprisoned behind the iron door had actually arrived in front of her, less than a step away from her. She was all disheartened, expecting that Chen Yu was planning to let her die here, and closed her eyes in despair. However, the imagined sensation of pain was delayed. Su Wanting was puzzled in her heart and opened her eyes somewhat tentatively. Chapter 20, line up, one at a time. Inside the small cell, all the zombies suddenly didn't move at all, as if the pause button had been pressed at the same time. Su Wanting instantly sat down on the ground, panting heavily, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She turned her head to look at Su Ling Yun, only to see that Su Ling Yun's face was similarly as pale as paper, obviously also frightened by the scene before her. Don't be afraid, Su. Chen Yu's consolation came late. Only anyone could hear the gloating in his words. These walkers are gadgets I left behind specifically. I have absolute control over them. As long as you don't run away, you will never be harmed. These zombies, it turns out, are controlled by Chen Yu. Su Wanting's pupils shrunk. Even though she had already seen all the incredible things about Chen Yu along the way, she was still very shocked inwardly when she heard Chen Yu's admission in person. Manipulating walkers is no small ability. It's a quantum leap from quantity to quality. Ordinary zombies were stiff and thoughtless, and a few people with weapons could deal with one. But if Chen Yu were to let these zombies pool together, even a survivor camp with sufficient manpower would definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, ordinary zombies have no sense and are not afraid to die. The survivors have a morale impact. Once someone is infected in the defense, the line will instantly collapse like a pile of bones. Chen Yu ignored Su Wanting's complicated emotions as his gaze fell on the floor of the cell, his brows slightly furrowed. The corpses of the zombies were lying on the ground. Black and red blood and broken limbs stained the ground, and the air was even more filled with a heavy stench of decay. He shook his head in disgust. It's clearly not working here anymore. Otherwise, you'll have to drive up the silver party later and have to be careful not to step on something obscure. It's good to know that there are many more places like this. He had purposely set up a couple of backup places for himself before he left the escape room, just to prepare himself for this current situation. Go. Dropping a brief sentence, Chen Yu turned around and walked towards the corridor. Su Wanting looked at Chen Yu's back and was suddenly at a loss. She looked at Su Ling Yun in a sixfold manner and realized that this little ant was also staring blankly ahead, seemingly thinking about something. Auntie, what did you think of? Do we still have a chance to escape? Su Wanting gently pushed Su Ling Yun and lowered her voice to ask. Su Ling Yun raised her head as if it were a lifetime ago, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. I'm wondering if Chen Yu will become a great danger to humanity. Su Wanting froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that this little ant of hers was a paragon of worrying about the country, and not asking the question clearly would only result in a big picture answer. But she, Su Wanting, was not interested in the rise and fall of mankind, and at the moment she only wanted to know exactly if the two of her could get out alive. She hurriedly lowered her voice and eagerly pursued the question. So do we have a chance to escape? Su Ling Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Impossible. Just now downstairs, Chen Yu was simply playing a cat and mouse game. If he wanted to catch us, we would have been dead long ago. Now, it's even more impossible for us to escape. Although she had known the answer for a long time, Su Wanting was still in a daze when she received the exact reply. She doesn't want to die. Even if she had to live meticulously, she was absolutely willing to do so. Su Ling Yun saw her fear and gently patted her hand. Don't be afraid. Take one step at a time. At least now we are alive. Follow him and don't let him get suspicious, or we'll only die faster. Having said that, Su Wanting could only resist the urge to cry out and push her wheelchair to follow Chen Yu's footsteps. The hallway was dim. Su Wanting carefully followed behind Chen Yu, lest she make a sound to attract his attention. After 7 turns, Chen Yu stopped in front of a door. Su Wanting looked at the gate through the gap and found that the 4 big words staff bathroom were actually written above the gate. In the dim light, the tile walls were flooded with beads of stained water, giving a sense of dampness. A sense of foreboding surged in Su Wanting's heart. Teacher Su, you stay outside first. I'll go and help student Su clean and wash. Otherwise the smell won't be pleasant. Shen Yu turned back and said as he looked at the two. No, I'm fine on my own. Su Wanting's body involuntarily shrunk back. She is not a little cutie. In this situation, it was clear at a glance what Shen Yu wanted to do. She did not want to become Shen Yu's prey and be defiled by him like Su Ling Yun. Of course, objective laws are not subject to the subjective will of man. Su Wanting's retreat did not make Shen Yu falter in the slightest. Shen Yu reached out and grabbed Su Wanting's wrist, directly yanking her hand that was pulling on the wheelchair away from her and pulling her hard into the door. The door closed with a bang, isolating the outside world and Su Wanting's last hope. Shen Yu, please, let me go. Su Wanting unconsciously shielded her hands in front of her chest, as if this would protect her. In response, Shen Yu naturally ignored it. What kind of international joke is this? He worked hard to run to the girls' dormitory and came back to have his cooked duck robbed and run away, so naturally he had to make it up from somewhere else. He turned on the shower with his left hand, and with his right hand, he grabbed Su Wanting's jacket and pulled it with force. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, Su Wanting's body was left with only a single thin underwear. The exposed skin was as delicate as silk, and the movement of the desire to welcome and shyness added a few more points of temptation. It had to be said that the dim lighting was the best filter, and Su Wanting's figure looked particularly attractive at the moment. Su Wanting under the shower is like a frightened deer. Her eyes are full of helplessness and fear. If the Shen Yu of a few days ago saw it, she could not help but feel a sense of love and compassion inside. But now, Shen Yu would only feel that it was not enough. He reached out once again and tore off Su Wanting's underwear without mercy. Auntie, help me. Ignoring Shen Yu's up and down, Su Wanting rushed towards the bathroom door with all her might, yelling and turning the door handle as she tried to open the door and rush out. Of course, there was no way her behavior was going to pay off. In the next moment, Su Ling Yun did not come in, but Shen Yu went in. Chapter 21 Legionnaires. Su Wanting in front of her had already gone limp into a ball, and Shen Yu finally let out a long breath of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host obeys the instinctive desire to take revenge on Su Wanting in a way that he is good at. +1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has gained an in-depth understanding of the physiological structure of human awakened beings, completing the A-rank achievement, Species Fusion. +3 evolution points. Hearing the familiar system prompt, a hint of surprise flashed in Shen Yu's eyes as his gaze fell on Su Wanting. At this moment, Su Wanting was powerless and paralyzed on the bathroom floor, letting the shower continue to drench water on herself. The long wet hair was messily draped over her shoulders. Beads of water remained on her white skin. Her legs were lifelessly curled up together, and the whole person seemed like a flower that had been destroyed by the wind and rain. Shen Yu looked left and right. How could he not feel that Su Wanting did not look like an awakened? Compared to the kind of fierce person like Li Yuchuan who could still not die with one kidney missing, Su Wanting looked no different from an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the fact that the system hints would not be faked, Shen Yu wouldn't even be able to believe his eyes. But then again, 4 evolution points is the real deal. Shen Yu decisively opened the system panel directly and quickly learned the Legionary Close Guard skill. Afterwards, his gaze once again fell on Su Wanting. Classmate Su Wanting, I want to bite you. Su Wanting was originally so tired that she did not even want to move. When she heard Shen Yu's words, her body violently trembled and her eyes were instantly filled with fear. What's the difference between taking a bite and just biting to death? She's been forced to sell her body. How come she still can't save her life in the end? Can you not bite? Su Wanting tentatively opened her mouth to bargain with Shen Yu, wanting to confirm whether the other party was just having fun with herself or not. No, Shen Yu decisively refused. Su Wanting's heart sank to the bottom. She thought she knew Shen Yu fairly well, and this kind of tone was not flirting at all, but was really going to make a move. Shen Yu was satisfied in his heart when he saw the panic in Su Wanting's eyes, and then he threw out another question. Do you want to live? Su Wanting hurriedly nodded her head repeatedly. I want to live. That's fine. I only need a small bite. It won't transmit the poison or be fatal. You can rest assured. Shen Yu's words were concise, but Su Wanting didn't really want to believe this kind of talk. In her worldview, if it wasn't for Shen Yu finding his way to the dormitory building, there was absolutely no need for her to be reduced to this state. Of course, she wasn't stupid. She knew very well that she didn't have a choice right now and could only go ahead and bet that Shen Yu hadn't lied to her. Okay. Hearing Su Wanting's reply, Shen Yu smiled with satisfaction. Given your attitude, I'm going to give you a chance to pick your own part of the bite. Su Wanting was filled with the fear of death at the moment, so naturally she was in little mood to carefully pick out the bitten parts. She held out her left hand and closed her eyes nervously. Just, right here. Chun Yu, however, shook his head and reminded, let me bite on your hand? Think about it, my bite won't turn you into a zombie, and you can return to living in a human survivor camp for the rest of your life. If it does bite you on the hand, not to mention the careful scrutiny of the survivor camps, even the odd passerby will treat you as an infected person about to mutate. Su Wanting instantly woke up as if from a dream and began to think carefully, inwardly believing a few more points in Chen Yu's words about returning to the human camp. Obviously, you have to pick some hidden areas if you want the wound not to be easily seen. Generally speaking, the hidden parts are the areas that would normally be covered with clothes, but now that it was the end of the world, the inspections in the shelters were sure to be very strict, and the places covered by unusual clothes were not very safe, so it was expected that they would still be discovered. She thought about it for a while, then finally gritted her teeth and whispered, Then bite on my chest. It's an area that people don't normally dare to examine. When Chen Yu heard this, he was first stunned, then mercilessly mocked. Do you think that all the other survivors are as brainless as you? If it wasn't for you and Lin Xiaoxia and the two of them stopping it at that time, Gu Yanyan wouldn't have had the chance to enter the lab at all. Su Wanting opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but the words reached her mouth and swallowed back. Knowing that Chun Yu was telling the truth, she sighed helplessly and asked in a low voice, So what do you suggest? Think for yourself. I won't interfere. Chen Yu's words were as good as gold, and he had absolutely no intention of giving them to Su Wanting. Su Wanting frowned and fell into deep thought. If the chest doesn't work, then the same goes for the inner thighs. If the camp had bothered to send girls to scrutinize it, it would have been absolutely discovered. How about biting it on the foot? Su Wanting suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked down at her white feet. The soles of the feet, especially the ball of the foot area, are a very hidden part of the body indeed. After all, with the exception of a few people with an unusual orientation, most people would simply shy away from the feet of the same sex, let alone investigate them closely. What's more, the sole of the foot is a special part of the foot, so even if a bite mark is found, there is a probability that it can be fooled with the excuse that it was scratched by a rock while running. Thinking of this, Su Wanting raised her head and asked tentatively in a consultative tone, That bite on the foot is okay, right? Chapter 22. Are you sure? Are you sure? Hearing Su Wanting's decision, Chen Yu instantly asked back. He didn't care what parts Su Wanting picked. After all, most zombies eat people regardless of parts. His kind rely on photosynthesis to pretend plants is only a very few, under the mouth completely without any psychological burden. But for Su Wanting to make up her mind so quickly could be said to be out of his expectation. Su Wanting nodded, her tone firm. Okay. After saying that, Su Wanting directly closed her eyes and crossed her left foot. Until now, she was half believing in Chen Yu's words, but she didn't want to toss it anymore. It was better to die early. Chen Yu was in no hurry to start. Su Wanting's feet were as white as jade. The insteps were smooth and delicate, completely deserving of the word jade feet. If Chen Yu is a faithful player of a certain tower defense strategy hand game, at this moment, he will certainly not be able to help but want to lick a couple of mouths. It's a good thing Chen Yu isn't. He's just plain horny. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully obtained the first zombie melee, +1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected a human awakened, +1 evolution point. The system prompt announced Su Wanting's new identity, and even brought an unexpected joy. Chen Yu's gaze fell on Su Wanting with a few moments of curiosity in his eyes. Never would I have thought that Su Wanting, who was physically weak to this extent, was actually still an awakened. However, it was good that the Legion Close Guard effect was special enough to smoothly infect Su Wanting, who was an awakened, as well. He looked back and forth at Su Wanting with a scrutinizing gaze, even though the skill description clearly stated that Legionary Close Guard would not have any effect on appearance, but after all, it was turning a human into a zombie, so he still wanted to see if there would be any subtle changes. After a quick look around, Chen Yu came to a conclusion. Su Wanting's appearance really did not undergo any changes. Her face was still rosy, her skin was still white and red, her figure was still proud. Everything was different from having a world of difference. Are you done biting? If the bite is done, can you let me go? Su Wanting opened her eyes, looking like she had survived a robbery, and let out a long breath of relief. There's no rush. There's something else I want to try. Chen Yu unceremoniously rejected Su Wanting's request. Before telling Su Wanting about the plan, he had to test the effect of the Legion Close Guard. He cleared his throat and suddenly shouted at Su Wanting. Jump! Su Wanting was startled by the sudden sound. Chen Yu's words came out of nowhere, giving her an ominous premonition. The next moment, her body rose uncontrollably from the ground. An incredulous expression appeared on Su Wanting's face. In her horrified eyes, her own feet gently touched the ground uncontrollably, and her entire body lightly leapt up, actually automatically dancing a ballet for Chenyu. Chenyu was an absolute amateur when it came to dancing, but that didn't stop him from seeing Su Wanting's dancing skills. The moves are absolutely standard, just missing some professional clothing. He was instantly excited and gave a second command to Su Wanting. Sing. The expression on Su Wanting's face became even more horrified, but she still couldn't stop her mouth from opening and began to pop out notes from her throat, the sound still sounding good. But Chenyu didn't really come to listen to the song, he just wanted to test the skill effect. Su Wanting had just sung a line when he gave another order. Rap. This time, however, Wanting suddenly stopped and stood still. Chenyu froze for a moment and then reacted. Su Wanting was a female university after all. It was normal that she could sing and dance, but her education was a bit too superb for the specialized skill of rap. He was a little disappointed and dismissed the idea of shouting basketball, and with a thought, returned control of his body to Su Wanting. Chapter 23 Harmony. Feeling the control of his body return to his hands, Chenyu immediately looked at him with a palpitating heart. This feeling of being manipulated was unpleasant. The feeling of being ghosted when you are about to wake up from a nap. No wonder Chenyu was willing to agree to let her return to the human camp. With this means of control, there was absolutely no way for her to be unfavorable to Chenyu. If he got it wrong, Chenyu would also use her to bring down some shelters that were difficult to attack head-on, making her a notorious human traitor. Thinking about this, Su Wanting had some difficulty accepting it. It was not that she had difficulty accepting being an adulterer, nor was she afraid of being accused by 1,000 people in the future, but she had difficulty accepting that she would have to live under Chenyu's control for the rest of her days. Ordinary people are still born yearning for freedom, and even more so for those like her who grew up with a golden key and had a smooth ride from childhood to adulthood. If she really had to choose between freedom and life, she would definitely choose life. Freedom is precious, but the price of life is even higher. Freedom and all that is just an accessory compared to staying alive. Inwardly comforting herself like this, Su Wanting looked at Chenyu again. Can you let me go now? Of course. After dawn, I'll personally send you to the survivor camp at Donghai University. Chenyu was exactly in a good mood at the moment and revealed his plan to Su Wanting. A lingering anxiety had been haunting him ever since he had learned that the survivor team from Donghai University had had the leeway to search outward. In order to wake up one morning without being surrounded by a large group of people with weapons, he decided to take the initiative and let Su Wanting blend into the survivors' camp at Donghai University to dismantle the potential threat from within. Tokai University? Su Wanting's face suddenly revealed a subtle expression. Despite the short period of time, Chenyu still caught the smudge of abnormality. Why? What's the problem? My boyfriend is at Donghai University. Su Wanting replied honestly. You have a boyfriend? When Chenyu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and there was a hint of surprise in his tone. He had never heard any gossip about Su Wanting before, so it turned out to be a romance outside of school. Su Wanting hurriedly waved her hand to explain. Lin Rohai has just been pursuing me, and the odds are that he's turned zombie by now. That's even better. It's easier for you to blend in with the survivor camps when you have acquaintances. Chenyu did not care in the slightest about the conflicting aspects of Su Wanting's preamble. Anyway, he had already experienced the goods. Not to mention that Su Wanting was now a solid zombie in terms of biological nature. He was not at all afraid that Su Wanting would have second thoughts. And, what about my aunt? What are you going to do with her? She's still human. Are we letting the tiger out of the bag by keeping her here? Su Wanting seemed to be afraid that Chenyu would continue to think too much and hurriedly changed the topic to Su Ling Yun. Upon hearing this, Chenyu became even more convinced that he had a good eye for people. Like Su Wanting, this kind of exquisite self-interested person. As a human being when able to peacefully use other people as a stepping stone, wait until the zombie will also be able to be equally peacefully for the tiger, pull down their own loved ones with the quagmire. To put it plainly, when interests change, positions follow. Of course, in order to appease Su Wanting's possible small emotions, Chenyu remained motionless on his face. Teacher Su is such a kind and ambitious person. Of course we have to arrange for her to stay at Linhai University and be in charge of bringing together the survivalists on this side. Chenyu said this in a grandiose manner, but Su Wanting instantly heard the hidden meaning here. Chenyu was preparing to let Su Ling Yun be the tool person, and gather all the survivors of Linhai University so that they could be eliminated in one fell swoop. She trailed off with a slight frown. What if my aunt doesn't agree? Chenyu waved his hand, not taking Su Wanting's words to heart. Don't worry about that. I have 9 ways to make her cooperate willingly. What way? A trace of doubt flashed in Su Wanting's eyes. She could know her little aunt Su Ling Yun too well. Upright and idealistic, completely unlike the people of this era. Trying to convince this kind of person was simply harder than letting her go straight to her death. Chenyu did not answer directly, but turned towards the bathroom door, reached out and gently pushed, and the door opened in response. Outside the door, Su Ling Yun was pressing her face against the door to eavesdrop, and when she was caught off guard, Her center of gravity was unsteady, and her entire body directly tilted towards the door, and was about to fall off the wheelchair. Chapter 24, I Have a Dream. In response, Chenyu was naturally prepared for this and directly held Su Ling Yun with one hand. Teacher Su, you should have heard everything just now outside, right? I won't have to say any more nonsense. Su Ling Yun stumbled back into the wheelchair and spoke in a strong tone. Just die. I'm definitely not going to do anything for the tiger. When Su Wanting, who was on the side, heard this, her face slightly changed slightly at once, feeling that she had been taunted by Aoe, but Chenyu was very unimpressed. He reached out and pulled down Su Ling Yun's shirt, revealing his white shoulders, and then he bit down hard with a swift, hard bite. The next moment, a bite mark that was seeping blood had appeared on Su Ling Yun's left shoulder. Ah! Su Ling Yun suffered pain and instinctively let out a low cry, followed by eyes full of anger. You might as well die. Even if you infect me, I won't help you infect more people. I'm never going to be your tool. Chenyu was currently regretting that he did not receive the system alert sound of Su Ling Yun being awakened, and seeing Su Ling Yun's rare fury, he felt that it was indeed necessary for him to transform his thoughts. Although he had absolute control over Su Ling Yun's body, if Su Ling Yun refused to cooperate, it was also very difficult to use her prestige to trick the survivors of the entire Linhai University into one piece, and Linhai University is located on the outskirts of the city, sitting on 20,000 acres of land, and if no one had gathered all the survivors together, he would have even been. Ahem, Teacher Su, think carefully, would it be more beneficial to gather the survivors of Linhai University together? Now that it's a post-apocalyptic world, only if everyone is united can we better cope with the crisis. Chenyu thought of a complete set of words and began to bait Su Ling Yun. For Chenyu, who was arrogant but respectful, Su Ling Yun's eyes were filled with hostility. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who would unconditionally believe your bull **** and unite to deal with the crisis? You're just trying to gather the surviving faculty and students of Linhai University to facilitate your cannibalism. Seeing Su Ling Yun pointing out his purpose, Chenyu was not discouraged and instead chose to continue. Mr. Su, you have misunderstood me too much. Am I a very brutal person? My purpose is simple, and that is to create a world where people and zombies can live together. The zombies were also humans before they were born, and I don't think that the two sides have to be in opposition, but can find ways to coexist. Su Ling Yun's eyes were contemptuous, looking at Chenyu as if she was looking at a noisy clown. Chenyu, you don't have to try to deceive me. Zombies are just the product of a virus, and although you are special, you are just a monster that obeys the instinct to eat blood. You're wrong about that. Mr. Su, I'm the zombie in the world that wants to live in harmony with humans the most. Chenyu immediately seized the loophole in Su Ling Yun's words and took the opportunity to speak his killer words in a half-truth. Moreover, I'm not the only mutated zombie with sanity, and other mutated zombies may not always be willing to coexist peacefully with humans. If you don't choose to trust me, the situation for humans will only become more dangerous. His words were naturally made up. After all, he hadn't seen a second mutated zombie other than himself since the end of the world. On the contrary, the awakened had seen quite a few. But Su Ling Yun was instantly struck 7 inches. Chenyu did not know exactly how many mutated zombies there were, but Su Ling Yun did. In the short time after the outbreak of the end times, she had gotten some hidden information from the Su family, and although mutated zombies were uncommon, they were certainly not the only ones in Chenyu. Okay, I promise you that I will remain at Linhai University to form a survivor camp. Hearing this, Su Wanting, who was standing next to her, was instantly dumbstruck. She did not expect that Chenyu's eloquence was actually so good that even Su Ling Yun, who had always recognized death, could be lulled into submission by him, and in her heart, she could not help but feel a little more fearful of Chenyu. Chapter 25, Su Wanting has supernatural powers? Seeing that the matter had been settled, Chenyu got up and dressed to take Su Wanting out of the bathroom, leaving plenty of space for Su Ling Yun. The two walked through the corridor to the elevator and saw Li Yuchuan, who was groaning on the floor. It should be said that the life of an awakened person is hard. Li Yuchuan was dug a kidney alive, after a night, surprisingly, has come to his senses, and the huge wound on his left back waist has formed a blood scab, vaguely showing signs of healing. Chenyu immediately sked. On the other side, hearing the sound of footsteps, Li Yuchuan panicked and looked up to the source of the sound, and then he saw Chenyu's smiling face. Don't do it. I'll talk. I'll say anything. Li Yuchuan instantly shivered and said loudly in a reflexive manner. He was really scared. The Chenyu in front of him pulled out his waist when he said he would, not at all like he was worried that he would die. Seeing this cooperative appearance of Li Yuchuan, Chenyu nodded in his heart and then squatted his body to get closer to Li Yuchuan and said, "Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you, what exactly is the situation of the survivor camp at Donghai University, and how many awakened people are there?" I'm going to take a spring trip to East Sea University. You have to be honest with me. Li Yuchuan didn't dare to hide it and set it in his head. 4. Counting me, there's a total of 4 abnormal type awakened. The other 3 are our student union president Lin Rohai, vice president Zhang Tianyi and vice dean of the civil engineering college Zhang Chang. Yesterday I led a team out to search for survivors along with Dean Zhang, and I was originally intended to be allowed to stay behind for 2 days. Shen Yu inwardly breathed a silent sigh of relief. There were only 4 awakened only, much less than he expected, and one was already clutched in his hands, so it seemed there was no need to be too nervous. Still, it's time to go. He turned back to Li Yuchuan and continued his questioning. How are awakened and walkers categorized? Now Li Yuchuan looked puzzled and seemed a bit hesitant. In response, Shen Yu rose slightly. Take it easy. I'll talk okay. Li Yuchuan instantly reacted greatly, violently swinging both hands to try to pull Shen Yu. The blood scabs on his back waist were all oozing bloodstains once again. Shen Yu stopped his movements and didn't say anything, just quietly looking at Li Yuchuan, with the intention of activating the great memory recovery technique at the drop of a hat. Actually, we don't know much about it. We learned about it from the military. They categorize awakened people into power type and supernatural type. Power type is like me. The physical quality is strengthened all round. Stronger, not easy to die or something. As for the supernatural type, there are a lot of strange abilities. What kind of things are there? Our school only Dean Zhang is a person who is an alien type awakened person. I'm not sure exactly what effect it has. Li Yuchuan stammered out a few words that were incredibly informative. Wait, Shen Yu decisively interrupted Li Yuchuan as he realized a key piece of information. You said the military. There's an army stationed inside East Ocean University? Li Yuchuan froze for a moment, then nodded. Isn't it that the freshmen just started school and needed military training? The army sent a battalion directly into the school, and it was supposed to be pulled to the base for further training in a couple days, but it turned out that the end of the world suddenly erupted, so they were all stuck in the school. Shen Yu's heart was suddenly filled with a wave of happiness and fear. This East China Sea University can be really hidden crouching tiger. Freshman military training actually really have the army stationed as instructors, unlike Linhai University, in order to save money directly with the senior students as instructors. If he went over there unprepared and uninformed, it would not be a big deal if he had enough bullets, but if he had some kind of man-portable anti-tank rocket or something like that, he would not be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Shen Yu hurriedly calmed his tone and looked at Li Yuchuan again. I know. Go on about the mutant walkers. Li Yuchuan had a lively mind and could roughly guess that Shen Yu's mood swings just now were due to hearing the news from the army, but he remained motionless and followed Shen Yu's words. I can't figure out the mutated zombies. The army's words are that there are many types. There are those with huge body sizes, those with extremely fast crawling speeds, and those that live in symbiosis with fungi, and there are 1,000 different types, but the rarest is still the zombie whose mental mutation produces IQ. However, the military's people have specifically said that zombies are divided into 9 orders just like awakened beings. Shen Yu was thoughtful. If Li Yuchuan wasn't lying, then I'm afraid that the number of zombies like him that still have human memories and intelligence after mutation is very few in number. It was good that Su Ling Yun didn't know that the tiger skin he pulled would last for a while. He reached out and signaled Su Wanting, who was standing far away, to come over, his gaze sharply looking at Li Yuchuan, his tone carrying a few hints of temptation. Can you tell if she's an awakened? When Li Yuchuan heard this, his brows frowned slightly, his brain running rapidly, secretly analyzing what Shen Yu meant by this. Shen Yu shouted over this girl, white legs, long face, rosy, completely without the fear of being under the control of the zombies. Certainly not. He forcefully grabbed over. Since they weren't forcibly captured, they must have reached some sort of agreement with Shen Yu, and it might even be possible that they were supernatural type awakened beings. Li Yuchuan had a mind to montage it, but eventually gave up. After all, the initiative was always in Shen Yu's hands, and it would be bad if he botched it. He shook his head honestly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. I can't tell. I can only determine that he's not a power type awakened person, but there are so many different abilities of a psychic type awakened person that it's hard to tell without a clear characteristic. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. He was very curious about Su Wanting's type of psychic ability. He originally thought that Li Yuchuan would be able to provide some valuable clues, but he didn't expect to find anything. He looked to Li Yuchuan. With the intelligence value drained, it was time to think about what to do with the awakened person in front of him. According to Chen Zuorun Yu's custom, such a person who dared to strike at him should not be left alive. But then again, Li Yuchuan had been honestly providing information since he was missing a loincloth, and it didn't seem quite in keeping with his status as a moral model to just kill it off. More importantly, Shen Yu was still waiting to taste the flavor of the awakened one after lighting up the Devour Stars skill in exchange for the full attribute value. If we kill Li Yuchuan now, the meat will stink by then. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu thought of a way. He suddenly opened his mouth to look at Li Yuchuan, with a bit of playfulness in his tone. Mr. Li Yuchuan, are you interested in being a temporary human trader? Chapter 26, What's the age? Still being a traditional zombie? Li Yuchuan froze, somewhat not understanding what Chen Yu meant. The next moment, he reacted. Willing, I'm more than willing. Regardless of what Chen Yu was prepared to let him do, he now had no room to bargain, and only by honestly obeying Chen Yu's words and kissing his ass would he have a chance of survival. Chen Yu was not surprised by Li Yuchuan's answer as he nodded. Well then, stand up first, treat the wound on your back yourself, and come back to Donghai University with us in half an hour. Li Yuchuan really froze this time. He never expected Chen Yu to be so inhumane. The wound on his waist had just healed and he had to grimace when he moved. Under this premise, Chen Yu actually allowed him to find a place to treat his wounds on his own, and also requested to leave in half an hour, which was no different from mistreating the injured. However, he did not dare to say this to Chen Yu's face. Seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of continuing to speak, he had no choice but to endure the pain and get up from the ground, limping into the elevator, ready to go to the 6th floor infirmary to get some bandages for himself. Half an hour later, downstairs in the Shaw building, Li Yuchuan's entire body was wrapped up like a mummy, limping in the forefront as a guide. Behind him, in order, were Chen Yu, Su Wanting, and Gu Yanyan. That's right, in order to give Lin Xiaoxia a surprise, Chen Yu purposely used mind control this time, and brought her good best friend Gu Yanyan along. To this, Su Wanting was very much against it. Despite the fact that she had become a real zombie, she still instinctively thought of herself as a human being, and was not only afraid of her pale former roommate behind her, but she was also careful to watch the zombies around her all the way. But as she drifted away, she felt like she was going numb. Along the way, the road was intertwined with deadness and dilapidation. The air was filled with the pungent and sweet smell of blood, and human remains left over from zombie eating were everywhere on the ground. The formerly noisy street was now half empty of murmurs, leaving only the sound of a line of footsteps. Of course, it's not always so quiet around here. Every once in a while, the smell of Li Yuchuan's blood attracted a number of zombies, which were then frowned upon and killed by Chen Yu. Gradually, Su Wanting realized that the zombies really had no interest in her, but only showed a clear desire to attack Li Yuchuan. She finally let go and confirmed that while she looked no different than before, she was essentially no longer human, but had become a member of the zombie population. But in contrast, Chen Yu was impatient. After using his fists to burst a few waves of zombies that pounced on Guide Li Yuchuan, he directly utilized mind control, controlling the surrounding zombies to avoid Li Yuchuan. When he left Linhai University a few kilometers later, Li Yuchuan, who had originally wondered about the zombies suddenly ceasing to appear, suddenly guessed the reason why the zombies were hiding away, and his face changed somewhat subtly. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of Chen Yu, who had the ability to control zombies in a while, a corner was turned and a human patrol suddenly appeared in front of him. These people were wearing uniforms, with gas masks on their faces, rifles in their hands, and grenades on their waists, and they looked like regular soldiers. Stop, who are you? The members of the patrol saw Li Yuchuan and immediately raised their rifles in warning. Seeing the situation, Li Yuchuan made an immediate decision and ran quickly to the patrol, shouting loudly, "Help! I'm followed by mutated zombies. Help me!" The members of the patrol team likewise reacted extremely quickly, and didn't even wait for Li Yuchuan to finish speaking. The bullets were already loaded and the guns were aimed at Li Yuchuan. With a few gunshots, bullets whistled out, and Li Yuchuan fell to the ground with unwilling and puzzled eyes. The members of the patrol did not change their faces, and were not half moved by Li Yuchuan's death. After 3 days of baptism in the end times, they had understood the horror of the zombies, waterborne, bloodborne, and even airborne. To completely wipe out the zombies, you have to destroy every potentially infected person with a 7.62 round in your hand. Chen Yu had just turned the corner at this time, and when he saw Li Yuchuan collapsed on the ground, his heart burst into a sneer. This Li Yuchuan is really a guy who remembers to eat but does not remember to fight. The speed of jumping back is faster than he expected, and he deserves to die. He looked up at the patrol team, which consisted of 12 people, all heavily armed, wearing dark gray tactical body armor, and holding assault rifles that Chen Yu could not name the model. In the next moment, dense 7.62 caliber bullets poured out, heading straight for Chen Yu. Ding, 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 accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Sparks splashed in front of Chen Yu's body, but there was no trace left on his body. For a moment, the members of the patrol looked at each other. Is this still a carbon-based organism? I can't believe I'm not even afraid of bullets. Chen Yu sneered and slowly pulled out the M17 pistol from his waist that he had gotten from the cafeteria security guard and waved it towards the patrol. This gun, It came from someone who wanted to kill me. What do you think, with this firepower of yours, you can do to me? When the crowd heard this, their faces instantly became serious. The mutated zombie in front of him could not only stop bullets, but he could also talk. This was no longer an ordinary mutated zombie, and had to be hit hard. In the next moment, several grenade-shaped things were thrown in front of Chenyu. Chapter 27, When you're a zombie, you have to make a name for yourself. In Chenyu's puzzled eyes, these grenades did not explode, but instantly into a large area of irritating odor smoke, making the surrounding area a white flower. This stuff is smoke and mirrors. It was only then that Chenyu reacted as an afterthought. Dare say that this group of soldiers were trying to use smoke to confuse his sense of sight and smell. It's really worthy of being a regular army. If this is an ordinary zombie, losing its sense of smell, no matter how hard it is, it will only be passively beaten. Even if a mutated zombie with intelligence lost its vision, it would not be able to see its surroundings in the white fog, thus losing the direction of its attack, leaving plenty of time for humans to prepare. But unfortunately, the person these people in front of them had encountered was Chenyu. With sharp vision and sharp sense of smell, the white irritating mist in front of him didn't affect the sensory abilities one bit. He didn't give the patrol much time to react. With a flash of his figure, in the blink of an eye, the members of the patrol fell one by one, unable to even utter a scream. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 9 adult male humans. Experience value plus 9 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Host kills 2 adult female humans. Experience value plus 1 inch. In the white smoke, fewer and fewer soldiers were still standing, and the captain with the gas mask who was originally ready to run away realized that something was wrong. However, there was no retreat in his eyes. Instead, a sense of determination came through. He gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a military heavy grenade from his waist, pulling the bolt without hesitation. Boom! After the explosion, the smoke cleared and the air was heavy with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Chenyu was still standing in place, his face not looking very good. The shrapnel from the grenades hadn't been able to do much damage to him yet, but it had done a great deal of damage to his property. Other than that, Li Yuchuan's corpse was already in one piece east and west, which not only cost him a possible evolution point, but also wasted a steady full attribute boost. There were also the equipment and guns on the soldiers on the ground, many of which were torn and tattered from the grenade's shrapnel, and obviously no longer functioned properly. But there was no way for him to take it out on a dead man, so he turned to look back and convey his anger around the corner. Student Su Wanting, after hiding in the back for so long, come out and clean up the battlefield. Su Wanting timidly poked her head out from behind the corner, looking frightened by the sound of gunfire. Only paired with her 6'5" frame, this look of fear looked like she was faking it anyways. In fact, she was really faking it. Inwardly, she was extremely reluctant and even somewhat disgusted by this order from Chenyu. These corpses and wreckage were so dirty in her eyes that they were practically untouchable. But Chenyu's orders were not to be disobeyed, so she could only walk forward with a stiff upper hand. Just a moment ago, she had been secretly calculating in her mind how to disguise herself as an ordinary human and how to hide her true identity in front of this group of heavily armed soldiers. After all, this group of soldiers looked well-trained and well-equipped. No matter how one looked at them, they did not look like they would be easily defeated by Chenyu. She even thought for a while that she could finally get rid of Chenyu's control and regain her freedom. But in the blink of an eye, Chenyu had actually regrouped a team of soldiers, causing her to be happy for nothing. After some nausea, Su Wanting finally laid out everything she could gather in front of Chenyu. Chenyu glanced at the floor. There were a total of 9 assault rifles, 38 loaded matching magazines, 13 high-explosive grenades, and 7 sets of relatively intact gas masks. The harvest was very impressive with a large array of Lind. Since Chenyu himself was at the level of a small white man when it came to the military, he couldn't tell the exact model at all. But while he had never seen a pig run, he had personally eaten pork. It doesn't matter if he can't understand the model, he has experienced the power of these weapons. It may not be enough to deal with him, but it can be said that it is more than enough to deal with other zombies, and to deal with human beings. It is even more of a chicken to use a bullseye. Pack it up and put it away. Let Gu Yanyan carry it. Su Wanting was instantly dumbfounded by Chenyu's light words. In this post-apocalyptic world, where could she find something to pack at a moment's notice? She had no choice but to endure the nausea and return the pile of corpses on the ground, scraping together fabrics to wrap the things into parcels and hang them on Gu Yanyan's body. Chapter 28, When you're a zombie, you have to work together. With no words along the way, Chenyu finally saw the gates of Donghai University. The school gate is tall and solemn, and the stone plaque on it reads, Learning and Ambition, Questioning and Thinking. Surrounding walls are not particularly high, about 2 meters or so, brushed with a layer of light gray paint. on top of which there is also a row of iron railing installed at regular intervals, making it difficult for the average person to climb over. Student Su Wanting, the human camp you've been longing for has arrived. Quickly go inside and remember not to reveal your zombie identity. Chen Yu patted Su Wanting, signaling that the other party could leave. Su Wanting blinked, somewhat hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but Chen Yu's good reputation made her wonder if she was fishing. It wasn't until Chen Yu hid behind one of the poles near the school gate that she finally took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and stepped towards the school gate. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? Just as he approached the school gate, a heavily armed soldier stepped out of the security room, his gun aimed at Su Wanting. Su Wanting hurriedly stopped her footsteps, a panic inside her. She'd touched a lot of guns and clubs since she was a kid, but it was the first time she'd ever had a blackened gun pointed at her. But soon, she remembered that her current appearance was no different from a normal person's and summoned up the courage to make up a story. I'm a student from Linhai University next door, which was overrun by a wave of corpses, and I've come to take refuge. Chen Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction when he heard Su Wanting's reply. Sure enough, his vision was right. Although Su Wanting was exquisitely self-interested, she could also examine the situation. For someone like her, as long as her interests are tied to her own, then she won't screw up. But compared to Chen Yu's satisfaction, the soldier was skeptical of Su Wanting's words. The two universities were separated by several kilometers, and the zombies in between hadn't been cleaned up by a team, and the girl in front of her was actually able to run over by herself, which was suspicious anyways. Stand still, just wait at the door. Someone will come to search and check you later. Also, do you know anyone at Donghai University? Su Wanting hesitated for a moment, then reported a name. Lin Rohai. I'm his girlfriend. Upon hearing the name, the soldier's face visibly eased and his gun lowered. Oh, you actually know President Lin Rohai? Then please wait a moment. I'll go inform him. Chen Yu watched Su Wanting smoothly enter the school gate and retracted his sight back, preparing to find a place to flip into the school. But before that, he had to solve Gu Yanyan's problem first. Although Gu Yanyan had turned into a zombie, her appearance remained the same as before she was born, even more striking than ordinary people. Coupled with the heat weapon on her back, this would have unimaginable consequences if she was discovered by the patrols of East Ocean University. He first unloaded the weapon from Gu Yanyan and carried it on his back, then gave Gu Yanyan instructions to find a place nearby to hide. Watching Gu Yanyan leave, he found a random section of the fence. The fence was indeed impenetrable for a normal zombie with stiff limbs, but for him, it was simply easier than killing a person. After quickly looking around and confirming that no one was there, he propped up his hands and easily flipped over the fence, landing steadily on the campus. The next moment, just as he had just let his guard down, a scent of a living person suddenly burrowed into his nostrils. He turned his head violently, only to see a man and a woman standing not far away, looking at him with wide eyes and full of surprise. Next moment, the boy didn't even yell run, and left the girl behind without looking back. The girl, on the other hand, looked horrified and her throat moved slightly as if she was about to make a sound. Chen Yu's heart was tight. The surrounding area was quiet. If the girl screamed, it would inevitably attract the soldiers on patrol, and then he would not be sneaking in, but forcefully attacking. He couldn't care less about the fleeing boys at the moment, and rushed forward with an arrow step, quickly covering the girl's mouth. Don't scream. I'm alive, not a zombie. The girl's body visibly stiffened for a moment. The fear in her eyes became even more intense, obviously not believing Chen Yu's words at all, but still nodded her head, signaling that she would not scream. Chen Yu let go of his hand. I couldn't be bothered to take a closer look just now, but now that I've taken a look around, the girl is still quite pretty. Early 20s, delicate features, fair skin, especially a pair of large eyes, so clear that they seem to reflect the whole world. Or, of course, to put it more crudely, clear stupidity. What's your name? What was that boy just now to you? The girl took a deep breath and tried to calm herself as she replied. My name is Yi Qinglan. He is my boyfriend. Please don't hurt him. Chen Yu laughed coldly in his heart, thinking that this girl was really in love with her brain. She was worried about the escaping boyfriend even though she was about to be in danger. But love brains have their uses, and he pointed to the blood-stained package on his back. You misunderstand me. See the package on my back? Yi Qinglan nodded. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, not understanding what Chen Yu meant. See what's inside. Chen Yu tried to put on a sad expression and whispered a story to Yi Qinglan in front of him. Inside is the weapon. I'm a member of the patrol team that followed Vice President Li Yuchuan out on a rescue mission yesterday. Last night we encountered a mutated zombie. Vice President Li died and I was infected, but I don't know why I didn't turn into a walking corpse, so I came back here with my teammate's weapon. When Yi Qinglan heard this, a hint of shock and guilt flashed in her eyes, clearly believing Chen Yu's clumsy story. I'm sorry, I shouldn't suspect you. You are too great. In order to give an account to the comrades, even risked so much to come back. Shen Yu was originally still pondering on how to figure out how to further answer Yi Qinglan's question. After all, he had a lot of loopholes in this statement, which was why Yi Qinglan looked like a cutie. It was only then that he was thinking of carrying out a lull, but as a result, when he heard Yi Qinglan's believing tone, he couldn't help but ask a question at once. Why aren't you afraid of me? I'm a zombie now, don't you think I'd hurt you? Yi Qinglan shook his head, still with the stupid clarity in his eyes, and said softly, I think you're a good person. Shen Yu froze for a moment and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This is some rare species he's encountered. A girl who sends zombies a good guy card is like the opposite of the Big Dipper, the kind of thing that no one would believe. Yi Qinglan seemed relieved to see Chen Yu smile. You should leave quickly. The school has been cleared of zombies by the humans. If you don't leave, they'll find you later. Chen Yu said in his heart that he could not leave now, and that he was obviously a zombie. But Yi Qinglan advised him to leave quickly, as if she took him as some kind of vulnerable person. Ahem. Student Yi Qinglan, do you know where all the survivors Dean Jiang brought back last night are? I think they were placed in dormitory buildings 7 and 8, with boys in 7 and girls in 8. Yi Qinglan did not doubt it and directly answered the information Shen Yu wanted. Shen Yu was instantly delighted. Originally, he had to rely on sharp sense of smell to slowly determine Lin Xiaoxia's hiding place, but now he could just go straight in single-handedly. He glanced at Yi Qinglan and whispered, then why don't you take me to dormitory building 8? Yi Qinglan froze for a moment, a hint of hesitation on his face. Shen Yu was instantly tense, thinking that his lie had been recognized. The next moment, Yi Qinglan spoke. It's not good for you, a boy, to go to the girls' dormitory, is it? Shen Yu was instantly relieved, and the ready-made excuse came out of his mouth. I'm not going to lie to you. Among the people Dean Jiangchang brought back yesterday, there's a girl named Lin Xiaoxia who's my girlfriend, and before I leave, I'd like to go see her. When Yi Qinglan heard this, a trace of emotion immediately flashed in his eyes, and his tone took on a few points of admiration. You value love too much. You don't forget love even after becoming a zombie. I'll help you lead the way. Chen Yu nodded and lowered his voice. Take the path and don't let anyone see. Yi Qinglan nodded and led Chen Yu along the campus before he started turning left and right. Soon, Chen Yu saw a dormitory building with 8 written on the wall, and next to it hung the sign Girls' Dormitory. Boys stop, so it was hard not to recognize it. Yi Qinglan pointed to the door of the building. This is it. Wait here. I'll go in and ask Lin Xiaoxia for her dormitory number. I'll be back in a little while. After saying that, she quickly walked into the dormitory building, leaving Chen Yu to lean against the sycamore tree. Chen Yu said in his heart that he had already smelled Lin Xiaoxia's odor, and it was not necessary to go through so much trouble. He was just about to climb up the window when he unexpectedly saw an unexpected figure. Su Wanting stood in the doorway, followed by a boy who had an attentive smile on his face and was trying hard to get close to her. Chapter 29, When you're a zombie, you have to be brazen. Wanting, you just escaped the corpse tide. You must be exhausted, right? There are too many people in the 8th dormitory building. All of them are 8 people in a dormitory, and the environment is not good. How about you move to my single dormitory? It's quiet there and you can rest well. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, the boy with the big back hair was hesitant to leave, reaching out his hand to try to get on Su Wanting's shoulder. Su Wanting sidestepped the salty pig's hand and did not move to take 2 steps towards the dormitory entrance. Lin Rohai, thank you for your kindness, but I'd rather live in building 8. After all, this is the girls' dormitory, and it's convenient for me to live here. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Lin Rohai's face, but he quickly piled on another smile. But Ting Ting, I don't feel comfortable with you living here alone. Besides, my dormitory is nearby. You can come over and rest anytime. I promise I won't disturb you. There's really no need. I'm used to living alone. Besides, there are a lot of classmates here, so it's good for everyone to take care of each other. Su Wanting once again refused, her face somewhat unhappy. Lin Rohai saw that stalking was ineffective and caused Su Wanting to have a tendency to explode, so he took a step and turned back 3 times. Shen Yu hid behind a tree and shook his head slightly, thinking that this Lin Rohai was really insensitive, but now is not the time to kill, and let this guy live for a while longer. With a slight push on his toes, he climbed straight up the trunk of the tree. Soon, at the top of the sycamore tree, he leapt. Wow! With a sound of breaking glass, he actually jumped into a dormitory room. This is exactly where Lin Xiaoxia's scent is the strongest. There was no one else in the dormitory. Lin Xiaoxia had a hairpin on her head tied into a ponytail, and was sitting on a chair, staring blankly. Suddenly hearing movement, she jerked her head up and then saw the most unforgettable horror of her life. Shen Yu's face was pale and smiling, and his body was the glass slag, and he looked at her without saying a word. How did you get here? Lin Xiaoxia's voice trembled, and she reflexively jumped up from her chair, but accidentally bumped into the table full of clutter in front of her. The scattered bags of table salt poured out at once, quickly mixing with the glass slag on the floor. Chen Yu sneered. Of course I'm here to find you, Lin Xiaoxia-san. What? Lin Xiaoxia-san doesn't want to see me? Lin Xiaoxia was naturally not stupid enough to answer Chen Yu's question as she fiercely stood up and ran towards the dormitory entrance. The ponytail rose and fell, and the pink hairpin on the back of her head swayed from side to side. Chen Yu didn't stop it, but just looked at Lin Xiaoxia with a mocking look on his face. In the next moment, Lin Xiaoxia pulled open the door in a panic, and was buried face to face in a piece of softness, and was instantly unable to move. She anxiously looked up and was surprised to find that the visitor was actually Su Wanting, and was a bit anxious. Wanting, why are you here? Run quickly, Chen Yu is inside. He's coming for us. However, in her full expectation, Su Wanting did not move and instead reached out to hug her. Lin Xiaoxia was dumbfounded. She pushed Su Wanting with all her strength, trying to get out of her former friend's embrace. Su Wanting, are you crazy? Quickly let go. Chen Yu is inside. Su Wanting sighed helplessly. She wanted to let go, but she could not afford the consequences of angering Chen Yu. Mr. Lin Xiaoxia, do you know why you were able to escape last night? Chen Yu paced slowly towards Lin Xiaoxia. He was very much enjoying this thrill of a cat playing with a mouse. Lin Xiaoxia naturally wouldn't answer this question. She struggled once again, wanting to get rid of her former friend's bondage, but was surprised to find that Su Wanting was incredibly strong nowadays. Even if she exerted all her strength, she was simply unable to break free by half. Fortunately, Chen Yu hadn't intended to let Lin Xiaoxia answer. He walked to the front of the two people and pawed Lin Xiaoxia's chin, then chose to ask himself a question. That's because I went to communicate with classmate Su Wanting, and I had wanted the two of you sisters to enhance your relationship, but you didn't understand my painstaking efforts and actually ran away. I was very angry. Chapter 30, when you're a zombie, you've got to think big. Lin Xiaoxia felt the icy coldness coming from her jaws and instantly deflated. She knew very well that she was able to run out purely by luck, and now that she was caught by Chen Yu again, she was afraid that there was no way to live. After a moment of silence, she endeavored to twist her head to look at Su Wanting, her eyes filled with doubt and disappointment. Sister Wanting, why are you helping Chen Yu again? Aren't you afraid of ending up in the same situation as me? Su Wanting blushed, not knowing whether to answer this question or not. I'll answer for her, since she's already a walker and won't resist my orders at all. Chen Yu's voice rang out. Lin Xiaoxia instantly shook her head violently, not believing his words at all. Impossible. You must be lying to me. Wanting's face is so rosy, how can she be a zombie? This intense reaction from Lin Xiaoxia was right in Chen Yu's favor. He came closer to Lin Xiaoxia. A burst of fragrance was emanating from her body. Chen Yu felt the hunger in his belly after a long time, and was a bit intoxicated by the aroma emanating from Lin Xiaoxia's body. Since obtaining photosynthesis, this is really the first time. He brought his face to Lin Xiaoxia's neck and suddenly had the urge to cause vampire and take a bite out of this white neck. The smell is so delicious. He also counted himself as having come into contact with quite a few beautiful women, but the one that could bring him such a crazy appetite was really just Lin Xiaoxia. Hesitating for a moment, Chen Yu fought off the urge to suck on 2 mouthfuls of blood, instead using his tongue to gently swipe his neck as if he were a normal couple. Chen Yu, what the hell do you want? Lin Xiaoxia's teeth were chattering, and Chen Yu could even hear the sound of bones rubbing together. Didn't you already give your answer? Chen Yu then responded. He had always been an honest man, and the reason why he had gone out of his way to arrive here from Linhai, aside from the preemptive strike, a large part of it was because Lin Xiaoxia had run here. Lin Xiaoxia instantly felt a bit uncomfortable as she twisted her head to the side, trying to express her silent refusal. However, this instead revealed her side face, and Chen Yu eyed it for a moment, feeling that it was an invitation to himself. The next moment, his brow furrowed. Sometimes it wasn't good to have too much hearing, and the sounds of the hustle and bustle downstairs made him instantly bored. What's wrong? Su Wanting was originally carefully controlling Lin Xiaoxia, and when she saw Chen Yu suddenly get up, she couldn't help but ask a question. Let go of Lin Xiaoxia first. Chen Yu looked at Su Wanting and flirted. Your boyfriend came up to see you. Su Wanting froze, and her face quickly changed to anger, a look of gritted teeth. This Lin Rohai, he's been stalking me for a long time, and just now he even tried to force me to cohabitate with him based on his status as an awakened person. I really want to kill him. Chen Yu didn't reply. Not surprisingly to him, Su Wanting really put on an attitude of resolutely drawing a line in the sand. In fact, he agreed with the proposal of exchanging Lin Rohai for evolution points, but the time shouldn't be now. Before we kill Lin Rohai, we have to drain him of his residual value first. For example, information about the origins of the end times, the firepower of the army stationed in the East China Sea, and other hidden information. Just deal with it. I want to hear what he's got to say when he comes over to you, and incidentally get a set of words out of him and see if I can ask anything. Saying that, Shenyu threw aside the two women and directly hid behind the door. Su Wanting opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't dare to mention killing Lin Rohai again. She did want Lin Rohai to die, but if she mentioned it too enthusiastically and made Shenyu mistakenly think that she had something to do with Lin Rohai, then she would have to steal a chicken. Chapter 31: The Redemption of the Kidney Chopper. Lin Rohai, wearing his trademark big back hair and hanging a smile that he thought was charming, quickly appeared at the door of Lin Xiaoxia's dormitory. Tina, are you in there? Open the door. The dormitory door opened in response, and Su Wanting appeared behind it with an unhappy face. Seeing this, Lin Rohai immediately leaned against the doorframe and blocked the gap with his body, with the intention of not letting Su Wanting leave. Wanting, I purposely asked the university to prepare another single dormitory, right next door to me. It's too dangerous for you to live here alone. Why don't you move there? Su Wanting shook her head slightly and pulled out the stunned Lin Xiaoxia behind her. Lin Rohai, I thank you for helping me out with all the hustle and bustle, but there's really no need. It's fine for the two of us, Xia and I, to live here. Lin Rohai's gaze turned to Lin Xiaoxia on the side, a hint of greed flashing under his eyes. He had licked Su Wanting for such a long time. It was only natural that he would collect some interest now. That's just the right time. You two can move there together. This building 8 was only cleaned up yesterday afternoon. The smell of zombies' blood has not dissipated yet. It's not good for your health if you smell it for a long time. Hearing this, both Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia unconsciously stiffened for a moment. The smell of blood wasn't from the dormitory building. It was because there was an actual mutated zombie in the vicinity. Shenyu hid behind the door. It would be strange if a zombie who had killed countless people didn't have a little bit of blood on his body. It's really not necessary. I really don't want to move. And Xia and I just met today. We still have something to talk about. I'll talk to you later. Su Wanting had a lot of thoughts, and once again, she decisively voiced her refusal. A flash of impatience immediately flashed through Lin Rohai's eyes. There was a limit to his being a licking dog, chasing Su Wanting for 2.5 whole years, and now that it was the end of the world, he actually still refused to say yes. He simply didn't know what was good for him. Just downstairs there are people watching, not good to destroy their own image of roughness also, even if, now this dormitory is no one around. He will not be spoiled. Su Wanting again. Wanting, I'm doing this for your own good. You'll understand when you live next door to me. Saying that, he fiercely reached out, wanting to grab Su Wanting's arm in the process. The next moment, in his incredulous eyes, Su Wanting made a sideways turn and easily dodged his movements. Lin Rohai was shocked in his heart. He had just used the speed of an awakened person. It was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge before. Shocked, Lin Rohai quickly adjusted his expression and replaced it with a wounded look, and his tone became low. Wanting, I've been bringing you breakfast for 3 whole years. Have you forgotten all about it? As he said that, he paused, his gaze fixed on Su Wanting, a hint of threat in his voice. You don't want to disown this favor, do you? Su Wanting clenched her silver teeth, feeling like she was about to explode with anger. This Lin Rohai has no other skills, but the ability to turn black and white into right and wrong is a set of skills. What college student eats breakfast on time these days? Lin Rohai is good. Not only every morning at 6 o'clock sharp to the girls' dormitory downstairs call to wake her up, but also deliberately make this matter known to everyone. Someone to send her breakfast thing in Lin Hai University. Girls once between the rumors are buzzing. It took her a lot of effort, and she even had to ask for help from the Su family before she could barely keep the matter down. Thinking of this, Su Wanting secretly glanced towards the back of the door, her heart apprehensive. She was really afraid that Shenyu, who was hiding behind the door, would be upset by this. Now her life was in Shenyu's hands. If Shenyu was unhappy, she would have to suffer. When Lin Rohai saw Su Wanting's appearance, he thought that his moral kidnapping had produced an effect, and was immediately pleasantly surprised, and immediately prepared to make another effort. Ting Ting, even if you don't want to admit that I brought you breakfast for 3 years, you have to admit the favor you just did. I just had a falling out with Dean Jiang for you, and if it wasn't for me trying to protect you, you would still be undergoing an entrance examination right now. Lin Rohai didn't finish his sentence when a sharp pain suddenly came from his left rear waist. He turned back in confusion, only to see that the broken wooden door behind him had been pierced through an opening at some point, and a pale, bloody hand reached out from behind the door and plunged directly into his left hindquarters. Ah! Lin Rohai let out a mournful scream, and his entire body suddenly went limp. As he watched, the pale hand slowly withdrew from his backside, a bloody loin still in its grasp. The next moment, Shenyu threw his waist on the ground in disgust and walked out from behind the door. Lin Rohai curled up on the ground in pain as blood continued to gush out from his wounds. He looked up at Shenyu with fear and disbelief in his eyes. Warning, zombies? Why would a zombie be here? Shenyu naturally didn't bother to answer, and as usual, He tore off Lin Rohai's jacket and wiped his hands. Su Wanting sighed. Lin Rohai, now do you understand why I can't move there? Lin Rohai's eyes snapped wide. Su Wanting, you actually bred zombies? He apparently wanted to say something else, but the excruciating pain prevented him from speaking. Chunyu thought for a moment and reached out to pull the pink hairpin from Lin Xiaoxia's head. The hairpin flickered with a faint glow, and Lin Rohai instantly felt a little bad. In the next moment, without hesitation, Chunyu stuck the hairpin into Lin Rohai's right hindquarters and stirred it with force. Ow! Lin Rohai once again let out a mournful scream. His wounds were bloody, and blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Lin Xiaoxia instantly couldn't bear to look at him and quickly turned her head away, not daring to look again. A flash of envy flashed through Su Wanting's eyes. She likewise didn't want to see such a bloody and disgusting scene, but still forced herself to tough it out and watch. She was now a zombie under Chen Yu's control, and she had to show her absolute loyalty to him, not letting him mistake her for still having compassion for Lin Rohai. That's much more comfortable. It was just asymmetrical from side to side. It was awkward anyhow. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. He walked in front of Lin Rohai and leaned against the doorframe that Lin Rohai had just leaned against. You just got one thing wrong. I'm not a zombie bred by Su Wanting. The other way around is more like it. Lin Rohai was in pain at the moment. Where could he still speak? Only the grunts coming from his mouth from time to time could still prove that he had not passed out. Seeing that Lin Rohai did not answer, a trace of admiration flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Compared to Chen Yuchuan, who slipped to his knees when he was missing his waist, this student body president is a real hard ass. With this kind of hardcore, he felt he needed to step up his game. He patted Lin Xiaoxia. Go get some salt. Lin Xiaoxia walked to the table in silence and picked up the bag of salt from the floor and handed it to Chen Yu, her hands shaking slightly. The rabbit is dead, and things are hurting. She was afraid that she would become the object of Chen Yu's abuse the next moment, just like this student president on the ground. Chen Yu took the salt and without hesitation, poured the entire bag of salt on Lin Rohai's wound on his back waist. Lin Rohai's body immediately went into a violent convulsion. His hands gripped the ground in death. His face turned from white to green, and his entire body stiffened. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has killed a First Order Awakened *1. Experience value plus 100 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For the first time, the host has used inhumane methods to eliminate awakened ones, and his execution methods are terrifying. Completing the A rank achievement, Torture Master, plus 3 evolution points. Chapter 32, The Living Yama. Chen Yu froze. He looked towards the motionless body on the ground. He thought that Lin Rohai was a tough guy. He didn't realize that it was because he couldn't speak because of the pain. But with Lin Rohai so dead, the torture program he had originally planned went out the window. Forget it. It's done. Let's eat first. Chen Yu stood in place with a thought and opened the system panel, his eyes falling on the devouring stars on the skill tree. Lin Rohai had contributed a whole 3 evolution points, just enough to learn devour the stars. It's kind of the best of everything. As he flicked a point, the skill was illuminated, and a wave of arcane information flooded into his mind, allowing him to instantly understand how the skill was used. Devouring the stars is not a mutation in some physical sense, but rather a metaphysical way of breathing, and through this specific breathing, one can directly break down the corpse of an awakened person that they touch into atoms, and then absorb the essence into their body. This is getting a little metaphysical. Thoughts arose in Chen Yu's mind. He had originally thought that devouring corpses would require eating them bite by bite, but now he understood that it didn't need to be that troublesome at all. Just by touching the corpse, he could completely devour it and turn it into his own power. He slowly crouched down, reached out his hand, and once again gently touched Lin Rohai's corpse, lest his skill be a little off, staining the blood. The moment his fingers made contact, Lin Rohai's corpse suddenly changed drastically. The original body that was still quite full weathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin quickly dried up, and the flesh and blood seemed to be drained by some invisible force. In just a few short breaths of time, Lin Rohai's body turned into a shriveled and dried corpse. Immediately after that, the dry corpse couldn't support itself and directly turned into a pile of grayish-white powder, scattering on the ground. Without prior notice, I believe no one would have connected this pile of dust on the ground with a living human being. Su Wanting stood aside, her eyes wide, although she knew that Chen Yu was not an ordinary zombie. Seeing this bizarre ability with her own eyes still caused her to feel a palpitation. This scene is simply more visually striking than a zombie's blood, and it can be very bizarre. Lin Xiaoxia was even more frightened and pale. Her body involuntarily took a few steps backward, not stopping until her back was against the wall. She simply did not dare to imagine what would happen if she went against Chen Yu's will and caused him to use this ability on herself. Chen Yu's eyes wandered to the dust in front of him, and he had actually opened the system panel once again. Name Chen Yu. Rank 4, elite among mutated zombies. Strength 31, tearing down tanks with your bare hands, resisting machine guns with your body. You are no longer afraid of most conventional heat weapons. Skill, 28. You'll be able to move freely in the steel forest. Speed, 27. Speed comparable to most unusual vehicles. Regular speed about equal to a car. Mental strength, 34. Forgetting is a bit difficult. Controlling zombies is not a problem. Hunger level, 100 out of 100, you're full. Experience, 208 out of 2000. Evolution points, 0. Skills, body mastery, photosynthesis, keen sight, keen sense of smell, keen hearing, legion of close protection, devouring the stars, mind control, viral glands, stony skin, corpse whisperer. Chen Yu stood in place, feeling the power surging within his body and secretly calculating in his heart. After devouring Lin Ruhai's corpse, all of his attributes had increased significantly. Almost every attribute had increased by 2 to 3 points compared to when he had just stepped into level 4. It was just a bit of a shame that Chen Yuchuan had long since been blown up by a grenade, or else he could have been specially packed and brought here to further increase his attributes. He shook his head and put this regret behind him, turning his head to look at Su Wanting. You now immediately take Lin Xiaoxia to Lin Ruhai's dormitory, before anyone else knows he's dead, to see if there's any hidden information. Su Wanting nodded and immediately understood Chen Yu's intentions, pulling up Lin Xiaoxia's hand and heading downstairs. After the two left, Chen Yu walked over to the window that was full of glass slag and looked down at the downstairs. He didn't choose to take the stairs, but directly leaped. His body drew an arc in the air and landed steadily under the sycamore tree. Compared to the big commotion he made at Lin Hai University last night, he only made a tiny bit of commotion this time, and there was almost a world of difference in the degree of physical control. He patted the dust on his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. You jumped off a building. Why are you okay? Chen Yu turned around and saw that Yi Qinglan was standing behind the sycamore tree covering her mouth and looking at him with a surprised face. I'm just in better shape. No big deal. Seeing the surprised Yi Qinglan, Chen Yu then remembered this well-tricked girl. By the way, I just went into the dormitory to look for it myself. Unfortunately, the hostess aunt wouldn't let me go upstairs, and said that it's not safe because all the people living here are from outside the university. Yi Qinglan seemed to remember his mission and hurriedly said to Chen Yu. Chen Yu shook his head and put on a look of heartache. It's good that I'm not there. My appearance will only make people look at me. Do you know where Dean Chang of the School of Civil Engineering is? Yi Qinglan froze for a moment, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Dean Zhang Chang? What are you inquiring about him for? Zhang Chang used to be just the vice dean of the Civil Engineering College, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was the end of the world and Zhang Chang had become an awakened person, students from other faculties like her wouldn't even recognize him. Chen Yu casually made up a reason. I have some weapons to give him. Yi Qinglan nodded as she came to a realization, remembering the package Chen Yu had shown her earlier. So it was, but Dean Chang is out with his people again, and he's not on campus right now. Chen Yu nodded without showing any disappointment. He wasn't really looking for Zhang Chang in the first place, but to brush up his attributes. Since Zhang Chang wasn't there, looking for other awakened was the same. Yi Qinglan looked at Chen Yu, hesitated and asked again, is it really going to be okay for people to see you in your zombie form? Chapter 33, Young people are good. They sleep when they're young. Chen Yu smiled, his tone relaxed. Dean Jiang and I are close. He'll definitely understand. Yi Qinglan nodded thoughtfully, seemingly accepting this explanation. Chen Yu, however, did not care about her reaction. He already had a plan in his mind. Since Dean Jiang isn't here, do you know where Zhang Tianyi, the vice president of the student union, is? Yi Qinglan was a bit surprised and sighed. You know so many people. Not only do you know President Chen Yuchuan and Dean Zhang Chang, you actually even know President Zhang Tianyi. If you knew another President Lin Ruhai, you'd know all of the 4 Great Awakened Ones from Donghai University. Chen Yu said in his heart that of these 4 Great Awakened Ones you mentioned, Chen Yuchuan and Lin Ruhai are already too dead to die, and the remaining 2 won't be able to live for much longer. However, he only smiled faintly on the surface and did not say anything more, allowing Yi Qinglan to lead the way. After 7 turns, Chen Yu followed Yi Qinglan into an administrative building. The building was dimly lit, with a stale odor in the air, and old propaganda newspapers from more than 10 years ago were still plastered on the walls, which had obviously not been thoroughly cleaned for a long time. Yi Qinglan coughed twice and explained to Chen Yu, ever since the apocalypse broke out 3 days ago, President Zhang, as the only otherworldly type awakened person in the school, has been in charge of the entire school's daily work. He was busy every day, and it just so happened that the principal also died in the zombie horde, so he just took up residence in the principal's office. Chen Yu nodded and did not say anything more. The student president replacing the principal was something that was unthinkable before the end of the world, but it was quite normal after the zombie outbreak. His gaze swept over the walls on either side of the corridor. In a short time, a distinctive room door came into view. and the sign hanging on the door read Principal's Office in big letters. Yi Qinglan stopped in his tracks. This is it. Do you want me to go in with you? No. It was naturally impossible for Chen Yu to let Yi Qinglan accompany him. He is completely unknown to Zhang Tianyi inside, and it is not good for Yi Qinglan to wear out the scene in a moment. Chen Yu watched Yi Qinglan leave and then directly pushed the door in. The next moment, he froze. The principal's office was decorated far more ornately than he could have imagined, with expensive oil paintings on the walls, a thick woolen carpet on the floor, and a huge mahogany desk in the center of the room. But what really made Chen Yu freeze was the two people standing in front of the desk, 3 to be exact. The two of them, Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia, were standing in front of the desk, while in the chair behind the desk, a dark, thin youth wearing gold-rimmed glasses was interrogating the two of them with a dark face. The black and thin youth looked towards the doorway, and his face instantly changed as the person and the zombie met eye to eye. In the next moment, Su Wanting did not hesitate to grab the ceramic vase used for decoration on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on Zhang Tianyi's head. Ka chow. The black and thin youth's body slumped and collapsed directly onto the desk. Chen Yu looked at this scene and was puzzled in his heart. If he wasn't wrong, this black and thin youth should be the only one from East Sea University who was an alien-type awakened person. Zhang Tianyi. However, the physical quality of this awakened person was too weak. Even Su Wanting could easily knock him out, and was not at all on the same level as Lin Rohai and Chen Yuchuan's strength. Were all the physiques of the abnormal type awakened so weak? He suddenly looked at Su Wanting, a hint of clarity flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid that the truth is really as simple as that. Su Wanting, a system-certified psychic type awakened person's physique isn't too tough. It's just that it's not clear what kind of psychic ability she actually has. Su Wanting was made uncomfortable by Chen Yu's look and couldn't help but ask, Chen Yu, what do we do with him now? Only then did Chen Yu remember to ask Su Wanting the reason why the two of them were here. Why are you here? Su Wanting sighed and explained. I brought Lin Xiaoxia with me originally to go to Lin Rohai's dormitory, but on the way, I suddenly met this guy, and when he saw the two of us, he interrogated us, suspecting us of having problems, and said that we were being harbored by Lin Rohai, so he brought us here for interrogation. Chen Yu nodded. It doesn't matter if you can't search the things Lin Rohai left behind in his lifetime. There's a better intelligence breakthrough in front of you anyway. He turned to a more concerned question. Did Lin Xiaoxia say anything she shouldn't have? Chapter 34, Those who know when to do the right thing are the best. Su Wanting's eyes rolled, suddenly wanting to make up something about Lin Xiaoxia denouncing Chen Yu. Although Lin Xiaoxia looked pitiful now, Chen Yu had still left a life after all, and might stop the torture one day. By that time, Lin Xiaoxia would definitely have become her competitor in a sense. If this hidden danger can be eliminated in advance. Su Wanting's side was floating in her thoughts when she suddenly saw the smile on Chen Yu's face if there was one. With a jolt, she hurriedly dismissed the idea of adding fuel to the fire and honestly told the truth. No, Lin Xiaoxia and I didn't say much. We just balked at the fact that we escaped to East Sea University by fluke. Chen Yu nodded his head once again and no longer paid attention to Su Wanting. He walked to his desk and reached out to pat Zhang Tianyi's face. This student, what type of alien are you? Zhang Tianyi opened his eyes drowsily, his eyes still a bit confused. In the next moment, when he saw Chen Yu's face, his face changed drastically and he opened his mouth to shout. Chen Yu was quick on his feet and raised his hand for 2 slaps, causing Zhang Tianyi's mouth to ooze blood. Zhang Tianyi was a bit dazed by the beating. Perhaps these 2 slaps had sobered him up, or perhaps these 2 slaps had completely dumbfounded him, and he suddenly smiled wryly. I didn't expect this zombie of yours is actually still a mental system mutated zombie with a divine mind. It's really rare. Hearing Zhang Tianyi reveal the hidden secret, Chen Yu was not angry but pleased. The more Zhang Tianyi knew equaled the more he was about to know, and the happier he would be. Do you know why I was able to take the principal's office for myself? Zhang Tianyi had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked like he was talking to himself. In response to this kind of pretense, Chen Yu chose to give him 2 slaps on the face once again. As these 2 slaps went down, Zhang Tianyi's face instantly swelled into a pig's head, and he could barely see his original appearance. I'm afraid you're not quite sure what powers I've awakened. Zhang Tianyi opened his mouth and spat out 2 broken teeth, and the pretentious expression on his face completely disappeared, replaced by some sort of anger. He looked at Chen Yu with wide eyes. I'm a psychic alien, and what I'm best at is controlling walkers to do my bidding. The principal was bitten to death by a walker, and so were those who questioned my moving into the principal's office. Originally, it was a bit inconvenient for me to do my job without the zombies in East Sea University, but now you've sent yourself to the door. Su Wanting's heart was slightly shaken. She was also a zombie now, and one controlled by Chen Yu. If something happened to Chen Yu, she was afraid that she would not be able to fall in favor. She nervously looked at Chen Yu, but saw that the latter had an indifferent look on his face. In the next moment, Zhang Tianyi froze. He continued to glare hard at Chen Yu, followed by a face full of incredulity. Why? Why can't I control you? Chen Yu laughed coldly in his heart. He was already a level 4 zombie in the system's judgment. As for the Zhang Tianyi in front of him, he was probably at the level of grade 1, and his mental level was far inferior to his, so how could he control him? He tried to make a puzzled face. Are you mentally ill with delusional symptoms? Zhang Tianyi's face instantly blazed with veins as he turned to look at Su Wanting on the side. Although controlling humans was harder than controlling zombies, he couldn't care less at the moment. Su Wanting immediately felt a sharp headache, as if something was forcibly invading her consciousness. She clenched her teeth, grabbed the vase on the table and ruthlessly smashed it at Zhang Tianyi. Bang! The vase shattered and that headache disappeared instantly. Seeing Zhang Tianyi's head covered in blood, Chen Yu came up to his face. Be honest now and answer me. Is there still an army in the East China Sea University? Zhang Tianyi raised his head, his face no longer maniacal, but a calm face. If I tell you, will I live? If you don't tell me, you'll die now. Chen Yu didn't bother bargaining. The man in front of me definitely had a performative personality, changing his face faster than a book, and there was no basis for cooperation. Zhang Tianyi hesitated. No, all the soldiers who came over as instructors were taken away by Jiang Cheng along with the troop battalion commander to Linhai University. Linhai University? Why are you sending so many forces to Linhai University? Could it be that you guys aren't going to want East Sea University anymore? Chen Yu frowned, always feeling that Zhang Tianyi was trying to hide something. The zombies at Donghai University were cleared yesterday morning. There's no danger. Zhang Tianyi's eyes fluttered and his mouth stammered, obviously not telling the truth. Chen Yu sneered, picked up a piece of vase fragment, and in Zhang Tianyi's horrified eyes, directly stabbed into his finger. Aha! Zhang Tianyi stifled a grunt as cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Chen Yu was immediately impressed. This awakened called Zhang Tianyi. Although his brain wasn't very good and he had a performative personality, he was indeed quite hardcore. 10 fingers are connected to one another, and the pain of piercing nails is not something that the average person can endure. Lin Ruhai and Chen Yuchuan couldn't handle his great memory recovery technique package, but this one actually didn't say a word. Chen Yu had always treated this kind of hardcore with great respect. He grabbed a handful of vase fragments with his left hand and violently broke Zhang Tianyi's jaw with his right hand. With a clicking sound, Zhang Tianyi's jaw was dislocated, but he could no longer care about the pain, and his eyes were filled with fear. I say! Zhang Tianyi shook his head frantically, his voice slurred, and with the blood seeping out from the corners of his mouth, he looked terrifying, but Chen Yu still stuffed a handful in. Wow! Zhang Tian spat out a handful of ceramic pieces mixed with a large mouthful of blood. Say it, lie again and you know what happens. They are trying to clean up more walkers. Zhang Tianyi's pronunciation was a little slurred, apparently having his tongue cut by the ceramic. Chen Yu frowned, not very satisfied with this answer. I'm really not lying. They're trying to clean up more mutated zombies. Zhang Tianyi was anxious and reached out his arm to try to pull Chen Yu. This man was a living hell, and he didn't know where he came up with such horrible tricks. He didn't want to suffer anymore. Mutant walkers? Chen Yu dodged Zhang Tianyi's arm, signaling him to continue. Zhang Tianyi swallowed a mouthful of blood and continued. Mutant zombies have crystal cores in their brains that are translucent. Jiang Cheng ate that kind of crystal core to become an awakened. That battalion commander also wanted to become an awakened, so he brought all the soldiers there, wanting to hunt mutated zombies and get the crystal cores. Chen Yu was speechless for a while in his heart. This setting was too old. Zombie crystal cores fall and humans eat them to become awakened? He had long been tired of seeing this kind of setup in various novels and movies. In that case, the awakened of East Ocean University are all made by eating crystal cores? Zhang Tianyi shook his head. No. Jiang Cheng is the only one who became an awakened by eating crystal cores, and there's no way to become an alter ego by relying on zombie crystals. That's the inside information that battalion commander got from the army. Chen Yu nodded silently in his heart, finally believing most of Zhang Tianyi's words. He hadn't seen a single mutated zombie in Linhai University. If the 4 awakened in Donghai University all relied on zombie crystals, then the number of mutated zombies in Donghai University would be too much. But if Jiang Cheng was the only one who had become an awakened by relying on crystal cores, then the level of believability would be okay. But I'm afraid that battalion commander's purpose will not be served. Linhai University doesn't have any other mutated zombies except for him, and the most the army can do is to clear out the ordinary zombies when they are deployed there. Chen Yu sighed, somewhat helpless in his heart. Thermal weapons were still too much of a threat to ordinary zombies, and it wouldn't take long for the majority of this post-apocalyptic necrotic wave to be cleared out. At that point, a mutated zombie like him would be a target. Will that let me go? Zhang Tianyi's words interrupted Chen Yu's thoughts. Chen Yu immediately cast a look at the little cutie. Gaze. What do you think? There was no panic in Zhang Tianyi's eyes. Instead, he immediately threw out his second plan. Since Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting could survive under Yu, it proved that he could probably survive as well. Then I am willing to from you for your head. You let me go east, I will never go west. No need. Yu refused without hesitation. Zhang Tianyi is indeed a talent. Not only is he a psychic, but he is also bold and black-handed, so he can really play a significant role when used well. But he couldn't trust the man at all, and it was better to just kill him. You definitely still need management-type talents, right? I can manage Donghai University on your behalf, guaranteeing that you'll be spared. Zhang Tian continued furtively with a bunch of smiles. A man under the roof has to bow his head. Now that his little life was in Yu's hands, not taking the initiative would really kill him. Yu still shook his head. He didn't intend to be the emperor of the land here. It was useless to keep the living people. Naturally he was prepared to convert them all into experience value. Zhang Tianyi's words of managing them on behalf of him didn't have any meaning at all. Zhang Tianyi's face instantly turned ugly as his mood hit rock bottom. He knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, Yu suddenly opened his mouth again. However, I do have something I need you to do, and it's something only you can do. Chapter 35. Zhang Tianyi was immediately overjoyed, as if he had climbed out of an abyss of 10,000 feet. What is it? Just do as you please. Yu put his hand on Zhang Tianyi's arm. My orders are to stay honest and wait for death. Zhang Tianyi's pupils shrunk violently. In the next moment, he felt his body start to become abnormally uncomfortable, as if all the cells in his body had lost their cell membranes, and his entire body slumped in the chair like a puddle of mud. He was instantly terrified and struggled to push Yu's hand away. What are you doing? Yu shook his head regretfully. It seems that Devour the Stars works on living people as well, but the subconscious resistance of the opponent will hinder the skill. He reached out and snapped Zhang Tianyi's neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has killed a first-order alien *1. Experience value plus 150 inch. A trace of surprise flashed through Yu's heart. I didn't realize that the system would be counting the Exalted and the Awakened separately, so it seemed that the Exalted were still more valuable. With a thought, he unleashed Devour the Stars on Zhang Tianyi's corpse. In the next moment, the just dead body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin quickly dried up, the flesh and blood seemed to be drawn away by some strange force, and the bones gradually became fragile. After a few short seconds had passed, the body completely disintegrated into a small pile of grayish-white particles. Yu closed his eyes and felt the power surging within his body. Opening his eyes again, he flicked his finger and the concrete wall was actually pierced through like tofu, leaving a neat circular hole. The two women on the sidelines were silent. Lin Xiaoxia clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling slightly in fear. Her body was already plump, especially her proud breasts, which at the moment rose and fell violently as she breathed, making her look particularly striking. Su Wanting's eyes, however, were glittering with excitement. Her fate with Yu was sort of tied together in a way. The stronger Yu was, the smoother her future would be. Yu's gaze landed on the system panel and his brows furrowed slightly. Name Yu. Rank, 4, elite among mutated zombies. Strength, 34, tearing down tanks with your bare hands and resisting machine guns with your body. You no longer fear the vast majority of conventional heat weapons, and can even attempt to tear down light tanks with your hands if need be. Skill, 31, flying over water. You are able to come and go freely in the steel forest, and leaping over the roofs of buildings is not a problem. Speed, 30, speed can be comparable to most of the unusual vehicles. Regular speed is equivalent to a family car. Burst speed can reach 160 km per hour. Mental strength, 37, not too difficult to forget. Easy to control zombies, a bit difficult to control humans. Hunger level, 68 out of 100, if you're hungry, you have to eat people. Sunbathing is what plants are supposed to do. Experience, 358/2000. Evolution points, 0. Skills, body mastery, photosynthesis, keen sight, keen sense of smell, keen sense of hearing, legion of close protection, devouring the stars, mind control, stony skin, poisonous glands. It's still a long way to go before the next upgrade. Experience value is good to get though. As long as he wanted to, he could exchange the survivors of Donghai University for experience value at any time. Yu's eyes moved away from the system panel and landed on Lin Xiaoxia, who was curled up in the corner. Lin Xiaoxia's figure was already exquisite, especially her proud breasts, which were slightly undulating at the moment due to her nervousness and fear, appearing even more striking. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, as if a light touch would leave traces. It was a pity that there were no pens in the principal's office, or else it would be appropriate to write some words on Lin Xiaoxia's gelatinous skin. He turned his head to Su Wanting. Go get a pen. Su Wanting froze, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. She was pretty good at reading the air, and if she went out to look for a pen at this time, She might come back and Lin Xiaoxia would be in the same position as her, but she collected herself, nodded, and turned to leave the room. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, leaving only Chen Yu and Lin Xiaoxia in the room. Chen Yu's gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxia for a moment, then he reached out his hand, his fingertips gently stroking her collarbone. Chapter 36, Yi Qinglan's Oddity. Lin Xiaoxia's clear and svelte cheeks were instantly covered with a blush, her forehead carrying a fine layer of fragrant sweat. The ponytail that had been falling softly had now spread out, and a few strands of broken hair were plastered on her forehead, but it added a bit of messy beauty. Further down, there was her long and fair swan-snow neck, rising to just below her ears, outlining an appropriately contoured curve that connected to her snow-white one shoulder. Although the whole is not considered thin, Lin Xiaoxia's shoulders are on the narrower side compared to the average girl, and the whole person is even thinner, giving people a just right kind of softness, which makes people's hearts even more filled with feelings of pity. Her breathing became rapid, but she did not resist, only lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Chen Yu's eyes. Chen Yu pondered over what achievements he could accomplish on Lin Xiaoxia. Sharp intuition needed 2 more evolution points to light up, and he was curious as to what the next tier's 3 skills would be. The next moment there was a knock on the door. Chen Yu looked up and saw Su Wanting pushing the door in, but her hands were empty. He instantly frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Su Wanting had always been smart, so she shouldn't have intentionally messed up. Unsurprisingly, the corner of Su Wanting's mouth hooked into a smug smile, and with a slight flip of her palm, a black carbon pen unexpectedly appeared in her hand out of thin air. I just accidentally realized that I'm able to put things in a separate space. Chen Yu instantly reacted. This is Su Wanting's psychic ability. He was originally very curious about what supernormal ability Su Wanting would awaken, and for this reason, he had specially tortured a certain awakened person who lacked kidneys but did not get an answer. As a result, I didn't expect that I would not be able to plant a flower if I planted a garden, but I didn't intend to plant a willow to become a shade. Su Wanting suddenly realized her carry-on space. This psychic ability could have been of great use if it had been awakened before the end times and emptied a few Walmart warehouses ahead of time. Of course, the value is great now. He looked at Su Wanting and asked the key question. This separate space of yours, how big is it? Su Wanting closed her eyes and sensed carefully, then opened her eyes with some uncertainty in her words. It's about 1,000 cubic meters. Chen Yu nodded. 1,000 cubic meters of space was already very large. The average family house is also less than 100 square meters, and 1,000 cubic meters is equivalent to the volume ratio of at least 30 houses. He pointed to the weapons that lay in the doorway. Put these in. Su Wan nodded. She walked to the door and crouched down, her palm touching the rifle bolt, and the weapons that had been stacked randomly instantly disappeared as if they had never existed. Chen Yu nodded. This principal's office is quite nice. Put away what you can. It's a waste to leave it here. We'll go to the cafeteria when we're done packing. Su Wanting froze for a moment, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. Chen Yu and her had both turned into zombies. Human food meant nothing to them, and going to the cafeteria to collect things was a bit redundant anyhow. Gathering supplies is not the point. The point is to keep others from gathering supplies. Chen Yu seemed to have seen her doubts and explained lightly. Nowadays Su Wanting is kind of useful. As long as he doesn't make a demon he will be very patient. Su Wanting came to a sudden realization, a hint of clarity flashing in her eyes. She nodded and asked no more questions, silently putting her things away. A full set of mahogany tables and chairs, an art mural of unknown authenticity, a queen-sized bed and velvet comforter in a cubicle, tiles on the floor. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Su Wanting's movements. That's too honest, even removing the floor, making it look like you're taking something for a debt. However, he didn't say anything, and instead landed his gaze on Lin Xiaoxia. There were still 2 remaining slots for Legionary Close Guard, but he didn't intend to use them on Lin Xiaoxia, that short-haired girl who looked like Mayano Shiho, and the really stupid white girl Yi Qinglan, whom he had just met, were the more suitable subjects. Go on, follow me. Chen Yu glanced at Lin Xiaoxia and casually draped on the black trenchcoat that had fallen to the ground. Zhang Tianyi didn't even have any fluffy ashes left, so naturally it was impossible to leave any bloodstains on his trench coat. It can be said that this trench coat is now the boy's own use of 9 new. Smoothly draped in a trench coat, Chen Yu's pale skin was instantly covered. Now as long as his face wasn't seen, he could completely disguise himself as a normal person. At most, someone would wonder why they were wearing such heavy clothing in the middle of the day and look twice when they passed by. Lin Xiaoxia slowly stood up and followed behind Chen Yu with her head lowered. No words on the way. Walking out of the administration building, Chen Yu's gaze slightly condensed as he saw an unexpected person. Yi Qinglan stood not far away and was anxiously looking around, obviously waiting for someone. When she saw Chen Yu, she seemed to be relieved. However, in the very next moment, she saw the 2 girls Su Wan behind Chen Yu, and her face became ugly once again. Student Yi Qinglan, why are you here? Chen Yu greeted attentively. This was a benefactor who had done him a great favor, and he was counting on continuing to have someone lead the way. Yi Qinglan froze for a moment. Her eyes swept between Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia, and she stammered. How did you talk to Dean Zhang? I wasn't worried, so I stayed here to wait for you. Don't worry, Dean Zhang and I are also old friends. He didn't say a word. The matter of the weapon has already been discussed. Su Wanting stood by the side and her face became a little odd when she heard Chen Yu's words. In a sense, Chen Yu wasn't lying. Zhang Tianyi indeed didn't say a word of nonsense, and was just begging for mercy. Yi Qinglan did not notice Su Wanting's abnormality and was visibly relieved. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yu spoke out the rhetoric he had made up in advance. By the way, Principal Zhang entrusted me to check how many supplies are left in the cafeteria. I was just about to head over. Would you like to help me lead the way, Mr. Yi? Both he and the two women behind him were unfamiliar with this place, and now that Yi Qinglan had taken the initiative to appear, he naturally wanted to fool around as much as possible. Yi Qinglan looked at the two women behind Chen Yu, and seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of introducing them, he could only nod his head. I'll take you there then. I'm more familiar with the cafeteria. That would be a pleasure. Chen Yu buried his face in his trench coat and looked as normal. On the contrary, Su Wanting stood by the side, her eyes wide, almost unable to believe her ears. The girl in front of her, this is also too easy to trust people. In her words, not to say completely ignore Chen Yu, at least also have to ask a few more questions to verify the verification. And even if you completely believe in Chen Yu, at least you have to ask her what her relationship with Chen Yu is, actually without saying a word. Directly lead the way. Do not know also thought that Chen Yu gave the labor fee. However, she wisely did not show it and just silently continued to follow behind Chen Yu. Soon, the group arrived in front of the cafeteria door. Chen Yu stopped and turned his head to look at Yi Qinglan. Yi students, you go back first, just leave the next thing to me. But, Yi Qinglan swallowed, somewhat wanting to speak. What's wrong? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. What happened next couldn't be seen by Yi Qinglan, or else if Yi Qinglan knew what he was up to, he would have to incarnate the second Su Ling Yun on the spot. But I don't know your name yet. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward. After a bit of drooling, Chen Yu finally used a bunch of personal information to smoothly intend Yi Qinglan. Now that it had come to this, even the most sluggish person could clearly detect Yi Qinglan's feelings for him. If it was placed before the end of the world, the level of detail of these personal information would be enough for Yi Qinglan to use his ID card to take out a loan. But the point of this information after the end times is to be able to understand him better. Chen Yu was a bit torn. He had met quite a few pretty girls in this post-apocalyptic world, and there were many who wanted to kill him, and those who wanted to use him as a cutie. There were also those who wanted to take advantage of him, but the one who wanted to fall in love with him, Yi Qinglan, was really the first one. His current appearance wasn't very intimidating, and even a little handsome aside from his zombie status, but the zombie status alone was enough to scare a large number of people. Nonetheless, Chen Yu did not intend to have a sensational cross-species romance with Yi Qinglan. It's all post-apocalyptic. He just wants to live as he pleases. Hey, what are you three standing around for? A middle-aged man's voice violently sounded from behind the three. Chen Yu didn't turn around. He didn't even have to look to know it was the voice of the cafeteria cook. Lin Xiaoxia instinctively wanted to turn around and explain, but was pulled by Chen Yu's arm. The next moment, the voice behind him raised again. You three get the hell out of here. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of people like you trying to steal food. There's not much to eat in the whole school right now, so don't get in the way. Chen Yu remained unresponsive, as if he had completely ignored the existence of the chef behind him. The chef completely couldn't help himself this time, and directly picked up the spatula in his hand and grabbed the back collar of Chen Yu's trench coat. Asshole, didn't I tell you that all meals from the cafeteria are now not for takeout? Why are you still staying here? This time, Chen Yu finally turned around and looked at the chef with an icy gaze. The chef froze. He saw a pale face with bloodless skin. If it had been a few days ago, he might have thought the man in front of him had malnutrition. But put in the present, he knew very well that the young boy was no longer human. You. The chef's voice trembled and his eyes were filled with horror. Ka chow. With a slight crunch, the chef's head instantly rotated 180 degrees. His neck twisted at a bizarre angle, and then his body fell limply to the ground, never to be heard from again. Chapter 37, Scavenging Cold Stores. Chen Yu looked down at the chef's body. This kind of killing bloodless means is indeed good, compared to directly pulling out the heart and lungs stained with a hand of blood. Surprisingly, there is a kind of inexplicable sense of elegance. Lin Xiaoxia stood on the sidelines, witnessing the chef's death with some numbness in her eyes. She didn't even know what she would be facing, much less have the mood or strength to sympathize with the person she was meeting for the first time. She followed Chen Yu into the cafeteria. The cafeteria was empty, with only a few tables and chairs cluttering the place, and a faintly rancid odor permeating the air. Chen Yu walked straight towards the back kitchen, pushing open the door to the back kitchen. A dozen people inside were busy cooking, the sound of pots and pans rising and falling. Someone looked up and saw Chen Yu. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then his mouth opened wide as if he wanted to shout. Before the voice was even uttered, Chen Yu had already struck out like lightning. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow. After a series of slight sounds, a dozen corpses instantly fell on the floor of the back kitchen. Everyone's necks were twisted at a bizarre angle, and their faces still wore the shock that hadn't dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 9 adult male humans. Experience value plus 9 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host killed 8 adult male humans. Experience value plus 4 inch. Chen Yu ignored the corpse on the ground and walked straight towards the cafeteria's cold storage. Donghai University's cafeteria covered an area almost equivalent to an unusual commercial building, and there must be enough reserve food hidden in the underground cold storage. The only way to give the survivors of East China Sea University the intensity they need to experience the truest post-apocalyptic world is to get everything out of the cold storage. Lin Xiaoxia followed him, and as soon as she stepped into the cold storage room, a piercingly cold wind hit her, and she couldn't help but shiver, her arms hugging herself tightly. East of the cold storage, piles of large bags of rice and flour neatly yards in the corner, a rough estimate of at least 5 tons or more. On the west side, boxes of vegetables and fruits are stacked aside. Canned foods are neatly arranged on the shelves, from meat to canned fruits, from self-heating hot pots to compressed cookies. There are a wide range of food items, staple a wide array. To the south, cases of mineral water, bottled water, beverages and condiments fill the shelves on the other side. To the north, the last batch of baked bread made before the end of the world still sat next to the homemade toaster, apparently untouched by the damage. The vast amount of supplies would not be finished even after decades of eating if it was only for a few people to survive. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but gulp as her eyes swept over the supplies. Since the end of the world, she had never seen so much food that could be eaten, leaving aside the fact that when he was at Linhai University, he could only share a little bit of food every day after coming to Donghai University. Now that she saw this warehouse full of food, her stomach rumbled indisputably, eager to rip open a can and feast immediately. But this was just a thought. With Chen Yu around, she didn't even dare to take half a step more. Chen Yu stood aside, his gaze calmly looking at the supplies before looking at Su Wanting. Take these in. Su Wanting nodded, and with a wave of her palm, the supplies within the cold storage began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Yu immediately sked. It wasn't obvious just now in the principal's office, but now that he had arrived at the cold storage, he realized how terrifying Su Wanting's carry-on space storage speed was. In just the blink of an eye, more than a dozen rows of shelves had already disappeared, and if it wasn't for Su Wanting's overly slow walking speed, it was estimated that this speed could have been raised even higher. If you have rocks or something in storage space ahead of time, it would probably work wonders for sneaking up on humans. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoxia. You find something to eat too, and get yourself whatever you want. Lin Xiaoxia froze for a moment. She didn't quite believe that a demon like Chen Yu would have moments of kindness. Yesterday she had to trade her dignity just for a ham sausage, and today she couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if she ate something off the shelf. Still, the hunger in her belly overcame her fear of the demon, and she walked quickly to the shelf and picked up a can of canned fruit, her fingers trembling slightly as she tore open the lid. Chapter 38, Zombie, Concealed. The rich, fruity aroma permeates the room instantly. She couldn't wait to scoop up a piece of fruit with a spoon and bring it to her mouth, the sweetness of it making her close her eyes with a contented expression on her face. Put in a pre-apocalyptic world, she wouldn't even look at this kind of canned goods. The large amount of calories will ruin her body shape, while the sweet and creamy flavor will keep her light tastes away. But now, to be able to eat such high-calorie food, she was simply excited to the point of trembling inside, and even the horror of what might happen to her downstairs was put to the back of her mind. Not long after, Su Wanting put the last batch of supplies into space. The cold storage room, which had been filled with tons of supplies, had become empty, leaving only the 4 bare walls and the floor. She walked over to Chen Yu. Where are we going next? Go kill someone. Chen Yu was succinct. If he's a zombie and doesn't kill people, then he's a zombie for nothing? He turned away from the cooler and walked to a faucet in the back kitchen. Turn on the faucet and tap water rushes out. Apparently the city's water system continues to stay afloat these days. It would be logical that to poison the water, it would be easiest to go looking for a nearby water tower. But the problem was that Chen Yu did not know which water tower corresponded to the water supply of Donghai University, and now that the communication network had been completely interrupted, and even the 2G signal could not be received, it was even more unlikely for him to look for the answer from the internet as he had done in the previous 2 days. More importantly, he had sensed a small amount of zombie virus in the tap water, but the survivors of Donghai University were apparently alive and well. This means that the odds are that these survivors at Tokai University are no longer drinking tap water. Thinking twice, Chen Yu cast his eyes on the meals that were still not completely ready. As we all know, food poisoning is terrible. A certain star surnamed Huan once vomited and had diarrhea from eating uncooked bean curd, and was a mess on the show. Chen Yu opened the lid of a meal bucket. Steam rose in all directions, and inside was indeed white porridge. Opening a few more aluminum vegetable stoves, the dishes inside were far beyond Chen Yu's imagination. Stewed eggplant with zucchini, sautéed grapes with corn, scrambled quail eggs with dragon fruit, orange chicken slices, chicken thighs with dry and crispy noodles, braised mooncake, sautéed tea tree mushrooms with kale, and plum oil creme fraiche. Looking at the wide array of novel dishes, Chen Yu could not help but admire the chef of the cafeteria. To be able to make such a difficult meal from a variety of ingredients that are delicious on their own is somehow quite impressive. If he had worked harder back then and successfully attended Donghai University with an extra 20 points on the exam, he probably could have turned into a zombie early due to food poisoning. Chen Yu shook his head and put these bellyaching behind him for the time being. He activated the viral gland skill, and a drop of black blood overflowed from his fingertips, smoothly dripping into a bowl of water. The originally clear mineral water immediately turned an inky color. The black blood contained an extremely high zombie virus content. Even diluted black water, one drop was enough to infect hundreds of people, and could turn the entire Donghai University into a zombie's paradise in a short period of time. Lifting the lid of the vegetable oven, Chen Yu chose to rain down on the innovative dishes that were not yet ready in front of him, carefully controlling the amount of water to make sure that each type of food had enough virus mixed into it. Then, he also very thoughtfully turned off the stove, not leaving any trouble for the people eating behind him. After fixing the problems with the food, Chen Yu looked around. These corpses on the ground definitely couldn't be left here, or else even if the people from Donghai University were stupid, they would be able to think that the food wasn't right. He looked over at Su Wanting. Can you put these bodies in the carry-on space? I'll try first. Su Wanting replied uncertainly. She walked over to a body, her fingers slightly touching the arm, and the body instantly disappeared. 2 minutes later, the original field of corpses disappeared without a trace, and there was not even a piece of blood on the ground, as if the chefs had evaporated in thin air on Earth. Chen Yu nodded. This ability of Su Wanting is really good. That way, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of hiding the body. He turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Lin Xiaoxiao was currently eating a can of yellow peaches that she had just opened, and when she saw Chen Yu and Su Wanting leaving, she didn't care about her grooming and hurriedly caught up with them, lest she be left behind. The summer sun is hot, and the bright sunshine is pouring on the path of the campus. Chen Yu's mood became pleasant along with this sunshine. He stood at the entrance to the cafeteria, gazing out at the women's universities walking in 2s and 3s in pairs, and felt healed both physically and mentally. There were at least 2,000 survivors from East Ocean University, and as long as the plan was successful, he would be able to get to 10,000 experience points in his hand, making upgrading very simple. Humming a little tune on his lips, he resumed his walk in the direction of dormitory building number 8. The big picture was set. He had to find Yi Qinglan and make sure the silly white girl didn't go to lunch. Otherwise, when the time came that Yi Qinglan also turned into a senseless zombie, he would have no place to cry. In the next moment, the sharp hearing effect manifested itself as Chen Yu suddenly heard a footstep. Neat footsteps, to be precise. It was Jiang Chang and the unknown battalion commander returning with their men. Chen Yu instantly reacted. He looked up at the sky. The sun was still in the south and the time was just past noon. This came back much faster than he expected. Judging from the size of the sound, I'm afraid these people have already arrived at the school gates. There were no buildings around the cafeteria, and if they continued on to the 8th dormitory building, they would definitely run into them. Chen Yu pulled the two women and immediately returned the same way, preparing to hide in the cold storage room underneath the cafeteria. It wasn't that he was afraid of hot weapons in the hands of soldiers. According to the information he had gotten from that morning's patrol, this battalion that had come to Donghai University to instruct military training was lightly armed and didn't carry any heavy firepower. Bullets and high-explosive grenades didn't hurt him, and if he wanted to, he could even kill all of them with hard fire. But the problem was that exchanging fire with these soldiers would reveal their presence. Donghai University had already cleared out all the zombies yesterday morning, and at this time when another special mutated zombie appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, even if the soldiers were not in their right minds, they could still realize that something had gone wrong in the cafeteria. In this way, those meals that are still sitting in the pot are sure to be viewed with suspicion, and the number of students who will eat those innovative dishes will drop. A little impatience goes a long way. In order to allow the survivors of Donghai University to have a hearty lunch, and in order to be able to get more experience value, Chen Yu felt that it was not unacceptable to endure. Chapter 39, Let Them Stay in the Darkness. It was chilly in the cooler. The trio ducked into the cooler without incident. The cold temperature of -20 degrees soon caused Lin Xiaoxia's body to involuntarily shiver. It was the middle of summer, and she was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt that couldn't hold off the chill. Last time it was fine for a short period of time. This time as time went on her cheeks were slightly reddened by the cold and her lips lost their blood color and gradually started to turn purple. Lin Xiaoxia hugged herself tightly with her hands, trying to get a hint of warmth through friction, but the effect was minimal. Her body curled up slightly, and the plumpness of her chest stood out even more in the cold air, gently undulating as she trembled, quickly catching Chen Yu's attention. Want to get warmer? Chen Yu inwardly sighed at how big this throw was and made a suggestion to Lin Xiaoxia. Think. The pain caused by the cold overcame her fear of Chen Yu, and Lin Xiaoxia replied without hesitation. Chen Yu took off his own trench coat and draped it over Lin Xiaoxia. As zombies, he and Su Wanting naturally had no feeling for the low temperature of -20 degrees, feeling no different from an air-conditioned room of 26 degrees. Only Lin Xiaoxia was still an ordinary human now, so naturally she couldn't withstand the temperature in the cold storage. The windbreaker was draped over her body, and Lin Xiaoxia felt a hint of warmth. Soon, however, the cold air of the cold room once again made her body shiver, and her teeth involuntarily chattered, making a slight cackling sound. Chen Yu followed the voice and looked at Lin Xiaoxia again. The sound of those teeth clattering up and down almost drowned out the din of the restaurant upstairs, and he decided to think of a solution for Lin Xiaoxia once and for all. There's actually another way to keep you warm. I don't know if you want to hear it. What way? Lin Xiaoxia raised her head with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The temperature in this cold room was as if one was naked in an icy place. Her body was freezing and aching, and every inhalation was like inhaling ice ballast into her lungs, stinging her chest and tightening her throat. She really didn't want to go through the pain anymore. Chen Yu smiled faintly and spelled out his plan. It's really simple. Just let me take a bite. He heard the clamor coming from the cafeteria above him, and estimated that it wouldn't take long for the massive amount of experience value to arrive, and the maximum number of his legionnaires would be capped at one more, just in time to be used to infect Lin Xiaoxia. But as soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaoxia's face instantly turned pale, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously took a step back. It's true that you don't get cold when you get bitten and turn into a zombie, but your consciousness ceases to exist. It was true that she didn't want to suffer, but it was better to keep living as opposed to just going to her death. Don't worry, I'm only transferring heat through a bite. I won't turn you into a zombie. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Wanting, Chen Yu said, tapping Su Wanting's shoulder on the side, signaling her to testify. Su Wanting had originally stood aside, not wanting to get involved in Chen Yu's love play with Lin Xiaoxia. However, when she heard Chen Yu naming her, she had no choice but to reluctantly nod her head. What Chen Yu said is true. I was bitten last night. So, can I see your bite marks? Lin Xiaoxia still didn't quite believe Chen Yu's claim. If it was in the past, with her relationship with Su Wanting going, as long as Su Wanting testified, she would definitely believe it without hesitation. But ever since Su Wanting cooperated with Chen Yu to block her in the dormitory, she lost that trust. Su Wanting's brows instantly tightened. If it wasn't for Chen Yu's forced request, she wouldn't have come over to testify. And Lin Xiaoxia actually didn't believe it. She instantly didn't want to bother with Lin Xiaoxia anymore. But the next moment, Chen Yu's voice came. Ms. Su Wanting, why don't you show your best friend where I bit? Chen Yu had a consultative tone, but where Su Wanting didn't know clearly that this was just packaged as a negotiated order. She forced out a smile at Lin Xiaoxia, then took off her sandals and socks to the other woman's puzzled eyes. See, it's on the soles of the feet. Lin Xiaoxia didn't quite understand, but she was greatly shocked. Finally, after receiving Chen Yu's gesture, Su Wanting silently redressed her shoes and socks. She blushed a little, feeling her image crumble at light speed. Chen Yu was in a good mood. After all, Su Wanting's face value was very high, and now that she was cooperative, the matter of appreciating the jade foot became not just a visual feast, but also a spiritual enjoyment. Lin Xiaoxia looked at Su Wanting again. Despite seeing the bite marks on the soles of Su Wanting's feet with her own eyes, she was still a little afraid to make up her mind. Seeing this, Chen Yu decided to strike while the iron was hot. In fact, after I bit Su Wanting, she had the alien ability to carry space with her. You can try it too. Maybe you have psychic abilities too? A hint of intent flashed in Lin Xiaoxia's eyes. She bit her lower lip and finally nodded. Okay, pick apart yourself then. Where do you want me to bite? Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction, his tone gentle. Lin Xiaoxia's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Whatever. She remembered the position Su Wanting had just shown and felt that there was a big gap between Chen Yu's XP and a regular person's, estimating that he would probably bite in the same position. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and unceremoniously unbuttoned Lin Xiaoxia's collar button. Lin Xiaoxia trembled, not expecting Chen Yu's actions to be completely different from what she had envisioned. But she didn't stop Chen Yu's movements. As the last button crumbled away, the air reeked of freedom, and Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but shiver. It was 20 degrees below zero, and the icy cold scurried in all directions, leaving her heart and mouth physically cold, yet mentally a little hot. Come on, on. Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but urge in a trembling voice. Chen Yu is not slow, gently lifted with both hands. It is really quite weighty. The real thing is not mixed with silicon. It's just a pity that this time, the objective conditions don't allow it to be like last night. Otherwise it wouldn't be good for Lin Xiaoxia to really lose her temperature. The next moment, Lin Xiaoxia stifled a grunt. Aha! An agonizingly irritating current traveled from her chest to all over her body, making it a little hard to bear. It does feel like it hurts. After all, it's all bitten and bleeding, and the nerves around it are dense. Chen Yu sucked on it in passing, feeling that Lin Xiaoxia's blood tasted pretty good. It's salty with a sweetness that has the flavor of pineapple juice. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully obtained a legionary Konos. The current number of legionary Konos is 2-inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully infected an adult female alien. +1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has successfully taken revenge on all his initial enemies. +1 evolution point. The system prompt came late, and Chen Yu was instantly satisfied. Looking at Lin Xiaoxia's pained appearance, Chen Yu rather mercilessly got up directly. Don't cry. Your powers have awakened. Feel around for yourself. Throwing down a sentence, Chen Yu stopped paying attention to the sobbing Lin Xiaoxia and focused his mind on the skill tree at the bottom of the system panel. Lin Xiaoxia contributed 2 evolution points. Just enough to point out, sharp intuition. Chapter 40, leading the way. Chen Yu tapped down, sharp intuition. In the next moment, his consciousness was enveloped by a layer of mist, vaguely able to perceive everything around him, but unable to clearly capture specific information. All things in the world were like the moon and the water and flowers in the mirror, as if they were separated from him by something that made him vaguely able to guess where things would go next. Is this sharp intuition? Chen Yu whispered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't feel a direct power boost, nor did he gain any noticeable abilities. However, the system produces a good product. Chen Yu no longer dwelled on the effect of sharp intuition. He opened the system panel and found that the tops of the 3 new skills were no longer shrouded in mist and were clearly displayed before his eyes. Like Eats Like, requires the predecessor skill, Devour Star, requires a level of 6. The crystal core of a mutated zombie contains a large amount of energy. After consuming it drastically improves the physical quality, and at the same time a small probability of obtaining a supernatural ability. This skill consumes 5 evolution points. Undead Legion, requires the pre-existing skills, Legion of Close Protection, and Mind Control, and requires a level of 6. All zombies infected with their own virus can be integrated into an Undead Legion, and controlling the Undead Legion no longer takes up the mental attribute. The maximum number of Undead Legions is the number of Legion of Close Protection *100 the host's current level. This skill consumes 5 evolution points. Perfect Mimicry requires the pre-existing skills Sensitive Intuition, Devouring Stars, and requires a level of 5. You can consume a large amount of hunger levels to perform shape mimicry, and disguising yourself as a human is no longer a dream. This skill consumes 3 evolution points. Chen Yu looked at the 3 powerful skills on the system panel. His eyes rested on, like kind eating like, and his mind was secretly calculating. The boosting effect of this skill is quite simple and brutal. If he learned this skill, from now on he would not only be able to eat only the altered, but he would also be able to obtain attributes by eating mutated zombies. What's more, there was a small probability of gaining an extraordinary ability from eating people, which made him quite excited. There were variations in the types of powers, but each had its own use. If he also gained a few psychic abilities, his strength would simply increase exponentially. Although the system labeled small probability, but this cannot affect Chen Yu's interest. Big deal. He'll just have a few more. Make up for quality with quantity, and you'll always get a guaranteed meal. Of course, at the moment, he didn't have enough levels or evolution points to learn for the time being. As for the Undead Legion, this skill was undoubtedly designed to allow him to better control the zombie army, especially that no longer take up spiritual attributes point, greatly reducing his burden. Calculating based on the current situation, by the time he reached level 6 and unlocked the Immortal Legion, he would be able to control at least 1,800 zombies at the same time, which was equivalent to bringing his own necrotic tide army. That makes him the real deal, the king of the zombies. His gaze went to the last skill, Perfect Mimicry, and then his eyes lit up. This skill is equally significant to him, especially when moving around in human society, where disguising himself as a human allows him to move around more easily. Although it required the consumption of a large amount of hunger, compared to the convenience gained, this cost was completely acceptable. What's more, the conditions required for perfect mimicry are much more lenient. His current level was 4, just one level away from 5. As long as he accumulated 100 million more experience points and acquired 3 more evolution points, he would be able to learn this skill. Of course, the conditions required by perfect mimicry are objectively just as high, so one can only say that everything is a comparison. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host indirectly killed an adult male human. Experience value plus 5 inch. A system beep suddenly sounded. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He immediately realized it was the virus he had dropped in the cafeteria coming into play. As expected, immediately afterward, the system's beeps rang out in an endless stream. Ding! Congratulations host. Host indirectly killed an adult female human. Experience value plus 3 inch. Ding! Congratulations host. Host indirectly killed an adult male human. Experience value plus 5 inch. Chen Yu was in a good mood as he watched the experience value on the panel skyrocket. The feeling of sitting back and enjoying the ride gave him immense pleasure. But suddenly, he remembered Yi Qinglan. Although Yi Qinglan had now lost her value as a bandwagon party, Chen Yu still wanted to transform her into a legionary close guard that retained her sanity if possible. But if she turns into a regular zombie because of the virus she contracted from eating, that would be a problem. Come on, get out there, Chen Yu said to Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia with a hint of urgency in his tone. He pushed open the door to the cooler and walked out of the cafeteria. The scene in front of him caused him to faintly freeze, and then the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. The cafeteria was in chaos, and the original orderly dining scene was gone. The floor was littered with spilled meals, white porridge spilled all over the place, and dark dishes mixed together, giving off an unpleasant odor. Tables and chairs fell to the east, cutlery was strewn about, and the smell of blood and screams filled the air. Several people who had just been infected with the virus had turned into zombies and were frantically pouncing on those around them. Before a soldier standing guard had time to react, he was pounced on by a zombie and his neck was viciously bitten, blood spurting out. But many more soldiers had been infected with the virus directly through feeding, and were staggering and stiffening up to pounce on the ordinary people who had survived for the time being. Help! Help! A girl screams and tries to run away, but her leg is grabbed by a fallen walker and her whole body instantly falls to the ground. In the next moment, a nearby walker had pounced, sharp teeth biting through her shoulder. Everyone in the cafeteria was in danger. Some people tried to pick up chairs to fight back, while others desperately fled towards the door. However, the number of zombies was rapidly increasing, and the entire cafeteria had fallen into complete chaos. When Lin Xiaoxia saw this scene, her legs went weak and she wanted to vomit. She clutched onto the corner of Chen Yu's coat, obviously not yet fully adapted to her identity as a special zombie. Don't be afraid, you're a special walker now, they won't attack you. Su Wanting was calm, pulling Lin Xiaoxia's arm and calming her down. I'm a special walker? Lin Xiaoxia froze for a moment. Upon closer inspection, none of the zombies in the cafeteria tried to come over and attack them, even though they were increasing dramatically. She originally thought that it was Chen Yu who had shocked and controlled these zombies, but she didn't realize that it was actually herself who had already turned into a zombie. That's right, when Chen Yu took that bite of yours, he already transformed you into a zombie. You are now like us, you won't be attacked by ordinary zombies. Su Wanting actually didn't really want to bring up what had just happened, and mentioning it over and over again always gave her a sense of her persona collapsing. But right now, Lin Xiaoxia staying by Chen Yu's side has become a foregone conclusion, and in the future, if she doesn't see her head, she will have to remind her to brush up her goodwill. Lin Xiaoxia lowered her head and looked at her white hands and arms, which were completely devoid of half of the characteristics of a zombie, and her heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. If Su Wanting hadn't mentioned it, she would have even subconsciously ignored the fact that she had been bitten by Chen Yu. She never thought she would survive in this way. By the way, did you just find your powers? Chen Yu's voice rang out. Lin Xiaoxia quickly shook her head and replied instinctively, nope, I just tried it, and while I did get a big physical boost, I haven't figured out what my powers are yet. Chen Yu nodded and did not pursue the matter any further. There was still a long time to go, and he had enough patience to wait for Lin Xiaoxia to figure out her type of psychic ability. He made his way to the entrance of the cafeteria, the sunlight spilling over his face as he closed his eyes, carefully distinguishing the smells in the air. Yi Qinglan's scent was special, with a faint green citrus flavor, fresh and unique, standing out in the chaotic environment. Chen Yu quickly locked on to her location, which was actually in the direction of the school building. He immediately led the two women towards the school building. Along the way, the zombies kept coming. Viruses in cafeteria meals don't just affect those who eat in the cafeteria, but more students choose to pack their bags back to their dormitories or simply find a place to sit on the floor and eat some fast food. Despite the fact that today's meal was being served by a soldier who was in charge of the beating, they didn't realize anything was wrong and maintained their usual habits. Then they turned into zombies spread all over Donghai University. They hissed and pounced on any living creature. and the smell of blood and decay filled the air. "Help me, please, help me." The girl lying on the ground sent out a cry for help towards Chunyu's group. She was surrounded by a full 5 walkers that were tearing her limbs off. Chunyu coldly glanced at her without the slightest pause in his footsteps. The girl had been bitten and was completely unsalvageable. What's more, her face value was not high enough to attract Chenyu's interest. Seeing Chenyu's indifference, the girl wanted to say something else, but a zombie had already found her weak spot. Sharp claws ripped open her abdomen, and blood and guts gushed out instantly. She let out a mournful scream as her intestines instantly poured out onto the floor, leaking white and yellow and red. Wow! When Lin Xiaoxia saw this scene, her stomach churned and she couldn't help but bend down and spit out the canned fruit she had eaten not long ago. Su Wanting, on the other hand, stood expressionlessly and patted Lin Xiaoxia's back vigorously so that Lin Xiaoxia would feel better. She had seen far more gruesome deaths when she was in charge of cleaning up the bodies in the morning, and this kind of scene was just a piece of cake for her. Chenyu looked at the girl's corpse, but in his heart, he had some regrets. It was surprising that the secondary infections created by these zombies that he had infected did not count towards his experience value if they bit someone again. It made him feel a little helpless, even a little resentful. What is this? Isn't my appendage my appendage? He shook his head without further thought and continued to rush towards Yi Qinglan's location. To him, the most important thing now was to find Yi Qinglan and make sure she wasn't infected. As for these zombies and chaotic scenes, they are just the norm in the post-apocalyptic world. Soon the school building arrived. Chenyu followed the smell and pushed open the door of a classroom, his eyes quickly sweeping over the situation inside. The good news was that Yi Qinglan really hadn't eaten yet and hadn't been infected by any other zombies, and was currently alive and well, just a little pale, obviously frightened by the chaos outside. The bad news was that there was a boy standing next to Yi Qinglan. To be precise, the one who ran away without looking back when Chenyu and Yi Qinglan first met. When the boy saw Chenyu, he didn't turn his head and run away like last time, but immediately and nervously grabbed a stick next to him and took a self-defense stance, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. Chenyu did not look at the boys more than once, but instead turned his gaze to Yi Qinglan. "You're not hurt, are you?" "No." Yi Qinglan nodded, then turned his head to look at the boys. "Li Bei, put down the stick. Although Chenyu is a zombie, I know him well. He won't harm humans." Su Wanting stood behind Chenyu and almost didn't strain to laugh out when she heard this. She knew in her heart that Yi Qinglan was indeed safe in front of Chenyu. After all, she knew best about Chenyu's proclivities. But this boy in front of her was not necessarily so. The boy obviously didn't expect Yi Qinglan to say that, and his face instantly became ugly. "Qinglan, what are you talking about? How can a zombie be good? Those who are not of my clan will have different hearts. Don't you be fooled by him." Hearing this, Chenyu could not help but inwardly spit. This boy has obviously read too many novels, and those who are not of my race will be of a different mind. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people have to face the threat of zombies, but more importantly, they have to beware of sneak attacks and betrayal from humans. But what made Chenyu even more curious was what had happened to the boy called Li Bei, whose courage had suddenly exploded. You know, this one clearly ran away without looking back the last time they met, but now he actually picked up a stick and dared to make a move. He coughed. "This student, I think you have some misconceptions about me." In the next moment, Li Bei's original face instantly turned white. You can talk. You're a mutant zombie?" Seeing that Li Bei had no intention of fighting, Chenyu instantly reacted. Originally, this one was treating him like a normal zombie, feeling humiliated in front of his girlfriend and ready to take the opportunity to regain face. But there was still one thing Chenyu couldn't figure out. He had obviously communicated with Yi Qinglan many times, and this one actually didn't know anything about it. Was this still a boyfriend and girlfriend? And he had just gone over the wall when he first met with the two. Even if he was a cutie, could have guessed that he wasn't an ordinary zombie, right? "What are you two waiting for? Do it!" Li Bei suddenly shouted without a head. Chenyu froze, his mind slightly shocked. All of his 5 senses had been strengthened beyond the limits of human beings, and under such circumstances, there were actually 2 people he didn't know were ambushed in this house, which was also too much beyond imagination. The next moment, he reacted. He looked suspiciously at the 2 women behind him, and then at Li Bei, who suddenly yelled out, only to see Li Bei's face gradually change from hope to disappointment once again, with a bit of annoyance in it. "Are you expecting the 2 of them to make a move on me?" Chenyu pointed at Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting with an odd face. He never thought that Li Bei would actually count on the 2 women to deal with him. This is really the reverse of the Big Dipper. Chapter 41, Why didn't they attack you? Li Bei's face turned red, veins rippled on his forehead, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. In the face of this situation, it was really hard for Chenyu not to have a teasing mind. He looked at Li Bei with a sincere face and explained in a calm and sincere tone. In fact, They were all sensitized by my actions and volunteered to follow me and cover for me. No way! Li Bei violently interrupted Chen Yu's words with obvious anger and questioning in his voice. How can a zombie sensitize a human? Do you take me for a cutie? I know it's unbelievable, but it really is what it is. Chen Yu looked at Li Bei's stormy appearance and inwardly only felt amused, seriously denting his persona. Suppose if that were not so, what do you think, then, would be their relation to me? Li Bei's face instantly became complicated. His gaze swept over Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia as if he was looking for something to break. However, at this moment, Su Wanting only felt flat. The number of people who had died in Chen Yu's hands was too many, and she could not raise a single bit of interest in the crazy death-defying Li Bei. If it wasn't the wrong time, she even wanted to gamble with Lin Xiaoxia and compete to see who guessed Li Bei's time of death more accurately. Lin Xiaoxia even lowered her head, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Li Bei's heart began to waver. He had to admit that Chen Yu's words seemed to have so much truth in them. You guys, you actually do work with walkers? Li Bei's voice went from skeptical to certain, clearly having believed Chen Yu's words. You have no regard for the greater good. You're actually hanging out with this monster with a tiger. He's going to infect you all with zombies. Su Wanting's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. What a pot calling the kettle black. Although the process was 1,000 times wrong, Li Bei was accidentally getting the result right. The two of them were indeed zombies now, and could even infect others through their own viruses. Only that it was unclear what special means Chen Yu had used to keep them sane. But Su Wanting didn't open her mouth to retort. This morning's time had already shown her one thing clearly. Chen Yu would never let go of any provocateur. She only needed to match Chen Yu's rhythm. Li Bei, your attitude is too rough. Chen Yu is sane and is different from other zombies. He isn't harming us. Instead, he's protecting us. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Qinglan who interrupted Li Bei. Li Bei's face instantly became even more ugly. While the cold stares of strangers are infuriating, the betrayal of a girlfriend is even more heartbreaking. He felt as if he had a green meadow over his head. In his anger, he was instantly dim. Yi Qinglan, you've wanted to cheat on your wife for a long time, right? Now finding a zombie as an excuse is ridiculous. Ahem. Chen Yu couldn't help but cough when he heard this. This student, you are mistaken. I only met you and classmate Yi Qinglan for the first time this morning. How could I be related to classmate Yi Qinglan? And the way you escaped left a deep impression on me. I still want to go and talk to you about the secret of escape. Li Bei's face instantly turned ironic. He was not a little cutie in the end. Hearing Chen Yu's words, how could he not understand that earlier? Chen Yu was just treating it like a monkey. But at this moment, the wood has been turned into a boat, and the words spoken are like water that has been poured out, and cannot be taken back at all. Perhaps there hadn't been a rift between him and Yi Qinglan, but there was definitely a divide now. He was instantly annoyed and put the blame for both incidents on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, don't be complacent. This morning, I have specifically investigated you. Before you turned into a zombie, you were nothing more than an ordinary student of Linhai University. With that, he snapped the baseball bat in his hand with a loud click. To tell you the truth, 2 hours ago, I suddenly felt my body heat up and gained a lot of strength. I am now an awakened. Do you know what an awakened person is? Not only will I not be infected by your zombie virus now, but killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Chen Yu suddenly realized. No wonder Li Bei fled without turning his head when he saw him in the morning. But now he was biting people on sight like a mad dog. It turned out to be becoming awakened. Chen Yu smiled faintly with a hint of flirtation in his tone. Then I have to congratulate you, student Li Bei. You're now the 5th awakened person in East Sea University. A big shot in the end times. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom became subtle. Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxia glanced at each other, and an undetectable smile flashed in their eyes. They had seen with their own eyes how Chen Yu dealt with the awakened. Those so-called awakened ones, in front of Chen Yu, were simply as weak as little chickens and could be pinched to death with their hands. Chen Yuchuan, Lin Rohai, Zhang Tianyi, Jiang Chang, 3 of the 4 great awakenings of East Sea University still died in Chen Yu's hands without a word. Now that they heard Chen Yu praising Li Bei in this almost flirtatious tone, they only felt that Chen Yu was teasing a child who didn't know the heights of heaven. And if this freshly awakened Li Bei in front of him dared to call Chen Yu's bluff like this, odds were that he would also follow in the footsteps of his 3 predecessors and become a pile of dust on the ground. Yi Qinglan's reaction was quite different. Her face revealed worry, obviously fully believing Chen Yu's words. Li Bei, since you are already an awakened and powerful, there is no need to fight with Chen Yu. Although he is a zombie, he is not harming us. Instead he is protecting us. You let him go. Li Bei was originally a bit fluttery because of Chen Yu's compliments, and was secretly pleased in his heart, feeling that he had finally become a big shot in the end times. But Yi Qinglan's words were like a pot of cold water, instantly dousing his vanity. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Qinglan incredulously. and the hint of guilt that had just risen towards Yi Qinglan instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinglan, what do you mean by that? Li Bei's voice had a clear anger in it. You're actually pleading for a zombie? We've known each other for so many years and you're actually taking his side? Yi Qinglan was clearly taken aback by Li Bei's reaction, but she still stubbornly looked at Li Bei again. Li Bei, I just don't think it's necessary to make a move. Shan Yu he is really different. Not the same? Ha ha ha, Li Bei sneered, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinglan, I kind of see through you. If it wasn't for your family's condition, I wouldn't have kept pursuing you. Do you think I really like you? Don't flatter yourself. Yi Qinglan's face instantly turned pale. She did not expect Li Bei to say such words. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Chen Yu secretly laughed in his heart. As expected, it was a wise choice not to tackle Li Bei in the first place. Not only did he make Yi Qinglan stand up for himself, but he also saw a lot of joy from Li Bei. This feeling of being a yellow hair being defended by the heroine was 10,000 times better than eating fried chicken and drinking coke before the end of the world. Of course, seeing that Li Bei looked like he was about to say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Chen Yu felt that he couldn't let him continue to dominate the scene. Ahem, he coughed softly. The voice was not loud, but it caused the attention of the three women in the classroom to instantly focus on him. Classmate Li Bei, do you think that when you become an awakened one, you'll become a big shot high up in the sky, and feel that you're superior, and that other people's lives aren't lives anymore? Li Bei choked on Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu's big hat was snapped on, and all his thoughts that he originally wanted to counterattack were cut off. More importantly, Chen Yu's words hit him straight in the heart, completely puncturing his mind, and he would only appear to have a stiff upper lip even if he didn't admit it. Things having come to a head, Li Bei gritted his teeth and instantly shifted his thoughts. He was ready to admit his superiority in a big way. The world has 1,000 forms, and people are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Publicly admitting that you are superior will at best draw the wrath of the weak, and the wrath of the weak cannot strike the strong. He, Li Bei, as an awakened, was undoubtedly strong. The little Yakuza in front of him, who had somehow become a zombie and hadn't lost his mind yet, was the weak one. The strong are meant to humiliate the weak. Li Bei had thought so, but unfortunately, Chen Yu once again jumped ahead of him and delivered a head-splitting output at Li Bei. Student Li Bei, all lives should be equal. Like you, thinking that you are superior is a very serious misconception. In the end times, we should be more united and help each other, rather than using power as an excuse to trample on others. Quickly turn back. It's not too late for you to turn back now. If you are still obsessed, then it will really be the end of the world. After saying that, Chen Yu's heart burst with darkness. The feeling of standing on the moral high ground and pointing fingers at others is a million times better than eating fried chicken and drinking Fat House Happy Water after a long day of labor before the end of the world. He now sort of understood why so many people like to turn black and white upside down and disguise themselves as gentlemen after doing the deeds of a villain. Turns out it really does feel so good to morally kidnap someone. Chen Yu couldn't help but recall the bitter days when he had been morally kidnapped, and secretly made up his mind. Be sure to exercise your eloquence more often, and strive to reach the point where you can use the protagonist's realm to shatter the enemy's Dao heart with just your mouth. And on the opposite side, Li Bei's face instantly became as red and purple as a pig's liver. He couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly roared out, violently lunging towards Chen Yu, who was 5 or 6 paces away. Shan Yu, don't pretend to be a saint here. I'm going to let you know today that the power of an awakened person is not comparable to a zombie like you. Li Bei has just become an awakened person. Physical when, once pounced over, injured Chen Yu. This is not good enough? However, Chen Yu had been in the battlefield for a long time, and did not panic as he coldly watched Li Bei's crazy actions. Inside the classroom, the 3 girls had different expressions. Su Wanting and Lin Xiaoxiao were calm, even with a hint of watching the show. They knew very well that Li Bei was simply unbeatable in front of Chen Yu. Yi Qinglan was the only one who was filled with worry and wanted to go forward to stop it, but was gently pulled back by Su Wanting. Don't worry, Chen Yu will be fine. Yi Qinglan froze for a moment, and before she had time to react, Li Bei had already rushed to Chen Yu. In the nick of time, the calm and collected Chen Yu reacted quickly, gently sidestepping and easily avoiding the strike. After that, he raised his hand and grabbed it, directly clasping Li Bei's arm, and with a slight force, Li Bei immediately screamed out in pain. Li Bei, your awareness isn't enough. Chen Yu's tone was calm and righteous like a judge. Power is not used to oppress others, but to protect them. You are still far from it. After saying that, Chen Yu gently pushed, and Li Bei covered his arm and paralyzed on the ground. A crushed left arm was enough to give Li Bei a bit of a hard time. Yi Qinglan is still watching, and killing directly damages his glorious and righteous image. However, out of Chen Yu's expectation, Li Bei actually did not say a word. It wasn't that Li Bei was so tough that he was able to resist the 6 sticks for a second without saying anything. but he directly fainted from the pain. Now that's a bit awkward. Chen Yu originally wanted to do it to Yi Qinglan, but as a result, Li Bei directly fainted. More or less not as good as it could be. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has gained enough experience value to level up. Current level is 5-inch. The system prompt sounded, and Chen Yu instantly put these minor upsets behind him. His efforts were not in vain, and the effort to infiltrate the cafeteria and a tossing and turning finally paid off in a sea of rewards. Accompanying the system beep was a physical remodeling visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of each of the three women, Chen Yu's body was actually shaping slightly, as if it was a ball of Play-Doh that could be freely molded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Yu comforted Yi Qinglan, who cast a worried look. He had been thinking about how to continue fooling Yi Qinglan, but now that he had suddenly upgraded, he didn't have to think about it anymore. Soon, Chen Yu's body returned to normal. Name Chen Yu. Rank, 5, Tyrant. Power, 44, Zombie Tank. Humanoid weapon. You're no longer afraid of 98% of the world's conventional heat weapons and can eat humans against bombardment. Skill, 31, Flying on water. You are able to jump up to the top of a 10-meter building using your dexterity and eat the humans on top of the building. Speed, 40, outpaces most unusual vehicles, allowing you to feed on humans who use them to escape. Mental strength, 47, no difficulty in forgetting. Controlling humans is not a problem. You can eat the humans you control. Hunger, 9 out of 100, you need to eat people. Experience, December 3000. Evolution points, 0. Skills, body mastery, photosynthesis, keen sight, keen sense of smell, keen sense of hearing, legion of close protection, devouring the stars, mind control, stony skin, poisonous glands. After reading the attributes, Chen Yu immediately brightened up. All the basic attributes had been raised by 10 points at once, which was a heavenly enhancement. But at this current stage, the only point of these attribute enhancements would be to prevent a possible mass heat weapon washout. After all, the end of the world hadn't happened for a long time. The strength of the awakened and exalted at East Sea University was simply minimal in front of him, and as long as they were discovered, they would only be killed in seconds. The most important thing right now, instead, is to get some sun. Chapter 42, What are you going to do? Li Bei woke up ghostly in the infirmary. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. White walls, closed curtains, and lights illuminated the infirmary interior. He had a bit of a headache and tried to recall what had happened before. The image of himself having his arm twisted off by Chen Yu finally surfaced in his mind, and doubts rose in his heart. Didn't he pass out? Why is he lying in the infirmary? Thinking of this, Li Bei hurriedly moved his left arm. It's a shock not to find out. Not only could I not lift both arms, but they were aching. Even more troubling was the fact that the arm still bore the eye of a needle, obviously having been injected with some kind of drug. You're awake? A familiar voice came. Li Bei turned his head to look, only to see a doctor in a white coat standing beside the bed. His whole body wrapped tightly, even his face was covered by a mask. This is the school hospital. You've been moved here, thanks to your girlfriend. Who carried you here after you passed out? Li Bei's face instantly grimaced as he stared the doctor dead in the eye. No, you're not the school nurse, you're the mutant walker. The doctor was silent for a moment, then laughed softly and removed his mask, revealing a pale face. I didn't realize you were so smart as to guess it was me. Li Bei's pupils contracted violently, and although he tried to force his composure, his expression betrayed him. What do you want by bringing me here? Where is Yi Qinglan? Chen Yu shrugged, his tone relaxed. How should I know? You broke Yi Qinglan's heart and I don't know where she went. Li Bei struggled to sit up. I know you must have hidden her. Don't lie to me. I want to see Yi Qinglan. Chen Yu was happy. Say this Li Bei is stupid. He can instantly judge that he is pretending to be a doctor. Say Li Bei is smart. He is still clamoring to see Yi Qinglan. He thinks this is a game of escape room. Admit defeat and live? In the next moment, Chen Yu had extended his hand and pinched Li Bei's right arm. Ka-chow. A crisp fracture sounded. Li Bei's right arm was similarly pinched into a shattered fracture by Chen Yu. Ah! Li Bei let out a miserable scream and directly rolled to the ground in a miserable manner. Chen Yu did not show the slightest bit of mercy, just let out a light breath with a few moments of satisfaction in his tone. Finally symmetrical. So it looks good. Looking at Li Bei, who was still screaming miserably, Chen Yu sneered with a few moments of impatience in his tone. Don't pretend. I only gave you local anesthesia for your left and right arms. Any more screaming and I'll fracture all three of your legs as well, and then it won't be as dinky as it is now. When Li Bei heard these words, he instantly put away his pained expression and his face grimaced. He stared at Chen Yu. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and then spoke. Chen Yu, let's make a deal. What can I do to live? Chen Yu was slightly surprised, not expecting Li Bei to pretend even now. He had thought that Li Bei was an honest man, but he hadn't realized that he was a deep acting personality. He was instantly interested. So what can you give me? Instead of answering directly, Li Bei chose to ask a rhetorical question. Where is Yi Qinglan? Chun Yu instantly understood what Li Bei meant. It was nothing more than wanting to use Yi Qinglan as a bargaining chip to help him get Yi Qinglan to throw herself into his arms or something like that. If this was before the end of the world, Li Bei's proposal might still be able to make his heart move. After all, being able to get Yi Qinglan's true heart was really tempting for a pure-hearted male big like Chen Yu before the end of the world. But now, Chen Yu only felt tasteless. Instead of going through all the effort to fall in love with Yi Qinglan, it would be more interesting to use Li Bei to verify the limits of devouring stars. Have you ever heard of zombie crystals? Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Bei suddenly threw out this sentence. The movement of Chun Yu reaching for Li Bei's arm instantly gave way. I didn't expect that he actually really looked away. This Li Bei in front of him was really a character who wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. However, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger also needs to have the capital to do so, or else you will really become a pig. You actually know about the existence of zombie crystals? Tell me, how much do you know? Li Bei breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't go along with what Chen Yu had to say. You have to make sure I get out alive. Chun Yu laughed. The awakened of this East Sea University were just one more than the other with a lot of heart, and almost every one of them wanted to make a deal with him. But don't even think about it. Is a defeated general qualified to negotiate with him, Chen Yu? Even if he does agree, what can the other party do if he backs out afterward? Okay, I promise. Go ahead. Chen Yu promised carelessly. I know that you must be thinking of backtracking afterward and don't intend to let me go. Li Bei spoke with a single word, looking as if he hadn't been severely beaten. Chapter 43. Is this what you expected? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, this time with a few moments of curiosity in his tone. Oh, what are you going to do then? He did have some interest in Li Bei's reaction. This Li Bei really seemed to have quite a heart, if not for the fact that his actual combat ability was too weak, and he had passed out after having his bones crushed. He might have been able to cause some trouble for him. Li Bei took a deep breath and finally stated his intentions. I know the location of the 2 zombie cores. As soon as I'm sure I'm safe, I'll tell you the location of the 2 zombie cores. Chen Yu nodded, his tone carrying a few moments of praise. You have quite a lot of heart. You also know to ensure your own safety before handing over these things. In this way, not only do you give me the benefit of making sure that I won't flip out on the spot, but you can also make sure that you leave alive. So it's indeed 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Bei smiled slightly, his tone similarly clipped. Thank you. You also have a lot of heart. I originally thought that you were only a spirit-type mutated zombie, but I didn't expect your melee ability to be so terrifying. So it's obvious that you're also an old envy. Chen Yu nodded, not caring about Li Bei's sheepishness. He's never been one to get angry with the dead. He just asked Li Bei a question in a calm tone. Do you know where Yi Qinglan is? Li Bei had a vague sense of foreboding inside. He had just asked when Chun Yu avoided not answering, but now he suddenly turned around and took the initiative to bring it up. It didn't look like something good was happening in any way. Let me tell you, Yi Qinglan has been taken to Linhai University by both Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting. Chun Yu had no intention of selling out, only his tone was slightly mocking. Li Bei froze before reacting that the 2 unfamiliar names were the 2 women who had just followed Chen Yu. He was silent for a moment, then sneered twice, choosing to keep his mouth shut. And then what? You don't think I really care about that little cutie who can't tell the difference between good and bad, right? No, 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 I've known about your low morals for a long time. Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly. I just wanted to tell you that there isn't a second human alive at Tokai University. Li Bei instantly revealed a look of disbelief. Are you kidding me? With so many people at East Sea University, how can they all be dead? Chen Yu seemed to have predicted his reaction as he walked over to the curtains and pulled them open with one hand, revealing the scene outside the window. Li Bei's pupils contracted violently and his face instantly turned pale. Outside the window was a dense mass of zombies, and standing at the front were a few zombies in blood-stained uniforms. Their eyes were hollow, but their faces were unexpectedly familiar. Believe it now, don't you? Don't expect Jiang Chang and that battalion's troops to come to your rescue. Chen Yu stood in front of the window, feeling the sensation of controlling 40 zombies piling up the door at once, and continued to apply pressure on Li Bei. The reason why he was teasing Li Bei here was to test how well the devouring stars could devour living people. And if you wanted to cast devouring stars on the living Li Bei, you had to break his mind and make him lose all hope. If not, with Chun Yu's character, he would have already directly gotten Li Bei killed for attributes. However, Li Bei's face turned pale for a moment when he saw the blackened corpses outside the door, but soon he regained his composure. You're lying to me. Jiang Chang is definitely still alive. If it's not possible, that battalion commander named Xia Nan is also still alive. Li Bei said this with a lot of conviction. Chen Yu clapped his hands with a few moments of admiration in his tone. Interesting. How did you guess? Li Bei sneered with a few disdain in his eyes. It's common knowledge that awakened people won't be infected by zombies. I thought you were calculating, but I didn't realize that you weren't even clear about this. As for the Xianan battalion commander in the army, I was originally just guessing, but you didn't refute it just now, so it's only now that I'm sure. Chen Yu nodded. That was something he had overlooked. The main reason was that he could use the Legion Close Guard skill to forcefully transform the awakened and the exalted, rather ignoring the fact that the other zombies had no way of infecting these evolved humans under normal circumstances. In the next moment, with a movement of his mind, a zombie in military uniform outside the door was controlled to break through the door. The hideous face and bloodstained uniform sent shivers down one's spine. Li Bei instantly froze, a trace of incredulity flashing in his eyes. This must be the battalion commander Shannon you're talking about. Chen Yu laughed and made amends. Chapter 44, What? So I let the boss get away. Chen Yu was very satisfied with this mulligan of his. Li Bei just had that look of madness, as if everything was expected. But in reality, Li Bei's reaction was merely a part of his plan. How crazy Li Bei was just now. How scared he must be now after seeing the zombie Xianan. Sure enough, on the opposite side, Li Bei had frozen. He naturally recognized that the hideous zombie was none other than Xianan himself. Impossible. Jiang Cheng obviously still has zombie crystals in his hand. As long as he gives one to Xianan, he cannot be infected. Li Bei shook his head with incredulous effort. Shen Yu's eyes, however, lit up as an unexpected joy surged in his heart. Sure enough, it's still the bad guys that get the good karma. Until just now, he had only held the intention of teasing Li Bei, preparing to forcefully mind control him after the other party's hopes were dashed. Now that his mental power had broken through 40 points, he could completely control Li Bei directly and make him open his mouth and say everything. However, this method of control can only be used to get the controlled person to answer by asking questions. The controlled person will not voluntarily answer questions that are not mentioned. At this moment, Chen Yu could not help but be thankful that he had risen to the idea of experimenting with the limits of the devouring stars on a whim, or else he feared that he would have missed out on quite a bit of important information this time around. He walked over to Li Bei and leaned down. Oh, classmate Li Bei, how did you know that Jiang Cheng would have zombie crystals in his hands? Knowing that he had just blundered, Li Bei clenched his teeth tightly, with a deathly silent expression on his face. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and brought a few hints of threat in his tone. Are you going to open up or not? Li Bei took a deep breath and said in a strong tone. Let me change to a safer place first. I'm not comfortable here. Chen Yu once again couldn't help but laugh. Li Bei was feeling that he had him and was forcing him to give in. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? Li Bei shook his head decisively, and there were a few hints of provocation in his tone. Kill me if you dare, or get me to safety, or there's no way I'm talking. Chen Yu didn't bother to say any more and directly released his control over the zombies inside and outside the door. Roar! The zombie Shannon let out a low hiss and lunged at Li Bei, taking a bite on his arm. Aha! Li Bei immediately let out a mournful scream, his face instantly turning pale. He was originally an ordinary student with only average willpower, and at this moment, he was bitten and winced in pain. I'll say, I can tell you where a crystal core is first, so get these walkers to stop biting. Li Bei's voice was tinged with desperation and pleading. Chen Yu sneered and slapped the zombie Xianan flying out. However, Xianan was currently biting Li Bei's arm to death. The slap went down, and it actually brought a large piece of flesh from Li Bei's arm flying out. Blood spurted out instantly. All four white walls were stained a harsh red, with only a small area of the wall behind the bed spared. The white color contrasts with the red, but Chen Yu was too lazy to care what Li Bei thought. He directly gazed and held his breath, placing his entire mind on Li Bei and casting mind control on him. Li Bei was precisely at the moment of pain, and in the next moment, his eyes instantly became dull. Chen Yu knew that this was the mind control being cast successfully. The human equivalent of the nerve center system controlled by the mind is in a state of complete anesthesia. Not to mention vision, even breathing has to be manually controlled by Chen Yu. Otherwise it will have to suffocate after 2 or 3 minutes. He felt his occupied mind and realized that his reaction speed had become a bit sluggish. It's an odd feeling, like a computer running a large program that causes the overall response to slow down. Smoothly slapping away the large group of zombies that surged in, Chen Yu blared at the staring Li Bei. Say, where are those 2 zombie cores you know about? The zombie crystal core is in Jiang Cheng's hands. Li Bei was drooling at the corners of his mouth, and he didn't half resist at all. Chen Yu frowned. Never thought that these 2 zombie crystal cores were actually in Jiang Cheng's hands. Just now at noon, in order to allow Su Wanting to return to Linhai University with Yi Qinglan without any problems, he had deliberately let Jiang Cheng go, allowing him to retreat with a handful of uninfected soldiers and a few dozen survivors from Donghai University. Now, I'm afraid that if I want to get that zombie crystal core in Jiang Cheng's hand, I'll have to make some more effort. Then what does these 2 zombie crystal cores have to do with Jiang Cheng? Chen Yu was still a bit unwilling, and pursued at the cockeyed Li Bei. There are a total of 4 zombie crystal cores, all of which were gotten from mutated zombies. These 4 zombies were killed by Lin Ruhai, Chen Yuchuan, and Zheng Tian together 3 days ago. The 3 of them were idiots and didn't examine the body carefully. Zhang Cheng took advantage of the difference in information to grossly discover the crystal cores in the mutated zombie's brain, then ate one and became the 4th awakened at Donghai University. Chen Yu froze. I didn't realize the truth was like that. No wonder Zhang Tianyi was disdainful when he mentioned Zhang Cheng before his death. At that time he thought that it was the disdain of an alien for an awakened person, but it turned out that there was also the hatred of being licked in it. But in that case, this Zhang Cheng was a number 1. First of all, with the Army Battalion Commander Xia Nan know the inside story of the zombie crystal core, and then use the information difference to fool the 3 young and vigorous awakened people to get the mutated zombie corpse. So some back and forth operation. The 4 zombie crystal core got their hands. Chapter 45, Vegan Zombies. And how did you become awakened? Chen Yu suddenly thought of this and asked after Li Bei, who was like an Alzheimer's patient. Because Zhang Cheng has been secretly hiding the remaining 3 crystal cores in his office. These zombie crystal cores are all first order, and he has no effect with more of them. I just seized this opportunity and sneaked into the office yesterday morning to steal one, only to be discovered by Zhang Chun just after I finished eating it. From Li Bei's stuttering and unclear words, Chen Yu finally understood that the young man in front of him had become an awakened person by stealing zombie crystals. One could only say that this Li Bei was likewise a character who could succeed in taking chestnuts out of the fire and was also good at acting. If he hadn't been unlucky enough to get caught directly by him, I'm afraid he could have stirred up some trouble later. Then Zhang Cheng didn't retaliate against you? Chen Yu curiously asked after him. Logically speaking, a ruthless person like Zhang Cheng who was upstream and downstream should not be held by a brat like Li Bei. Yes, he even prepared the zombies used to take the blame, ready to take my death as the result of the zombie attack. Only, since both of us became awakened, and Zhang Cheng didn't dare to stir up the news that I had become awakened, there was nothing he could do with me. So in the end, he had to compromise and let me go again. Chen Yu instantly understood. No wonder Li Bei ran away as soon as he saw him in the morning. So it wasn't because he was afraid of the zombies, but he thought that Zhang Cheng had come looking for him to claim his life again. Looking at the know-it-all Li Bei in front of him, Chen Yu decided to completely drain him of his remaining value. And do you know the location of any other zombie crystals? I don't know. Li Bei shook his head dryly, drooling as his head bobbed from side to side. Chen Yu was not discouraged. He had expected this situation. He just changed his words and continued to ask, and do you know where there are still awakened and mutated walkers? Li Bei still shook his head. I've been staying at Donghai University for the past 3 days since the outbreak of the end times, so I'm not very clear about the situation in the outside world, but I'm certain that there aren't any living mutated zombies inside East Sea University anymore. Chen Yu said, nonsense. You still need to say this? He was a bit disappointed and was ready to cast Devour Starry Sky on Li Bei to end this conversation once and for all. But at that very instant, a new question suddenly flashed through his mind. He stopped his preparations to touch Li Bei. Do you know how to tell what a shifter's powers are? At noon, Lin Xiaoxia inexplicably figured out the effects of her powers. Chen Yu was instantly overjoyed and directly bit Yi Qinglan somewhere, turning her into his legionnaire close guard as well. Good news! Yi Qinglan also has the same psychic potential. The ones like Su Ling Yun who were really an ordinary person were just an exception. The bad news was that Lin Xiaoxia, like Su Wanting, was equally unable to say anything about how she had figured out the effects of her powers. In this way, Yi Qinglan could only slowly feel his way around. However, if he could ask the method of judging psychic abilities from Li Bei's mouth, he would not have to toss and turn to collect potential psychic legionnaires close to him in the future. Just as the words left his mouth, Chen Yu suddenly felt a bit foolish. Although the Li Bei in front of him had a wild path, he was ultimately just an ordinary awakened. So how could he possibly know such things? However, the next moment, Li Bei mechanically opened his mouth. There are 2 ways. One is for an alien-type awakened person to figure it out on their own, and the other is to use the army's tester. Tester? Chen Yu froze. It's only been 3 days since the end of the world broke out, and the army already has instruments that can test psychic abilities? That's just fine thinking. He hurriedly continued to pursue the question at Li Bei. What's an army tester? How does it work? Where can I find one? The tester is a device developed within the military, specifically used to detect the type and strength of a psychic ability. I'm not sure of the exact method of use or location. Chen was a little disappointed, but it was normal when he thought about it. Li Bei, after all, is just a student, and this news of the army tester is estimated to have been heard from the mouth of the battalion commander called Xia Nan. He continued to cross-examine Li Bei, trying to dig out more information. However, after a series of questions, Li Bei's answers were I don't know and I'm not sure. Now Chen Yu was finally certain that he could no longer squeeze any more useful value out of Li Bei. He no longer hesitated and directly grabbed Li Bei's arm and cast Devouring Stars on Li Bei. As expected, the mind-controlled Li Bei's face was stagnant, and there was no sign of resistance at all, as if he was a soulless shell. As the Devouring Stars was unleashed, Li Bei's body began to weather in a bizarre manner. The skin quickly dried and cracked, and the muscles and bones seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force, turning into fine flying ash that drifted in the air. The entire process was quiet and swift, as if time had passed 100 times faster on Li Bei, completely erasing any traces of his existence. The white wall behind the bed seemed to be in shock as well, and seemed to tremble slightly. Chen Yu closed his eyes, his mind immersed in the system panel. Name Chen Yu. Rank, 5, Tyrant. Power, 47, Zombie Tank. Humanoid weapon. You're no longer afraid of 98% of the world's conventional heat weapons, but that doesn't mean much to vegan zombies. Skill, 34, Flying on water. You're able to jump up to the top of a 10-meter building using your dexterity, but that doesn't mean much to a vegan zombie. Speed, 43, faster than most unusual vehicles, but that doesn't mean much to vegan walkers. Mental strength, 50, no difficulty in remembering. Controlling humans is not a problem, but that doesn't mean much to vegan zombies. Hunger, 99 out of 100, you're a typical vegetarian zombie. Experience, December 3000. Evolution points, 0. Skills, body mastery, photosynthesis, keen sight, keen sense of smell, keen sense of hearing, legion of close protection, devouring the stars, mind control, stony skin, poisonous glands. What? Chen Yu was originally still immersed in the joy of having +3 in all attributes, but he did not expect to be taunted by the mockery from the system panel in the next moment. What do you mean by vegan zombies? Chapter 46, Zombie Bird? Chen Yu opened his eyes. There is no longer any need to stay on at Tunhai University. He turned to the empty white wall behind the bed and muttered to himself, come on out. The next moment, the original flat, white wall actually began to distort, and a very unflattering girl appeared in front of it out of nowhere. Well, the front and back really don't come close to being mediocre. This plainly unrelated girl was none other than Lin Xiaoxia. Just a short while ago, Lin Xiaoxia suddenly discovered her own supernatural ability to hide perfectly in her surroundings. To be precise, it's not mimetic hiding, it's true integration. If the environment she had integrated into wasn't destroyed, then even if, for example, an attack was made against Lin Xiaoxia's hiding spot, she wouldn't be half harmed. Regarding this supernatural ability, Chen Yu naturally sked. Chen Yu originally wanted Lin Xiaoxia and Su Wanting to take Yi Qinglan with them to Linhai University, but Yi Qinglan was not very receptive to the fact that she had suddenly become a zombie. In order to play it safe, Chen Yu had to leave the less reliable Lin Xiaoxia here first and only let Su Wanting take the emotionally unstable Yi Qinglan to Linhai University first. It was true that Su Wanting was not a good woman, but she still knew the limits and knew how to advance and retreat. Now that he and Su Wanting, one glory and one loss, naturally he didn't have to worry about Su Wanting having a brain fart. Lin Xiaoxia carefully walked in front of Chen Yu, lest she accidentally stepped on the bloodstains and filth on the ground. She looked at Chen Yu and asked, where are we going next? Chen Yu touched Lin Xiaoxia's face. Soft, sticky and smooth. Go find a hotel, he replied casually. Lin Xiaoxia's figure shook involuntarily. Chen Yu was instantly in a good mood. Let's get something to eat first, then we'll check out the army post. I don't want to be treated like a vegetarian, he explained seriously, but Lin Xiaoxia's eyebrows revealed distrust instead. Chen Yu was a zombie. How could he still eat human food? In the next moment, Lin Xiaoxia suddenly frowned. Right, Chen Yu hadn't eaten any human food in the past 3 days and hadn't eaten many humans, so why wouldn't he be hungry? Chen Yu could see Lin Xiaoxia's doubt, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Xiaoxia, as his infected legionary Konoha, had a skill description that stated squarely that he could obtain energy by eating normal food, but he's not so sure. But think of something to do about it. Chen Yu walked out of the room and passed through the gaps in the zombie horde. It was dark and the lights on the sides of the campus paths were on. Chen Yu estimated that this should be due to Donghai University's backup generator. There are quite a few important laboratories in Tunghai University, and it is only natural to have a backup generator. It's just a shame that while the backup generators are still running, East China Sea University is completely devoid of living people. Under the night, he saw the dense zombies. Under the bright street lamps, those who were bitten by the scattered corpses' blood clots unusually dark 4 is active zombies added 3 horror. Chen Yu looked at the inhumanly shaped corpses with some disgust, and although the pervasive smell of blood had dispersed, more putrid odors filled the air. The heat of the summer accelerated the decay of the bodies, and I fear that it will only take a few days for these bodies to completely decompose. A dozen or so birds hovered in the sky. Chen Yu wasn't sure if things like zombies still existed in birds, but as he looked at the size of the birds, they weren't ordinary sparrows, more like large birds, like vultures or something like that. The sky was too far away for mind control to take effect, and he wasn't able to confirm whether it was a zombie bird or not. But according to those post-apocalyptic novels he had read, the zombie virus should be able to infect all animals: zombie mouse, zombie cow, zombie tiger, zombie rabbit, zombie snake child, zombie sheep, zombie monkey, zombie cat, zombie blue whale, zombie crow. The blue planet is so big, there's always something scary coming. Chapter 47, Hotel or Convenience Store. With such a divergent thought, Shen Yu walked all the way to the west, out of the range of Donghai University, and finally found a couple's hotel, Mania Theme Hotel, before the end of the world. This kind of couple's hotel open next to the university town is the best business. Every night, the barking was incessant. Seeing the name of the hotel, Lin Xiaoxia's face changed slightly, but soon, she realized that things weren't quite what she thought they were. Shen Yu actually directly skipped the entrance of this hotel and walked towards the 24H convenience store on the side. Convenience stores have been robbed. The glass door of the convenience store had been smashed, glass crumbs scattered all over the place, and dried blood remained on the doorframe. Walking into the convenience store, Shen Yu's eyes swept over the mess all over the floor. Shelves are falling over and merchandise is scattered all over the place. The floor was covered with trampled bags and broken drink bottles, and even unwrapped packages of dulce de leche. It seems not everyone is a cutie. The only snacks left on the counter were chips and chili fries, while the high-calorie chocolates, instant noodles and canned goods, as well as cigarettes, liquor, beer and other in-demand supplies had long since been ransacked. However, Shen Yu didn't care. Su Wanting had a huge amount of supplies stored in her carry-on space, and there were hundreds of cases of liquor alone that he couldn't name, not to mention other necessities of life, and he didn't really need to eat. He was just a little uptight about the system's taunts. He casually tore open a bag of chips and leaned against the counter, looking out at the street through the broken glass door. A few zombies roamed the streets, most with incomplete bodies and missing arms and legs, obviously bitten after the zombie outbreak before becoming zombies. Well, just like him, belongs to was the second batch of infected walkers. Shen Yu's thoughts were diverging when he suddenly saw two dark-skinned zombies, standing chicken in a crowd of pale-skinned zombies. Well, Magic City really deserves to be a metropolis. Directly solving one of Chun Yu's inner doubts, he grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them in his mouth. Bah! Shen Yu spit out the chips. The flavor of these chips is so bitter that it's like eating a bitter melon. He scrutinized the packaging of the chips to make sure nothing was leaking, and then disbelievingly picked up a nearby packet of chili fries. The chorizo really wasn't bitter melon flavored this time. Instead, it tastes more bitter than a bitter melon. Shen Yu instantly lost his mind to eat this junk food. It's just too hard to be a zombie these days. I can't believe I can't even enjoy junk food. It's too stifling. He looked to Lin Xiaoxia, who was carefully at the side. Lin Xiaoxia was like a frightened quail. Seeing Shen Yu casting his gaze, he suddenly made a resolute expression and clamped Shen Yu's arm to go out. Where are you going to go? Seeing that Lin Xiaoxia had already pulled herself out of the convenience store, Shen Yu was somewhat confused. Go upstairs to the hotel. Lin Xiaoxia's words were short and concise, and she said, wrapping Shen Yu's hand up. Not interested right now. Shen Yu took his hand out. He was more interested in the two dark walkers outside now. Shen Yu walked up to the two zombies. Roar, roar, hungry, fried chicken, watermelon, roar, roar, woman, men too. The hissing conveyed part of the last wishes of the two walkers in their lives. Shen Yu suddenly felt that learning the corpse language technique was not all good. Can you understand what they're saying? Lin Xiaoxia watched with some curiosity as Shen Yu's face changed. Feeling that Shen Yu did not look like he was pretending. Why can't you understand? Shen Yu lightly left a sentence, and then his right and left hands simultaneously exerted force, picking up the two dark zombies towards the west and continued walking. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoxia looked at Shen Yu's bizarre movements and an outrageous brainstorm rose in her heart. It's what you think. Shen Yu turned back and smiled at Lin Xiaoxia. I'm going to get them some work. They say they're hungry, and I'm going to make them learn to labor for food. The corner of Lin Xiaoxia's mouth involuntarily twitched, saying that Shen Yu was simply not a normal person who could think like that. I warn you, what's on your mind is no secret with me. Shen Yu suddenly turned back again and smiled at Lin Xiaoxia. Lin Xiaoxia instantly did not dare to make up Shen Yu in her mind anymore, and stood in place with her head hanging down somewhat. I didn't expect Shen Yu to be so horrible. I should have known that at that time in the cold storage room I would have held out a little longer. At least now I can still have some privacy. But seeing that it was getting late, she was still a bit afraid of the zombies around her in the end, so she had to take 3 steps and follow Shen Yu. This walk would be another 5 kilometers. Lin Xiaoxiao was panting and just wanted to greet Chen Yu to stop and rest for a while, but she realized that Chen Yu had stopped in front of a plaque. Lin Xiaoxiao moved forward and read the large hot gold letters written on it. The Magic City Experimental Cotton Growers. Chapter 48, 1 kill in the whole village is enough to eat for half a year. 666. It's not even an act. Lin Xiaoxiao only had this one thought inside her at the moment. The Magic City is rainy and wet, and it's not easy to find such a career cotton planting site. One could only say that Chen Yu really had some leisure time. Chen Yu did not care about these thoughts within Lin Xiaoxiao. He pushed the door open and it opened up before him. Rows and rows of greenhouses were neatly lined up, with faint light reflecting off the glass surfaces. And at the end of the greenhouse, a small, detached building stood alone and out of place. Chen Yu did not hesitate and walked straight towards that small building. Just as he approached the small building, a greasy shout suddenly came from upstairs. Who are you people? Don't come any closer, any further and I'll be rude. Chen Yu stopped and stood in the shadows downstairs. Looking up, the upstairs window was half open, and a figure could be vaguely seen swaying. This friend, where is the backup generator for the cotton base? I have 2 brothers who would like to volunteer to help generate electricity here. There was no response from upstairs, only a silence. Chen Yu frowned and reached into his trench coat and pulled out 2 bags of chips and shook them. It was something he picked up from the convenience store on the way. How about 2 bags of chips? Not enough. The voices from upstairs resumed. Apparently there was a demand for food. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and reached out to touch his pants pocket, only feeling a piece of gum. It wasn't like he needed to eat, and the piece of gum was still a pre-apocalyptic purchase from who knows when. And a piece of gum. Want one? Things can stay. People hurry up. The voice upstairs grew impatient. I'm the director of this base, and when the end times pass, I'll pay you $100 in compensation. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's the 3rd day of the end times, and there are still people who fantasize that the end times will soon be over, so they're really not in their right mind. He shook his head and was about to go straight upstairs and use some special means to get the director to talk when the door to the small building was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked out. With a glance, Chen Yu felt that this director would need to pay him for viewing his dignified appearance. The greasy face was piled high with horizontal flesh. The hair was thinning and a few greasy strands were plastered to his forehead. The stomach was even higher, and it looked like the director of the alcohol test. At this size, even if you don't eat for 10 days, it's not a problem. The middle-aged director's gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao behind Chen Yu for a moment, and a hint of evil desire flashed in his eyes. What about those 2 friends of yours? Tell you what, if you're ready to stay, it's not impossible for them to stay here and work part-time. The middle-aged man spoke as he walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao, completely ignoring Chen Yu who was standing in the shadows. Chen Yu coughed, not loudly. Only then did the middle-aged man notice Chen Yu in the shadows. He froze for a moment, then frowned. Who are you? Chen Yu did not answer, just stood quietly in the shadows. The collar of his trench coat slightly raised, covering half of his face. The year-old man looked closely and realized that there were 2 more shadows beside Chen Yu. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 2 black walkers. What a living hell! He has not unseen zombies, and those zombies invariably skin gray to unlike, whereas these 2 zombies, dark as in life, no different. The middle-aged director's legs instantly went limp, and he made a mighty tiger landing style at Chen Yu. This little brother, I didn't know you were awakened. I have offended you much. Please bear with me. Chen Yu looked at the middle-aged director with interest. Oh, how do you know about the awakened? He had sort of realized that the last thing that was lacking in this post-apocalyptic world was a chameleon that could change its face instantly. Arrogance is a laughing matter. I have the radio. 2 hours ago, the army radio just informed that some people have awakened special abilities. I see that you can control these 2 zombies. Little brother. So I guess this one behind you is your girlfriend? The middle-aged director hurriedly replied. Chen Yu was thoughtful. Today is already the 3rd day of the end times, and the 6G signal base stations everywhere have long been paralyzed. I didn't realize that primitive devices like radios were still working at a time like this. He ignored the tentativeness of the middle-aged director's words. Where's the generator? The middle-aged man's face stiffened a bit, but he still pointed upstairs. It's on the 3rd floor, but it's hand-cranked and requires someone to work constantly to generate electricity. Chen Yu nodded and did not say anything more as his mind controlled the 2 zombies to walk directly towards the upper floor. Chapter 49, 99 free lucky draws for going online. Chen Yu just left without explaining how to deal with the middle-aged man. Lin Xiaoxia stood still, a little surprised in her heart. This wasn't like Chen Yu's style. By definition, the best thing that could happen to this middle-aged director would be a quick death, or else he would have to suffer some more physical pain. How is it that Chen Yu suddenly changed his nature this time and actually didn't make a move against the middle-aged director? Just as Lin Xiaoxia was puzzled, the middle-aged man suddenly came over, his face piled with a pleasing smile. Little girl, What's your name? Is that little brother just now your friend? He looks very powerful. Ah. Lin Xiaoxia took a wary step back, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? The middle-aged director's big greasy hands were obviously pampered on weekdays, and even after 3 days of starvation in the post-apocalyptic world they were still fat and disgusting to look at. I just wanted to ask. A flash of embarrassment and resentment flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Lin Xiaoxia didn't pay any more attention and turned around to go upstairs, but she had just turned around when she suddenly heard a sizzling sound and a curse. Don't give me that face. I'd like to see how much food your awakened boyfriend can get for you. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged director suddenly took out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed hard at Lin Xiaoxia's back. With that intensity, it was clear that he was ready to come down hard. However, the moment the fruit knife was about to touch Lin Xiaoxia's figure suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man froze, and then a wave of panic flashed through his mind. Bad. Wrong judgment. This woman is also awakened. The middle-aged director panicked and looked around, but he couldn't find any sign of Lin Xiaoxia. He immediately put his heart in his head and ran towards the door without looking back. This place can't stay. Who would have thought that something like the awakened, which only existed on the radio, would actually appear two at once? In order to stay alive, the middle-aged director exerted all his strength. He'd never felt that this little grow-up was so big that he couldn't even run away from it for a moment. Luckily, the kid upstairs who was able to control the walkers didn't seem to notice his movements, and he still managed to run to the front door without any problems. He heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of the familiar door, but in the very next moment, he froze. Lin Xiaoxia's figure reappeared in front of him without warning, and it was only a step away from him. The middle-aged man took a few steps back in fear, his voice trembling. What the hell are you? You? Don't get me wrong. I was just joking. Lin Xiaoxia didn't say anything. Only her eyes were so cold that they were like frost and snow in winter. The middle-aged director breathed a sigh of relief. Young people are just so easy to fool. It's a stab in the back and they can actually stop. As long as he's allowed to leave the base without incident, he still has a chance. This is where the middle-aged director's thinking ends. Lin Xiaoxia's nails suddenly became sharp, like sharp blades, and instantly pierced into the middle-aged director's chest. The middle-aged director's eyes widened. His eyes filled with unwillingness, and then he slowly collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiaoxia withdrew her hand and looked at her hand full of blood, her heart a little complicated. It was her first kill. She looked down at her clothes and realized that they were also stained with blood, and she couldn't help but feel a little chagrined. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xiaoxia still decided to follow Chen Yu. She quickly walked up to the third floor and saw Chen Yu drumming something from afar, but didn't dare to get too close. She was afraid that Chen Yu would dislike her because of the smell of blood on her. Chen Yu seemed to have sensed her arrival and asked without turning his head, "Finished with it?" Lin Xiaoxia nodded and didn't say anything. "There's water inside that bucket over there, so you can go wash your hands." Chen Yu's words made Lin Xiaoxia's heart a little heavy. Without a word she walked over to the bucket and cleaned it carefully, then walked back. But her low mood didn't last long, because when she approached again, she saw what Chen Yu was doing. The two dark-skinned zombies were firmly tied to the generator's attached wheels by Chen Yu with thick hemp ropes. The zombies' instincts drove them to keep lunging forward in an attempt to break free, yet their movements just happened to drive the levers and gears, and the hand-cranked generator let out a low rumble as the electricity was slowly output. Lin Xiaoxia stood in the doorway, dumbfounded at the scene. She never imagined that a creature as frightening as a zombie could be utilized in such a way. She couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching, both speechless and in awe. That brain is pretty big. Chen Yu stood aside, his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his expression bland, as if this was all a perfectly normal operation. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxia, his tone calm. "Why? Is there a problem?" Lin Xiaoxia shook her head and tried to suppress the complex emotions in her heart. "No, I just didn't realize that walkers worked that way." Chen Yu immediately revealed a self-satisfied look and smoothly handed Lin Xiaoxia a whip. "You smoke it twice too. It feels very good in your hand." Chapter 50, 2 or 3 years of snow and wind arthritis and backache. No need to download. Click and play. The opening game comes with 99 straight draws. Lin Xiaoxia took the whip, and for some reason these magical AdWords like this popped up in her head. She reached for the whip. The leather whip seemed to have real magic powers. The whip had just arrived and she couldn't help but lash out twice at the two pitch-black walkers. It's a feeling that's really marvelous. After smoking it inexplicably you have the urge to buy a large piece of land to start a plantation and go find a bunch of anai to grow cotton. She stopped and returned the whip back to Chen Yu. Interesting. Can't smoke anymore. This being the lord of the manor is just a bit addictive. Borrowing power from the two walkers running the generator, she surveyed the third floor. There is genuinely a lot of clutter here. Broken furniture, scattered books, and broken cables are not suitable for long human habitation at first glance. Combined with the hum of the hand-cranked generator, It would certainly cause insanity if you stayed for a long time. Only the two walkers who were working as laborers surely didn't care. It's a lot better than the cotton plantations of 300 years ago. Chen Yu watched Lin Xiaoxia's movements without making a sound. It wasn't until just now that he suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. He forgot about Gu Yanyan. When he came to Donghai University in the morning, he brought Gu Yanyan with him in passing. But when he left Donghai University in the evening, he directly left Gu Yanyan behind because he had too many things to do. He guessed that the Gu Yanyan should still be somewhere near Donghai University right now, waiting for his next command. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yu decided to go back to Linhai University first. Anyway, Gu Yanyan had no sanity and would only act on instinct. Whenever he was free, he could just go and get Gu Yanyan back. To put it in perspective, when he arrived at East Ocean University this morning, it was still a large camp with 3,000 survivors. By the time he left Donghai University this evening, there were no living humans left in Donghai University. Go! Chen Yu suddenly spoke to Lin Xiaoxia. Ha? Where to? Lin Xiaoxia was pondering why she was interested in being a plantation owner when she suddenly heard Chen Yu's words and instinctively asked a rhetorical question. Go get you some clothes and then go back to school, Chen Yu said and walked down the stairs without looking back. Then he saw the middle-aged director who had turned into a zombie. The middle-aged director wandered in front of the gate entrance, a blocking boss to the end of the vestiges. For this kind of behavior of blocking the road, Chen Yu chose to unceremoniously kick it away. Bang! With the sound of sandbags hitting the ground, the newly born zombie completely lost the possibility of standing up. Remember to make good on your kills in the future, or else you'll turn into a zombie and still get nauseous when you see it. Chen Yu carelessly reminded Lin Xiaoxia behind him. After saying that, he didn't care if Lin Xiaoxia responded or not, and directly walked out of the planting base. Night had fully fallen. On both sides of the road, the vast majority of streetlights have lost their energy source, leaving only bare concrete poles. Still, there are very few solar panel streetlights still functioning as usual, barely lighting the way. Chen Yu stopped in front of a commercial building. This building is one of the landmarks of the Magic City. 3 days ago, this was a bustling commercial center. People come and go, neon lights flicker, and the energy of a modern city abounds. After just 3 days, the place had been transformed into a huge tombstone, with no scent of any living person around. Lamenting for a moment, Chen Yu stepped into the building. Unsurprisingly, the hall was a mess. The once polished marble floor was covered in broken glass and debris, and several still fresh bodies lay sprawled across the floor. The billboard on the wall also advertises free fiction. Seeing this billboard, Chen Yu suddenly realized a problem. After ransacking the warehouses of Donghai University at noon, Su Wanting's carry-on space had indeed been filled with a massive amount of supplies large enough to feed 10 people for 3 lifetimes. But the problem was that he hadn't prepared any spiritual food, not to mention anime, movies, and 3D games. He didn't even get to read a web novel. As a zombie that was out of advanced fun, Chen Yu felt that he couldn't just work from morning to night and then from night to morning. Once in a while you have to enjoy the crystallization of human technological civilization. Otherwise, what's the difference with traveling back to ancient times?